Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Like, I'm just sorry to say it, man. That daggone charter Daytona is just stupidly slow. Oh my goodness, man. I just couldn't believe it, man. This is the second time I have test drove a charter Daytona. And it is the second time I'm going to literally say that charter Daytona is embarrassingly slow. I don't know how anyone can say that car is fast. It is not fast at all, period. It just crazy. Wow. Like, I literally came away, and I tried to give it a second chance. I drove, I drove two charter Daytonas, and that thing is embarrassingly slow. Like, I'm just sorry. That car did not deserve to be a Scat Pack. And I'm like, I'm trying to be as respectful as I can. But that car, oh my gosh. That car is a disaster, man. Like, if that car was an RT, I get it if it was an RT. But as a Scat Pack, that car is painfully slow. Painfully slow. Like, I'm sorry, man. At the two test drives, I don't want to do a third one. Like, I want to go turn my Demon 170 on again and jump my Demon 170 because I feel disappointed again for a second time. Jesus. Like, like, I mean, maybe, just maybe, my definition of fast is different for somebody who buys a charter Daytona because maybe, just maybe, because I have a Demon 170 and I have a Z06, that my definition of fast is different from somebody else's definition of fast. Those cars are fast. Oh yeah, hey, Mad Nomad. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up because I just watched that. I'm going like, man, these freaking idiots, man. I'm glad you brought that up, bro. Like, I literally just watched it. And I'm like, these dudes, you gotta be kidding me. Like, I already knew that Motor Trend, they simp for Dodge. But I can't believe that Motor Trend simp for Dodge that much in that video. Like, I honestly can't believe these dudes would actually simp for Dodge like that. Like this video right here. Like, okay, so let me go ahead and move myself down. So if you guys go watch this Motor Trend video, it's bad. These dudes have both these cars in a thumbnail driving, but they don't drag race these two cars against one another. And it's obvious to me now that Motor Trend did not drive these two cars against one another because they don't want to embarrass Dodge. Like, I walked away so unimpressed from that charter Daytona. It just painfully obvious this car is going to bomb. Like, I know there's some guys who's going to hold Dodge's pom-poms. But, I mean, I just got to say, after driving this charter Daytona, Scat Pack. I drove the Scat Pack twice. I drove one almost, a week or two ago? Then I drove one just now on Valentine's Day. I'm sorry, but Dodge is not my Valentine's this year. That Scat Pack is painfully slow. Painfully slow. Like, that car does not deserve to be called a Scat Pack. And watching this clip right here, this Charter Daytona versus the Mustang Dark Horse, These dudes are basically just talking the whole time, talking about the Mustang and then talking about the Charger. And then I'm going like, let's get into the actual drag race. Let's get to the actual times these cars are doing. They never get into it in this video. I'm like, are you kidding me, yo? Like, they're not going to ever drag race that Charger Daytona against another car because they know driving that car, it is slow. Oh my goodness, man. Like, I'm just so disappointed. And I thought maybe the car that I drove the first time, maybe there was a software issue on why that car was slow. But now that I drove it a second time, that car is 100% slow. Like, and it's just like, why is it slow? And then to make it so bad, once I left out of the Dodge dealership, I went to the GMC dealership. So I go like, you know what? Let me drive a Hummer EV because I was looking at specs the other day, and a GMC Hummer 0 to 60 is like 3.4 seconds. And I'm going like, yeah, that GMC Hummer is faster. The GMC Hummer EV, that's, oh my God. That sucker is faster than that daggone Charger Daytona. I mean, honestly, Dodge, they need to get rid of the Scat Pack name. Like, the Charger Daytona is a pretty car. It's pretty, but it ain't fast. Like, it's kind of quick, but it's not fast. So, I mean, like me and the salesman, we basically get into the car, we start driving it, and we can't turn the actual exhaust off. We're looking in the settings everywhere. We're looking at EV settings, we're looking at drive mode settings, and we cannot find the settings to turn the exhaust off. And I'm going like, I feel as though driving in that car, they are clearly pumping in that daggone speaker in the back. They're clearly pumping that speaker, the exhaust sound. Like, all I keep thinking is like, how do I turn this daggone exhaust off, man? Because it's like, when you first get into it, it's fine. But then once you start being in the vehicle for a while, it's annoying as hell. And I'm like, come on, give me somewhere to turn this thing off easily. Like, we're going through all these little different menu options. We could not find it. We went through all the menu options everywhere we thought we can go and actually find it. Vehicle settings, EV settings, drive mode settings. The only way we could turn the exhaust system off was to put the car in auto mode. I'm going like, oh, come on, man. Like, they did not make it very clear on how to turn that exhaust system off. If I had to give Dodge critiques on the Charger Daytona, the first critique I would give them is to basically do not call this car a Scat Pack. Just strip Scat Pack away from this car's name. This car is not a Scat Pack. This car is like a GT. Like, I would just call it a Charger Daytona GT. Get rid of the RT, make one trim, Charger Daytona GT, be done with it. And just have the different trim levels for the different power levels or whatever, right? So I'm going like, man, change the name, something else. Software-wise, I would basically say software-wise, make one of the paddle buttons an actual button to turn off the frost on the chamber exhaust. That junk is getting annoying. I'm telling you, it's like I'm sitting in a video game, like a Star Wars video game. Like, it's like I'm playing like Rogue Squadron, or I'm playing like dang, what's that latest one that came out? Where you were playing as like the Imperial girl and you're in the actual you're in those Star Destroyers. It sounds like you're in like a lobby, and you're hearing lobby music, like roo, 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 roo. I'm going like, dude, can you shut this thing up? I'm like, that sound is so annoying. Like, I don't have I want to talk to Demonology. Like, I'm like, hey, Demonology, can we get on live stream together and talk about this car? Because, I mean, man, this car is worse than I thought. I know some guys want to hold Dodge's pom-poms, but I'm going like, man, I wish this car was better. I honestly do. But it is so annoying. Oh, look at you, Mopar Junk. Hey, you want to get on the live stream, man? You in the garage? I'll send you a link. You want to come in here and debate with me how good the Charger Daytona is? 'Cause I just drove one. Come on, Mopar Junkie. Like, I'll send you a link to debate you on how good this car is. It needs some work. I'm telling you, like, this car is 70% there. Like, honestly, I'll give it 65 to 70% almost finished product. Like, they just need to do a little bit more to convince me that this is a good car. And I think it's all software. I think it's just all software why this car is not that good. Like, I think they got the right hardware in place, but I think it's just the software is bad in this car. Like, I don't understand why in an EV I have to wait for it to accelerate. I put my foot on the gas, and then it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever. I'm like, dude, like, come on, man. Oh man, you can go to dinner with a wife. Okay, and man, tell her Valentine's Day is canceled this year. Valentine's Day is canceled. Dodge wet the bed, and then like I said, this video right here, I'm going like it's clear that even Motor Trend know this car is slow because the only thing they do in this video right here, they claim that the Charger Daytona is 3.2 seconds 0 to 60 when they tested it, but they tested it somewhere else, not here on the street. Like this Charger Daytona on the street is not 3.2 seconds. Like I fully believe this car is like 3.8, 3.9 seconds on the street. It feels it. It feels it. So I'm just saying, set it up is far from perfect. Yeah, hey, cause hey, I know you drove one, Rob. I know you drove one. So I'm just saying, I want to compare notes. I want to compare notes with this car against someone who actually drove one. I'll look compare notes against somebody who actually owns one. So if somebody owns one and want to talk about it live, we can talk about it live. But I mean, honestly, I don't think the car is a finished product. If you're somebody who's going to drive this car that's going to be just cruising around in it, you're totally fine. But if somebody who likes performance, this car is not a performance car. I mean, it can't do a burnout. There's no easy way to turn the exhaust system off. Every time you turn the thing on, it goes right back to regen 3. Like it doesn't have settings that stick. Like program the car for the settings to stick when you turn it on, turn it off. Right? You got 20 minutes. Okay, hold on. Let me send you. I'll send it to you on your Facebook. Give me a second. Oh, good. There we go. Let me see. Let me see if I can take my camera off.
Hey, can you hear me, man?
Yeah, okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let me just add my. Yeah, Rob, you hear me? Rob, you hear me? Can you not hear me?
I can hear you over YouTube. Yeah. You'll probably hear an echo because, hold on here. Now it says we're connected or something. Hold on.
Let's see.
Okay. I can hear you now.
So can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you. I can't see you, but I can.
Yeah, for some reason I can't get you to actually see me. I got to figure that part out.
That's all right. We'll figure it out. You got 8 minutes. The wife allowed me 8 minutes to talk to you. So.
8 minutes, huh? But yeah, I am 100% convinced that Charter Daytona is slow because I drove it twice, and I was like, the first time I'm like, man, like, okay, maybe it's software, but now I drove it for a second time, and I'm 100% convinced that it is slow. I'm sorry, but it's slow.
Okay, so here's where my whole experience is completely different than all the rest of the media. Okay, so for some reason or another, Dodge said, "Oh, we're gonna invite you to this launch." They didn't invite me. Yeah. They said email. I never got invited, but I know somebody on the PR team, so they're like, "Hey, car." So when I drove it, it was a car that had 4,000 miles on it already. So it had an update the day before. I mean, it had miles on it. It was proven. The cars that they went and drove out in Arizona, all of them had under like 300 miles on there, and they were rushed out there.
Yeah.
So issues and stuff that people were having on the media launch, I didn't have. So that my experience was totally different. And again, when you're at these media launches, yes, Dodge wines and dines you. And the thing is, it's like any media launch that I've ever been on, that's what they do. It doesn't matter if it's like a Ford event, a Chevy event, whatever. They always wine and dine you, okay? Because they want the best experience for you to say stuff.
Yeah.
But the time you get with the car, you might get like a half hour to drive it, or let's say they give you like an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
You have to drive up these canyon roads, but you got to shoot video. You got to stop and do your talking points and stuff. You don't have much time to drive it. This car, I didn't really shoot much video because I drove it for 3 hours straight.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to the Daytona, yeah, it needs a lot of work.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I think it's 70% there. I think it got enough good pieces in it. It just needs some software fixes.
The thing is, the one I drove, I mean, I was on the street.
Yeah.
No surfaces, nothing. I think part of the reason why it feels so slow is because before we were wrapped in like this cocoon of plastic, like you kind of had the dash wrapped around you. Now it's like the car's way open.
Yeah.
It feels like one of those cars, like I found myself speeding a lot in it because I didn't realize how fast I was going because, I mean, it's just a totally different experience. 0 to 60 times, I mean, it's on par with a Trackhawk. I wouldn't say it's the fastest thing.
I mean, a Trackhawk is fast, though. I mean...
Well, you also feel like it's fast, too, because the thing is, with all that weight, it shifts really good. This car, I mean, it gets up and goes, but I don't know, man. It definitely doesn't feel like it's fast. It doesn't. But it is. When you look down and see the speeds that you're doing, you're like, holy crap, that's pretty quick.
So basically, I'm looking down at the speed the whole time. I got my foot in the gas. I'm looking down, and it's like I can count the speed going up. If I'm in my Demon 170, for example, it'll skip it'll skip 4 or 5 miles per hour. It'll go 0, 4, 9, 15, 20, 25. It skips. This car, I'm looking through every number. I can read every number going up to 60. I'm going like, that's not fast. I'm like, that's skipping.
And the thing is, it's kind of weird because we're not used to like all this EV stuff, and like I didn't know this. I didn't know this until I drove the car. That 670 horsepower isn't 670 on all modes. That's only on drag mode.
And I was in drag mode. I was in drag mode too. Because somebody commented when I was live streaming. I noticed you was in drag mode. Like yeah. Drag mode should be the fastest mode in that car. And I'm going like somebody gave me a draggy time of 3.9 seconds. I fully believe that it's way closer to 3.9 than it is 3.4. I fully believe it's way closer to that.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. It just depends. Like, again, I mean, you said that was somebody that was at the track and actually, like, was it prepped and stuff?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that, when Dodge quoted 3.3 seconds, that's at a prep track. But on the street, I mean, it definitely feels closer to 3.9 than it is 3.3.
Like, yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, I didn't have a draggy or anything with me. Yeah. It does when driving it is quick. Like one of the things I absolutely loved about it was like getting on the expressway when I was merging.
Yeah.
I on it and that thing went. It was quick. Now the only problem is again with this cool EV stuff, I mean, I'm not gonna violate the speed limit, okay? But on side roads and stuff, we were getting on it and stuff, and it hooked up, no problem. The all-wheel drive system hooks up. But you gotta remember, man, this thing's a massive freaking car. It's bigger than the outgoing Charger is.
So, trust me, I was like looking at the size compared to my Z06, and it was like huge.
Yeah. So if you look at the wheelbase is like an inch longer than the outgoing car. Because it's a coupe, it feels massive. I mean, it's just the four-door is going to be such a better overall car because it's a four-door. You can use it as a four-door. But honestly, I mean, the only benefits of this thing being so massive, honestly, the only benefit of this car being a two-door that's so massive is those people who really wanted a two-door but have to drive it with a family. Like I have teenagers. So if I really wanted that two-door and I have, like my son's 5'8", he can fit in the back of this thing, no problem. I can fit in the back of this thing, no problem.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more headroom than the outgoing car. So, yeah, I mean, you kind of have to, honestly, I don't understand why you can't build this thing and then build something smaller to compete, like, against the Mustang.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm going, like, with them not putting anything smaller than I guess, standard output Hurricane in there, they're going to have to build another car to reach a cheaper price point because the cheapest standard output Hurricane Ram 1500 is like $48,000. So they're missing out that $35,000 to $45,000 range customer who bought majority of the cars because a lot of people who bought SXTs and GTs, that's where majority of sales came from. So there's nobody left.
The thing that's killing this car is price. Honest to God, price. Now, we've said this before, and you've mentioned it on your channel, is the new GT model that's coming out. Yeah. Now, Dodge, nothing, but I've had multiple sources for like the last 2 years saying, hey, they're going to build a rear-wheel drive version of this car. But the problem is it's one EDM. You're probably going to get about 300 horsepower from what we're hearing. Well, I mean, so it's not going to be a performance.
Hopefully, it's that one they was making to go put in the Banshee. The one is like 400 some horsepower.
Well, that's the rumor. Now, the Banshee, at least from what I know, will have a different version of the EDM. Yeah. Like, it has a 2500, and what I'm hearing is that well, it's actually going to have a smaller one, I think. It's going to have like a 2300, so it might be lower. We don't know.
But that's going to suck, though, because you still can't do a burnout in it. Like, it's going to be crazy for Dodge to say in their EVs that you can only do a burnout in a $100,000 car, and you're going to do a burnout now in an XXT.
Mm-hmm. And that's the stupidest thing ever. Stupidest thing. Because you got to remember back in 2004 when they launched the 300, the LX platform, and the Magnum, Ralph Gilles was talking to them, like saying a story. He was like, yeah, we were talking to the Germans, and at the time, they were using all the Mercedes electronics. And he said, when we told them we wanted to shut traction control off, they were like, why? Why would you shut the traction control off? That makes no sense. He's like, to do burnouts. He's like, oh, you're wasting your tires. That's stupid. You're burning up your tires. People don't, like, I think there's a lot of, let's put it this way, Stellantis, right? Mm-hmm. We know very European.
Yeah.
And a lot of people that were on the program and stuff originally were very European. I don't think they understood the muscle car market here in the U.S.
Yeah, that car definitely feels more European BMW than it does American muscle car.
And Dodge isn't BMW. That's the thing. Like, I'm so sick and tired of these premium prices we're paying on Dodge. Dodge is a blue collar American muscle brand.
Exactly.
Even so, it's technically it's not even a muscle car brand. If you look back to 2020, they were selling more Journeys and Grand Caravans than anything. They're a mainstream brand. And to me, the dumbest thing they ever did. I mean, I understand it from a marketing point, but they pulled Ram away. And honestly, Stellantis doesn't have a portfolio like an actual brand to compete with Chevrolet, to compete against Ford. And to me, it's just like we got hodgepodge brands everywhere. That's why you see like Chrysler with one freaking vehicle. You know what I mean? It's dumb. It's really dumb. And like Matt McAleer, if you have a chance, go on. What's it? I can't remember the stupid name of the podcast. Motor Trend guys do a podcast.
Yeah, the Inevitable podcast.
Yeah. So I was just watching that today, and Matt's on there and he's talking and stuff, and he's like, well, you know, because we have all these brands, we can kind of do what we want with Dodge. Well, Dodge has come a long way in a decade. I mean, the thing is, you look back in like 2014 even, you know, they had a considerable lineup of cars. You still have to have people, like, even though people like there's people that hate the freaking Hornet, but you need to apply that brand to that market. I'm not saying that the Hornet's a good vehicle by any means.
I liked it. I thought it was decent. It's just too small for the most people, and the marketing killed it.
Powertrain wise, that thing was actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I like it.
The rest of the vehicle is not a Dodge. To me, it doesn't fit the Dodge narrative. It's an Alfa Romeo through and through. But if they were to build that here in North America, build it for North Americans, I guarantee that thing would sell like hotcakes.
I mean, I think it would work as a Chrysler.
Oh, well, I don't know. A Chrysler.
If they didn't have it more sport oriented and had it, I think it would work as a Chrysler. Rebrand it as a Chrysler, I think it would work. Because Chrysler needs, Chrysler is kind of like a family mover brand, how they try to present it as.
But that's what they changed Chrysler into. If you look at Chrysler as a brand throughout its history, up until like 2000 and what, I want to say 9, when Fiat came in, Sergio Marchionne kind of screwed up Chrysler. I love Sergio Marchionne. I think he's a great, icon. But the problem is he screwed up the brand because he pushed it away from being a blue-collar luxury brand, which it was. The 300 was always the step up from the Charger. You know, if you wanted a Grand Caravan, you stepped up into the town and country for more luxury. That's how it was. Chrysler was the affordable luxury brand. And they did away with that. They said, oh, we're going to make it into a mainstream brand. We're going to have a small vehicle, like a hatchback, which was supposed to be the Chrysler 100. They were supposed to build a crossover based on the Pacifica. They never did any of those. So they were going to do this stuff, and they never executed it. Chrysler's become like the bastard child of Chrysler Group, unfortunately. And now, I mean, we've gone since 2017 without a Chrysler vehicle. Now, the honest to God's truth is this platform, and I only got a couple minutes, but this platform, this Stella Large platform, it's a fast car, dude. It's a muscle car. That's what it's supposed to be. They need to build something like the Wagoneer S size, smaller. If you see how,
I saw one at the dealership. I was like, this car is smaller than the Charger Daytona, and that's what size the car should have been.
The Wagoneer S, if you look at the dimensions on it, it's the same. Now, I'm a huge Dodge Durango guy. I've had 4 Dodge Durangos, including 2 first-gen Dodge Durangos, which are one of my favorite vehicles of all time. The Wagoneer S is the same size as the original Dodge Durango from 1998 to 2003. Okay. So it's a mid-size. It's a D segment. This car is an E segment, and it's actually to the point where it's pushing to the F segment, which is like a full-size truck.
Mm-hmm.
If they were to build something like an SUV like that for Dodge, and make it sporty. I mean, the Wagoneer S it's not a bad looking car.
I mean, it'll be a nice journey.
Oh yeah,
it'll be a nice journey.
I definitely think that they need to get back into, like, there's rumors that they're talking about that stealth that we've heard.
Yeah.
That won't be a Durango. The Durango will be separate. So
I mean, hell, they can make a rebadged Wagoneer S as a stealth for Dodge. That would work.
There you go.
It'd be a nice, stealthy, quick little mid-sized SUV that would surprise people.
So I've seen stuff from way back when, like 2018. They were originally talking about building a D segment SUV for Dodge. They called it the Charger top hat. It was supposed to be like Alfa Romeo, like using the Giorgio platform, but make it like a kind of like a Charger crossover. And
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
was axed, but who knows? The thing is, there's so much stuff, and I keep telling everybody this. There's so much stuff going on there every day. It's something's different. So who knows what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks? We keep hearing stuff. I mean, we just broke the news. Like we've been hearing for a while. My cohort Jared over at in Mopar Insiders, we researched the hell out of this. The 5.7 is coming back, but it's coming limited amount of vehicles, and it's coming back. And they're building it here in the U.S. They're building it in Michigan. That tooling's coming here, but they're only going to put that in limited trucks, and they're only going to extend the Durango out for 1 more year. So,
I mean, yeah, I definitely agree with you saying that they're going to put it in a limited amount of trucks because it's probably going to see how it works, how customers react to a 5.7 being there. And I mean, there's nothing to say they won't move it up a little bit higher, like maybe to a Laramie, maybe after a year or two, not throw it all in there all at once to see how it works for like a year or two and then move it up, I guess, depending on if customers want that.
Well, Tim has said, hey, he wants more trucks under 50K. And I think that we offer a great thing for that. But they don't want anything to, offset what the Hurricane is. The Hurricane originally was designed, like people don't understand this. It started being engineered in 2013. It was meant to be a replacement for the 5.7 and 6.4. And you got to remember at that time, what did Ford have? EcoBoost engines, right? They had the V6 EcoBoost, and remember they kept the Coyote in the trucks because, there were some people that wanted trucks, but where is that Coyote engine at the lower levels? So I think, Tim's trying to mirror that whole Ford thing. And the current truck is going to be around until at least 2028.
I could have sworn they put the 5.0 still in the limited, still the F-150 limited, but I think it's like a small option. I think they did, but they probably discontinued it now.
So, hey, I gotta go, man. I'm gonna get yelled at. But
later.
Set something up and I'll do it. Okay.
All
right. Later, man.
Later. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, what's going on, Passport Bros? I see you back, man. Hey, I test drove a Charger Daytona again, and I still say the same thing. The Scat Pack is very, very slow. And I test drove one. That sucker's like what, 95% charged. That Charger Daytona is damn slow. And I'm telling you, man, there's no way anyone can convince me otherwise. Hey, I was on my mobile phone. I'm like, wait, what you expect? You want me to hold it sideways the whole time? I mean, come on, man. Oh, you want to join? Shoot. Nah, I can send you a link to your phone. You want to send me a link to your phone, or like if you got Instagram, you can send me a message on Instagram, and then I'll send you a link, and you can join in here. My Instagram is Butter the Insider, and then I'll send you a link, and then you can open the link up either your phone or your computer, and then boom, you jump right in here. Let me go check out my Instagram real quick. I'll bring you up in here. But yeah, that daggone Charger Daytona. That Charger Daytona slow. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, but I gotta. Hey, Passport Bros, your name is what, John on there? I just want to make sure I send the right person a link. Okay, copy. Okay, all right, I see. I'm about to send the link right now. And then you should automatically join in here. You're not gonna be able to see me because I still gotta figure out. I might have to go set up like a second camera. Because for some reason, when I have OBS already open, it won't let me share my camera to this this little app that I got. So I'm probably going to set up a webcam. That way you can see me, but you can just hear me. So I'm trying to figure out. At least I figured this part out. So I think next thing I'm gonna do is hell, you know what? Nah, cause I got a damn yeah. I'll just set up a webcam and then put it right here on my laptop. That way you can actually see me. But yeah, you'll pop in when you jump in here. Let me go look at my other screen so I can see when you actually join. Yeah. I'm going to debate Charter Daytona, guys. How can Dodge realistically compete with the GTD or 01? They're going to have to bring back the they're going to have to bring back the Viper. They're going to either bring back the Viper or I mean that Charter Daytona is way too big. It's way too big to compete with a GTD or a 01, especially on the track. They're going to have to make a mid-size, and that's why I'm thinking they're going to basically make the they're going to make a mid-size vehicle again, and basically go in that route. Cause that Charlie Daytona is way too big. It is massive, massive compared to like the compared to the I think I see you, Passport. Or I think I might hear you or something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. Can I? They can hear me. I guess they can hear us both, right?
Let me make sure.
Yeah. Just ask the audience. Can you hear us both? Hello.
Oh, I hear you. You hear me, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. You better says they can hear us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, buddy. Yeah. You know, this is the first time I join you. Like I watch your videos pretty much all the time.
Yeah, I was peeping you run around trying to test drive the Charter Daytona. So
first of all, the dealers here in New York got the Charger Daytona. They got it obviously late, and the Wagoneer S. I'm still waiting for them to get. They're getting all that stuff late. Everything's coming late. So yeah, I drove the RT model. I drove the Scat Pack model. And to tell you, you know, I'm an EV owner. Some people probably recognize me because, like, I had the video of the Jeep SRT. Like, I was like one of the first people to even get a Dodge Charger Hellcat. I got it in 2016 when they first hit the floors, and they were trying to mark them up even then. Like, they were trying to charge like 110 for them, but I paid like 76 for mine.
Yeah,
it was a narrow body 2016. But thing about it is I kind of understand the situation Stellantis is in because the problem is you have to put it into perspective. First of all, it's a European company with the Ukraine war and a lot of the sheet metal coming from Russia and then all of that stuff suddenly being sanctioned. That put Mercedes, BMW, and it put like Stellantis into some issues right there. Okay. And then on top of that, gas prices, if you remember, gas prices, they skyrocketed in 2021 when after the Federal Reserve started raising interest rates, but the gas prices skyrocketed. Now they're much, much more expensive for gas over in Europe than it is here. Mm-hmm. So when you really think about it, it's a European country, it's a European company, and the real issue is they don't give a damn about the egos of Americans who are easily upsold on a V8 because they believe that that's the top trim of a car. And it's always been like that. Ford went through the exact same problem when they tried to switch, from V8s over into the Navigator. Like I have an uncle, he's bought like every Navigator. He refuses to buy the new one because he's upset that it doesn't have a V8. So he's got like 300 or 400,000 miles on a Navigator that has a V8 in it. And he just keeps rolling the odometer back. You know, there's some people who, unfortunately, they just can't move forward. Yeah. And it's just like Ford put the V6 in that Ford GT, and people upset about that. They're like, "Oh, why? How come it's got an EcoBoost? I don't want that. I want a V12 or I want to, And the reality is, I can understand, I can understand what they were thinking. I think they went about it the wrong way. What they should have done was they should have released that Charger alongside the current models instead of just trying to cancel them all at the same time. And they could have just let that run and see what the interest was. But they doubled down on trying to get rid of the Hemi V8 altogether. Now, the buyers of this car, because you see some people are buying them, but most likely these are the same people who would normally go out and get a GT all-wheel drive, or these are the kind of people who would get an SXT.
That's a hell of a markup, though.
Exactly. But even if you really think about it, the SXT, those used to be $27,000. Like even in my video, when I look at my Hellcat video, an SXT that looked exactly like my Hellcat was $27,000 or $28,000. But come 2021, there was a $10,000 market adjustment. So now an SXT still costs you like $40,000. Yeah. So as far as the EV version, they're giving you new technology. They have like pretty much, those dashboards are designed. Everything's digital because they're trying to digitize the car in general. So the reality is, it's like, the price is way too high. I think they need to get that price down to about $50,000. I think even the RT is too high. But what killed me was that they over-engineered that fraxonic chamber. And what's so stupid about it is the RT isn't as loud as the Scat Pack version. And then when you do turn it up, no, the Scat Pack version in track and drag mode is way louder. Like when I was revving it, the guys who were in the Mopar shop, they heard me revving it through the wall, and they came out just to see what was going on. And that thing is loud, but the only downside is it's distracting. I felt it's distracting.
Yeah, so that was my main thing with it, right? The first couple minutes is cute, but then once you start driving and realize that car is so big and you got to concentrate on the road, it's like hearing lobby music when you're playing like a space game. You're hearing the lobby music pumped in the rear speakers. It's definitely pumped in that cabin. And I'm going looking through the daggone buttons to turn it off, but you can't turn it off.
That was the next mistake they made. They should have learned from Apple. You need to have like a volume slider and like a mute switch. Yeah. They should have learned that from Apple. Now, I understand why they did that, because you got to understand, electric cars don't make any noise, so blind people won't know they're coming. So I guess they said, you know what, if we're going to make a noise, we might as well make it sound like a car. I understand that. But
it's kind of like they wanted to emulate for a Dodge person. Oh, well, you know what? We was not allowed to make V8s because Carl Severa said that we couldn't. So we're going to give you a V8 sound and make it over loud, and you can't adjust it. You can't turn it down. Like I said, honestly, they should have like another knob on the steering wheel or a dial where you can dial it up or dial it down, and then push the button to turn it on and turn it off. That'd be perfect.
Yeah, they need a volume slider.
Or even like the paddle shifters, right? Have the left paddle shifter be for regen. Push it once, regen 1. Push it twice, regen 2. The right paddle shifter, you push it once, the frost on chain results is the loudest. Push it twice, it's down on low. Push it a third time, is off. Done. That's software. Like they can software engineer that into that car.
They absolutely can software engineer it into the car, but my thinking is they really need to just do a volume slider, because the way the regeneration paddles, like for instance, my Cadillac Lyric has one paddle for regeneration, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sold on regeneration. I really think that regeneration, because some people misunderstand it. They think that the car can just charge itself while you're driving. It's like, no, that violates the laws of thermodynamics. You can't do that. But when you use that paddle for regeneration, it basically acts like a brake pedal.
Yeah.
And it will brake the car, it'll slow the car down. Now, Kia did kind of what you're talking about with the left and right paddle. It gets like you can change the regeneration on the fly. Like you'd say, okay, I want more regeneration, I want less regeneration, right? The reality, but you got to understand, the biggest problem is this thing is a pretentious EV. Everything about a muscle car or everything about a high-performance car is absolutely antithetical to an electric vehicle. There's no need for that pistol grip shifter. There's no need for those wide tires like they have, because the wider the tires, the more drag you get and the lower the range. Like if that car was designed like a regular EV, the range would probably go up to like 350 miles. But they're wasting. See, that's the problem. These cars are wasteful. And we can love Hemis and all that, but you got to understand, they can't base their entire future sales models on a handful of enthusiasts. They can't do it because these people are getting their cars repoed right now. And those are the ones who haven't had them stolen at gunpoint, because of the
honestly, because I was just talking to Rob from Mopar Insiders. Like, honestly, what they should have did was they could have easily just don't even make this car. Make a Journey EV, an SUV. That way you don't have to even worry about making an electric muscle car and only come out with the Charger as a 2-door and 4-door 6-pack car. Because the Journey is going to outsell the Charger anyway. Because it's an SUV. People want SUVs more than cars.
Absolutely. But you know what? As far as a 4-door sedan, where I have to credit Dodge is they're the only American company that gave you pretty much exactly what you wanted out of a 4-door sedan. You wanted a 4-door sedan that was big and spacious inside, and it had an engine powerful enough to make it feel fast. True. Cadillac wouldn't do it with the CT6 until the Blackwing, and now you got to pay top dollar for it.
Yeah.
And the Blackwing was an afterthought. Before they were releasing that car with the same 3.6 liter that they had in everything else.
Yep.
Lincoln and Ford screwed up with that Taurus SHO and the Lincoln MKS. My uncle had the EcoBoost Lincoln MKS. That thing was boring. And then it felt so small inside because it was bunkerized. So
Malibu
most of the cops,
big, but terrible engine in there. Malibu was big.
The Impala was big. The Impala and the Impala SS. Those were big cars. But the cops were basically like, yeah, we can't use these cars because they're too tight. So we need a Dodge Charger as a state patrol car because we can get in there with our gear. That Ford Taurus show, they don't use those. And they had to move all the way up to the Explorer. And then even with the, the Impala was front-wheel drive, and they stupidly did not make it an optional all-wheel drive. They made the Buick LaCrosse all-wheel drive for its last year, and then they gave up on them altogether and said, yeah, we're going to go make SUVs or crossovers. So the reality is Dodge got it. They got it so right that now they had nowhere to go because you think about it. They sold you probably the greatest V8 and the greatest transmission ever made, right? Where were they supposed to go? Did you think that they were going to put Demon 170 engines and everything like the next year? It wasn't going to happen.
Well, I mean, from what I was told, they were supposed to keep the Hellcat engine around for this generation of cars, and because they were still because they were going to move the Hurricanes to replace the 5.7 and the 392. That's how it's supposed to always been. But it's supposed to have the Hellcats sit above as Halo vehicles because they don't sell in big numbers. So that's what's going to keep the enthusiasts in the door, and then eventually either get rid of the Hellcat or upgrade it in the future. That's how it's supposed to be. But when they got bought up by Stellantis, Carlos Tavares came in and go like, look, I don't even want Hemis, period. Like, I want to just cut this out, give Hurricanes to those American enthusiasts, and if they want something fast, make them a fast EV and be done with it. Because
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, because Carlos Tavares, like, I need to make a video on this, but Carlos Tavares had in his contract, because he had another $25 million bonus nest egg, that he had to get so many EVs in the market by December 31st of 2025. That's why he pushed these EVs, the Charter Daytona EV, the Wagoneer S, and the Ram Rev. He pushed those vehicles in America before the gasoline versions because he needed to get these vehicles out by December 31st of this year to trigger a clause in his contract to get a $25 million bonus. He had a 2-part bonus. He had to meet certain metrics by this year to trigger the first part of it. Because if he didn't trigger it, he would never got that other $25 million. He wouldn't ever be able to trigger the second part of his bonus to trigger the $25 million to 2030. So this was part of what he needed to happen. Because articles have come out ever since he's been gone that everyone wanted to keep Hemis but him. And the reason why he didn't want to keep it because he needed to have a big mix of electric vehicles in the North American market for his $25 million nest egg. That's why he pushed 4xEs. That's why he pushed these 3 cars. And it's obvious, having driven 2 of them now, these cars are 1 to 2 years before they should have came out.
My question is, did GM and Ford have a similar issue? Because GM did their best to push out as many EVs as they possibly could within a short period of time, and Ford basically did too. except they went crazy with pricing and it all backfired on them.
Well, I mean, one of the main problems is I don't want to get too political, but in 2021 when Biden came into office, he basically, because I knew people who worked for Stellantis back then, and they were telling me that the White House was coming to them going, "Hey, look, you guys need to push EVs hard, or we're going to basically change the emission laws to where all these gasoline cars you make, we're going to make it so unprofitable, you're going to go bankrupt. And in order to help you, if you invest billions of dollars, we'll give you subsidies. We'll give you all this money, because the government gave these companies millions upon millions of dollars over the last 3 to 4 years to help them make these cars. But at the end of the day, if customers aren't buying them, then it doesn't matter because they're too expensive. These companies couldn't, eat the cost, because Ford just posted they lost $5 billion making EVs. That's why they're not making that many Lightnings anymore.
Well, I totally understand that. But again, in the backdrop, you have to look at the bigger picture. Number one, you got that war with Ukraine. So that, the gas prices, what was like $7 and $8 here in New York City? I don't know how much it was for you.
I mean,
so
that was about $4 or $5. So, I mean,
that was the highest you saw? I saw gas stations here 7 and 8 and 9. I got it on camera.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's about 4 to 5. Because, I mean, down here in the South, we have the ports where they come bringing the fuel in. So it's not like it's that expensive because the transport cost is not that much here. They import fuel from South Carolina. So when you go to South Carolina, they're usually, like, especially around the coast, like Charleston, that's usually the cheapest gas in the country.
Okay. Well, the Ukraine war was one issue, but the second issue was simultaneously they're trying to compete with China. And the reality is, it's not that they're trying to compete with China for electric vehicles. The problem is that China is going into these other countries and they're building up these other countries' infrastructure. And since they're going to ultimately leave all of these other countries in debt, they're basically going to control everybody's infrastructure in all of these developing nations. So the bigger picture is this really comes down to America trying to compete with China and trying to compete with Russia. But in my opinion, we can't. And I've lived in China. I've seen what they got over there.
Oh, wow.
Americans are in no way capable of competing with China.
Yeah,
it's pathetic. I mean, they tried the TikTok ban. That shit lasted for 1 hour. Meanwhile, everything American that's anti-Chinese, they cut it all off. There's no Google. Like you go over there, it's like the internet looks completely different because they don't allow you to get any of that stuff. So all I'm saying is that I kind of understand why Stellantis went down this road. And to tell you the God's honest truth, I really felt it was lights out for Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram back when SRT dissolved. Because after SRT, the division, when they dissolved, I was like, wait a minute. What is this stupid Scat Pack badge? I never liked that badge. I was like, wait a minute. You went from selling Charger SRTs for $50,000 to this Scat Pack nonsense for like $80,000. And the Scat Pack was supposed to be the cheaper version of that Charger SRT. And they made that Chrysler 300 Core as the cheaper version of my Chrysler 300 SRT. So when SRT went under, I was like, yeah, this company's done. And yes, they came out with better products. They came out with the Hellcat. They came out with the Demon. But here's the problem. You can't sustain a company on cars that you're charging $100,000. These are not Mercedes S-Classes. Well, I mean, even though they're the size of them.
Yeah. I mean, but the beautiful thing is about the Demons and stuff, right? They came out once every few years. Like the Hellcat came out 2015, and then 3 years later, here comes the Demon. And then the second Demon came out 5 years later. So it's like they're spaced out. They're not every year. It's not like
I understand
they're not selling $120,000 Demon 170s every single year for 5 years straight. Like it's not sustainable, like you said.
No, I understand that, but here's the problem. What's the real market for a stripped down Dodge Charger Hellcat that has a more powerful motor and line lock and air chiller? What's the real market for a Demon? Most people who I know who have Challenger Hellcats, they don't want the Demon because they lose so much car getting a Demon.
Well, I mean, that's why the Demon works in such few numbers. It's like when the Demon first came out, everybody going like, look, they're only doing this 1 year only. We're never making this car again. So that despite the demand for the 3,000 cars. And then 5 years later, then it's like, oh man, we made an 8-second car. So now it's like, boom, make 3,000 units, be done with it. So it's like, is that they have the scarcity. Like I said, if they made 500 to 1,000 demons. Like, hell, they could have made 500 demons for a year, for 5 years. That's still 3,000 units. That demand wouldn't have been there for us 500 cars because, like you said, people can be like, well, I'm going to sacrifice all this stuff for this car. It was just that sudden drop, that sudden like, oh, if you don't got it, you're never going to get it again. It's never going to happen again.
Well, the demand was artificial, but as you saw, they went back on their word. As you saw, they went back on their word, just like they did with the Durango Hellcat.
Yeah.
It was like, for them to come out with a Demon 170 after they came out with the Demon, and that's going back on your word, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I fully believe, honestly, if I had to call it, I guarantee you they could come out with another Demon in about 3 years. Like, I guarantee you, if they bring back a mid-size Challenger, that mid-size Challenger going to have a Demon option on it. And they're going to have, and it's basically going to be like, well, you know, you can have your chance to own all 3 VIN match cars, all 3 Demons, the 2018, the 2023, and then the 2028 Demon, right? Like, especially like if they debut a new V8 engine, give it a 2028. That's plenty of time for them to bring out a new V8 and some new drag racing tech, put on their car, and then you can have the trifecta. Like, there's no way in the world Dodge wouldn't try to do the trifecta of Demons. You own your 2018 VIN 500, your 2023 VIN 500, and then your 2028 VIN 500. Like, a collector will eat that up. And dealers will like that because that's going to get the dealers incentive to get more money over sticker. Because at the end of the day, Dodge's true customer is the dealer, not the customer. Because the dealer is the one who paid them as soon as the car gets window sticker generated. So that's Dodge's true customer, and they satisfy the dealers. The dealers will be the one who's on the hook for actually selling the car, getting off their books.
No, I hear exactly. I hear what you're saying. Now, honestly, the way I see it is, unless they absolutely prove me wrong, if they do make another V8, I don't believe it'll be anything like the one that we currently have. I think what'll end up happening is it'll go into just the Ram trucks, and maybe the like it might go into like the larger things like the Wagoneer or something.
Yeah.
Somehow I just don't see them putting it in the cars anymore. Somehow I think this Hurricane engine, I understand it's got plenty of problems and everything, but just like Ford ironed out that EcoBoost issue.
Yeah, it took like 2 or 3 generations to iron it out.
Yeah, but guess what? If they don't give you any options, there's really nowhere to go. You can go to like Infinity, you could go to someplace else, but now you've got a Me Too car that everybody else has. One of the things about these cars is they actually stood out, and the problem is now they don't stand out anymore. You know, I like for instance, they've put all this money into this current design with this Charger EV, and I think that was stupid because they only have one face for a 2-door and a 4-door. I don't really think it matches the 4-door. I think it matches the 2-door fine, but I really don't think it matches the 4-door.
I mean, honestly, for the EV, they should have made a narrow body so it'd be more aerodynamic, so it get more range.
I don't have a problem with it being as wide as it is, even though, yeah, it does cut down on the range. My problem, again, is the 4-door version. It doesn't look right. Like, this 2-door version actually, you know, they made it look like a 68 Charger.
Yeah.
But the 4-door don't look right. And I don't know how they're going to try to change that. But you got to also understand the other issues is you're not going to get aerodynamics with things like hood scoops and things that we actually like having. Like, you know, you're not going to get aerodynamics having hood scoops and wide body kits. It's not happening. So they're not going to build that. You can put that stuff on there yourself and then watch your range drop through the floor. But
yeah, shoot. That's why I was like, why didn't they just make a narrow body version for the actual EV car and then make the wide body fenders and hips for the actual 6-pack cars? That way it look different. Because someone going to be next in 6 months, people are going to be like, I can't tell the difference between this car and the actual 6-pack car. Oh, if they got that scoop in the middle of the hood, it'd be like, the average person's not going to tell the difference. And that's one thing I hate about these Dodge cars now. You can't tell the difference between an RT and a Hellcat, especially when they all water down the hoods. All of them had the same hoods on them. So it's like, it's just crazy how they water these cars down to where they look all exactly the same. And then now it's even worse that the only way you can tell the difference between an RT and a Scat Pack now is if it got different brakes and a badge on it. That's it.
Well, I think the real kicker is that you can get a Scat Pack Plus with a red eye hood. I mean, that's an insult to anybody who spent $89,000 on one of those wide body Hellcats when it first came out. That's an absolute insult.
Oh.
The mere fact that, because I saw somebody buying one, and I went to look at it real close, and I said, "Oh, it's like, oh, you got a red eye," and he was like, "No, it's not a red eye." And then I looked closely at the thing, and I was like, "Oh, I thought the hood was only on the red eye." Then you find out, no, it's not. And and granted, anybody could have swapped hoods, but my thing is they started building them like that. That's an insult.
Yeah, they're going into parts bin and get the parts out.
That's an absolute insult. But as far as the 6-pack can have a hood scoop because it's going to need way more entry area for cooling that damn thing. Because I heard that it has problems overheating. So yeah, the 6-pack, if they make gas version with the Hemi 5.7, yeah, they can put the hood scoop on there. They can make it look just like the cars look now.
I mean, honestly, they can make a shaker.
The shaker is kind of cool, but the problem is the shaker's not a Hellcat. When somebody when people buy that Hellcat, they're buying a whole nother name of car. When little kids see those cars, they assume they're all Hellcats. Yeah. Like they don't know the minute differences. I mean, the shaker's pretty cool and everything, but I
couldn't necessarily put a shaker on a Hellcat because they got the supercharger lid on top of it. So it's not like they couldn't actually do that on a Hellcat. But I mean, they could do that on a 5.7, put a shaker in the hood of that car, and it'll probably look pretty cool with a shaker on it.
That's going to probably have to be somebody who does that aftermarket because I don't foresee that company doing that. As you know, they really don't understand the American market. So I just don't.
Well, I mean, since Tim is back now,
but he's at Ram.
He's over at Ram, but him and Matt are really good friends because Matt worked underneath Tim for several years. So if Matt go like, hey, we think it look cool on this new body, and Tim like, put a shaker on it, man. Put a shaker on it, like they'll go wild for a shaker, man. I'm pretty sure Tim will give him that recommendation.
That's possible. Now, but here's the other question: the price. The price keeps coming up. Somebody just put a comment about the price again. Here's the problem. That's a brand new platform. All of the stuff inside is pretty much new because I didn't really spot anything that looks, like it came off the old car.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everything's brand new.
So what's the cheapest? Like now that they don't have a Pentastar V6 anymore, what's the cheapest that car can be sold with the Hurricane engine?
About $45,000.
So yeah, $45,000. That's placing you $15,000 more than it was in 2016.
Yeah, because I say $45,000 because the cheapest Ram truck you can get with a center output Hurricane is a Bighorn with 4-wheel drive is around $45,000 to $50,000. So you got to think it's going to be right around $45,000 with all-wheel drive standard.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. It's just with that 5.7. I don't know if they're going to put that 5.7 in there. I don't know what
the 5.7, especially with it being in the Ram trucks and the Grand Wagoneers. The actual Hurricanes was like a $3,000 basically upcharge. So you can basically track about $3-4,000 off of the car, and that's how much it'll be with a 5.7 allegedly. So that means it'll go from maybe 45 to 40. And it's still cheaper. I mean, you get less performance, but you got a better sound to it. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily, no one really buys a 5.7 to think they're going to beat everything on the road. But I mean, you could put a blower on there. Like they could go direct connection, throw a Hellcat blower on there and make the car make 550, 600 horsepower out of a 5.7.
It would be nice if with that direct connection, it would be nice if you could have it optioned with like a Elephant. And if you could get the Demon 170 engine put in there, because if they did that, they break the mold. I don't think they can do that because of emission standards.
Comment, Yemi Hamilton. Yeah, I feel like the 300C replacement EV would have been perfect, smooth, large, cozy, and powerful. Could name it the Chrysler and make it a sub brand of Dodge.
Yeah, well, they killed us with the I always loved my 300. They killed us by not giving it a Hellcat engine. I mean, for that last call, would it have hurt to say, yeah, we're going to give it the Hellcat engine finally after all this time? I had the Chrysler 300 2012 SRT, and I traded that for a 2016 Charger Hellcat, right? I never wanted a Dodge Charger. I wanted a Chrysler 300 Hellcat, and they wouldn't give it to me. it was by that time I was like, yeah, this company's in trouble. Because
hell, what they could have did for the last call year, they could have basically just be like, hey, look, this Charger, the Chrysler 300 has 707 horsepower. We'll give you 707 units or 1,000 units. Like you can literally took like 1,000 Challenger and Charger Hellcats and put the engine in the Chrysler 300 and be done with it, and people would have snatched it up, especially on like 1,000 of them.
Yeah, and I think it's like I don't really hear you talk about it. But I really think they started going wrong when they got rid of the Dodge Magnum. Because if you think about it, when the Dodge Magnum was out, that was before people had made the switch to SUVs and crossovers. Now, the Dodge Magnum, when it was released, it did have a lot of problems because back then the engine sucked. They only had the 2.7 liter V6. They had the 5.7. They had the 6.1 SRT, and that was a pretty good engine. The 6.1 SRT 8 engine was actually a pretty good engine. But imagine,
you know why they discontinued it?
Yeah, because of the bailout era. One guy said, "Yeah, let's get rid of it."
Oh, no, so Ralph Giles was on a podcast like about 3-4 months ago. He said the only reason why they got rid of the Magnum was because they couldn't produce 3 cars at Brampton. They couldn't produce 4 cars at Brampton at the same time. So they had to drop. So they either had to drop either the Magnum or don't make the Challenger. So they decided to make the Challenger over the Magnum. And that's what Ralph Giles said about 3 months ago.
All right, well, I guess that was a decent decision. But could you imagine if you had the Magnum, the Charger, the Challenger, the 300, the Ram truck, and the Jeep, all those 6 cars, all sharing the exact same engine, the exact same transmission? The profit margin would have been insane.
Yeah, you would have literally touched every segment of the market.
Yeah.
And I think someone asked, it was on that Inevitable podcast, and they asked Matt McClure if a Magnum will come back, and he said he didn't rule it out because the body line supports a wagon, especially with having a hatchback. So he didn't rule out that a Magnum might come back as a Charger.
They should just bring it back as a Magnum. What's wrong with these people? Do they understand branding?
I'm just saying that they would base the actual Magnum off the Charger.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, the branding is everything. Because right now it feels like they're trying to downsell you.
Because I mean, honestly, they could bring the Magnum back and ship it off to Europe. And then
that's true.
If there's enough demand, people want it in the U.S., they can just import some to the U.S.
Yeah, that is true. That is true because Europe and Canada were buying up the 300 as a wagon because the 300 in Europe and Canada was a wagon mostly. But yeah, I mean, I don't know that the company's in trouble because the way it looks now, it almost looks like they're just trying to hold on, and it looks like it may take a year or two before they get any products that really bring people back. So they've got all of this stuff that's sitting on the lots, overpriced, and it's all like.
Yeah, like the Drive, they basically had the article talking about there's no case for a V8 in Dodge. If you don't believe us, check this out. There's still 2023 cars that's sitting at Dodge dealers right now. If there was so much demand, then those cars wouldn't be there. I'm going like, dude, you're missing the boat. Who's going to spend $62,000 on a Scat Pack that's 2 years old? The bank won't even finance it. The bank is going to finance it. Going to make you pay like $20,000, $30,000 because the car ain't worth $60,000 2 years old. Like these dudes don't understand that.
Well, you say the bank won't finance it. Anybody who goes to buy one of those things, you're getting pushed towards Stellantis Financial or whoever it is that they get their loan money from. So the reality is,
because other banks aren't financing because a lot of people had the same problem with the Demon 170 because what the problem with the Demon 170 is Dodge classified it as a Hellcat.
A Hellcat Red Eye.
No, just a Hellcat, not even a Red Eye. They classified it as a Hellcat. So when you went to go finance it, the bank thought it was a Hellcat with a crap ton of options on there. So they only wanted to lend you up to like $60,000 on a car. Right. So me and like Dean Knowledge and other people, we had a hard time trying to get the car financed. And so he finally found a credit union that would finally do it for them to realize this is a Demon, not a Hellcat with like $60,000 worth of options on there. That's what they thought it was.
Well, you know what? With that Drive article that you mentioned about there not being a buy case for the V8 engines, the bigger problem is that so much has changed as far as interest rates. Insurance is through the roof.
Yeah.
The interest rates, the insurance, the maintenance. Let me be perfectly honest. The majority, like I was on 2-car teams here in New York City. The majority of people who I knew who bought Trackhawks, who bought Hellcats, they don't have those cars anymore. And either it was because of the rising cost of like rent and housing, and they couldn't afford to keep it anyone. Because those things, I mean, here you are, you're paying like $1,500 for one of these cars, and then the insurance is on top of that, right? So most of those people have given those Hellcats, given those Trackhawks up. I don't know anybody who bought one of those cars who still has one of those cars, unless they paid it off and then they just decided to keep it. But even then, the insurance on these cars here is like if you have a Trackhawk, you're paying like $400 or $500 a month, even if the car's paid off. So the reality is, when you're facing maintenance costs, you're facing $1,000 a rotor, you're facing $500 for pads. It's like most of these dudes just didn't hold on to these cars, and then that's aside from the ones who didn't get carjacked.
Yeah,
that
was about to say. Hell, if you didn't get carjacked, I mean, hell, the damn race wouldn't have been so damn high either.
Yeah, so a lot of people just don't want that. How should I say, the profile anymore? A lot of people don't want to drive one. When I first got my 300, my uncle, who's a cop, said, he drove the car, he test drove the car, he liked it, and he was like, "Yeah, just be careful because you know what kind of people drive these cars." And I was like, "What do you mean?" What? So, but anyway. When I got my Hellcat, nobody even knew what that car was. Like, they didn't understand that car until the rappers started rapping about it. But and I had a bright, shiny, cherry red one, right? Tour red, I think. What was it? Red line red? Man, I couldn't park that shit outside. I had people taking pictures of it. I had people standing there. It was like you couldn't even park. Like, people knew where you lived. It's like at a certain point, you just don't want to deal with that. Like people are like, yeah, I know him. He lives right over here. It's like, nah.
Yeah, but I don't see that same mystique with this Charger, especially the Charger.
You're not gonna. It's an EV. Nobody steals EVs. Right now, with my Cadillac Lyric, I can look at my watch and know exactly where that car is in the world. Where like it's GPS all the time. It's on start. I could start the car from my Apple Watch. When I was in Bali on vacation, if I wanted to start or unlock the car, all I got to do is go on my watch, go into the app, unlock the car. But I know exactly where if you stole my car, I can come get it back because I know exactly where it is.
Yeah, ain't nobody stealing this.
Ain't nobody stealing
unless they mistake it for a 6-pack, and even then, I don't know if people gonna steal 6-packs like that.
Yeah, nobody. This guy, what was it? Rich Rebuilds. He was right. This is the one Charger ain't nobody gonna steal.
Yeah,
and to some extent, you gotta understand. Some people like that. Some people like that. Some people like that idea that nobody's gonna carjack you at gunpoint to try to steal your electric Charger.
Well, you know what? Well, especially no one's gonna do that now because the electric car can't do a burnout. But when those 6-packs come out, those guys who do all those striker cars and all that nonsense or do all these takeovers and stuff, they might steal the cars just to go do burnouts and then just leave the car burnt right around a tree, whatever. And they might do it for that, but then they're not doing it to keep it.
Technology. Keep in mind, the car is fully digitized. The technology is the same. So like you drove the car, you saw how digitized that car is. Yeah. This car is not analog at all. This car is so digitized that even with that 6-pack, so long as they don't go and change the interior, because they're not gonna. I mean, they wouldn't have the money to do it. They'll hook that back in.
Well, I mean, just steal the car and do a takeover. Because I mean, there's some guys who'll go steal a car and then later that night they'll go do burnouts in a. But you'll
know exactly where the car is though. Like, imagine if somebody took your car right now and you just look at your phone. Oh, your car is right here. Hey, officer, go get my car.
No, well, I mean, all it does is take time. Someone's gonna figure out how to put it on a little USB, because there's a USB little stick that you can get. You can plug into your car and it scrambles the GPS signal. Someone's gonna figure that out, or someone's gonna go in there and pull the actual antenna out the car when they go steal it. It's just gonna happen. The people do that. Like, they do that to Wagoneers now when they go steal it. Because in Detroit, dudes steal Grand Wagoneers and Wagoneers to strip the whole interior of all its components. And the engine, the wheels, all that stuff, because there's a market for it. And I'm going like, the Wagoneers, the Grand Wagoneers is like one of the worst selling full-size SUVs. Well, who the hell is stealing this stuff? Why? But there's a market for it.
Well, the parts are expensive.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, the same thing with this car. I think people are going to go in there. They're going to learn where the GPS stuff is at. They're going to learn how to steal these cars, and they're going to take and they're going to steal them for takeovers, and then wrap around trees or firebomb them or whatever. And or like I guarantee you by this damn fall, or I guarantee by fall, Cal SRT or one of these other YouTubers is going to Hemi swap that daggone car, and then you can start seeing these cars getting stolen for Hemi swaps. They're gonna steal them, rebadge them, all this other nonsense. Like there's gonna be a Hemi inside one of these cars by Christmas. I guarantee it. By Christmas, there's gonna be one because the first YouTuber that puts a Hemi in that car is gonna get over 1 million views, and then especially if he keeps getting it done, easily like either come up how to actually hack the software and stuff to actually get the Hemi to work in there. That YouTuber is gonna make a lot of money just doing this, just showing how to do the swap. And just keep doing it over and over and over again because everyone wants a Hemi in there. Like the business that go and do Hemi swaps in these cars, they're gonna keep doing it. That's why I wish that Dodge would put like a small engine in it to bring the cost down. Like they're gonna make an inline 4 engine that makes like 200-ish horsepower. I'm like, that's the perfect engine to put in there. They get the car down to $30,000 range, but they're not gonna do it.
Dodge does not do 4 cylinders well at all.
Well, I mean, to me, honestly, it doesn't matter if they do it well, but if you can get people who wants to pretend like they got, the big bad daddy car, they'll go buy a car with a cheap engine in there. Then me myself, I'll go buy one with a 4 cylinder in there because I know I'm gonna Hemi swap it.
If they wanted to put a cheap engine in there, they should just keep the Pentastar 6.
But that's what the inline 4, the Evo engine is supposed to come out later this year. It's supposed to be a Pentastar replacement because the Hurricane high output and the standard output was supposed to replace the 5.7 and 392, and then that Hurricane inline 4 Evo was supposed to replace the Pentastar. The Pentastar was supposed to go out of production in 2026 or 2027. So like basically 3 more years, the Pentastar is gone. It replaced by the inline 4 Evo engine. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not me personally. The 3.6 GM V6, the Pentastar V6. I like naturally aspirated engines. I don't like the extra complications of the turbochargers. I don't like having to use premium fuel if I could use regular unleaded. It's like I really think that they're pushing people with this forced induction bullshit. The issue that even Ford had that problem, because what happened was with the Lincoln MKS and the Taurus Show, the problem that they were having with most of these engines is they were like, oh, okay, on paper, this thing can get like 400 or 500 horsepower. Let's put it in a 7,000-pound truck. Let's put it in this Navigator, right? So the issue ultimately is the engine forces the transmission to jump all the way to the highest gears basically to pull itself. Oh, and yeah. It's nothing like the low-end torque of a naturally aspirated, even if it's a 6. I'd rather have that Pentastar 6 than the Hurricane. I really would. I hate the way turbos sound. I hate them. Yeah, like there's only one car.
Yeah, but I mean, how they're doing emission standards keep pushing these manufacturers. They have no choice but to go to forced induction. They either have to do that or they have to go EV.
Well, hasn't Trump killed the emission standards?
He hasn't done it yet because that goes through CAFE, and CAFE is like mainly done through California. So he has to go pick a fight with California and go sue them to make it unconstitutional for them to set emission standards for the rest of the country.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
I think either 11 or 14 states follow CAFE, and California sets that. So he has to go and sue California, probably take it to the Supreme Court for them to rule that it's unconstitutional for them to set emission standards different from other states in the United States. So the only thing
you know what? That's federalism. That's a state right issue. If California says you're not allowed to drive cars here unless they're EV, they have that power. Same thing goes for New York. As you know, they've started putting up cameras that give you tickets for a loud exhaust. Those are non-fix-it, non-forget tickets that can be $1,000. We passed a law called the Sleep Act. Trump has no power over that because that's federalism. He has no power over that at all. That's a state right.
Yeah, but but the problem is these manufacturers are being forced to to basically make emission standards meet them because someone can't drive in between all these states and be legal.
Right, I understand that. And keep in mind, the company's European. and they have the toughest standards that there are.
Yeah. So I mean, to me, honestly, how is it fair for me if I want to move from North Carolina to New York or California, and you follow cafe? You mean to tell me I gotta go sell my car?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. That shouldn't be fair. What's the point of being in the United States? I mean, I can understand you have local regulations for like different exhaust levels, different tint levels, but that's something I could take off my car. That's not forcing me to go. I go move to New York, then I gotta go sell my car, and then I gotta buy a car from New York. It shouldn't work. You shouldn't force people to have different emission standards. Like if it's something that's added onto the car, that's something different. You can't have certain loud exhaust. You can't have certain tint windows, something like that. But not force companies to basically make two different vehicles because you have two different emission standards in one country. I mean that doesn't make any sense. Like at least the European Union, they have one standard for everybody. And this is like one standard for multiple countries. We're one country with multiple emission standards. Doesn't make any sense.
No, I totally agree with you. My question would be in that case, who's actually really making the emission standards? Is it the manufacturers or is it the government? The government has no idea what half of the shit means. It's manufacturers. I've heard that the manufacturers are the ones that actually push this stuff. And ultimately, when you really think about it, the manufacturers want to digitize these cars. They want to because then they'll control all the microtransactions. That's what that stage 1, stage 2 nonsense is about. They want to digitize the cars.
Well, I mean, the digitizing of the car is not a problem. I mean, they can make all kinds of digital cars all they want to, but the problem is they having to make different. They can't put in the engines that will work in certain parts of the country that they can in other countries, and then it's like the states who are adopting the CAFE standards are the biggest states in the country: California, New York, Pennsylvania. Like they're ones where there's a lot of population at, so they basically had to make a 49 or like a 40 state legal car, and then that's how it was with the last couple of years of TRX. They had to make one version of TRX that would be sold in like the lower states. Then they had to make another version of TRX that could meet CAFE standards, and then if you shopped outside of California, for example, because all the dealers in California, they knew they had a monopoly. You can only really buy California vehicles from them or Massachusetts or Pennsylvania because those states follow CAFE. And if you did not buy a CAFE car, then that car was illegal. You had to give it back. So those, dealers, they jacked prices up because they knew they had a monopoly. So,
of course.
So like, if you in California and you go buy a vehicle out of Texas, it's illegal because you literally can't get the car to pass emissions in California. So
right, but of course, EV and hybrid pretty much solve those issues.
Exactly, but people don't necessarily want that because someone living in Florida, the EV should be the last car that you want because if you get into a natural disaster and the vehicle gets flooded, you got a dead car. Or
but in fairness, if you had a gas car and the vehicle gets flooded, it's just as dead.
But not necessarily, right? Because if you go up, you can basically drive in like a flooded car or a truck up until the gas gets up. Oh, not the gas, but the water gets up until like the daggone intake, right?
No. Well, no. It's if the water gets to where the battery or the distribution box is for the fuses. But the reality is the battery for these cars is hermetically sealed. So the thing about it is, even with like they've got Tesla's got this new thing on the Cybertruck right now where you can literally drive the Cybertruck through a lake and it works like a boat. The batteries on these EV batteries are hermetically sealed. So I would say if I would like, and by the way, I went through Hurricane Sandy. With Hurricane Sandy, the power was knocked out in New Jersey so that you couldn't even pump fuel. Because keep in mind, gas stations work with electricity.
Yeah.
So they couldn't even pump fuel so that they could ship it here to New York or to Upper Long Island, right? So the issue was we were waiting online for hours just to get some gas in our cars. And you were completely dependent on whether or not that gas truck showed up. And when we had to read manifest to find out when the gas trucks would show up. Now, that was last natural disaster I remember. That was 2012, right?
Yeah.
So the reality is, I had hoped, because back then, that's when the Tesla Model S first came out. I was like, man, if I had a Tesla, I wouldn't be going through this. I wouldn't have to wait on a gas line for 7 hours if I had a Tesla, because I'd be able to literally run an electric wire out my house and charge that car in my driveway.
But that's
so the reality is,
power. So I mean,
but that's true. But you also have to remember, gas stations need electricity just to pump gas. There's no other way to do it.
But I mean, honestly, you can store a couple gallons of gas in your car in a can.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, that's going to run right out. And the reality is, these people, like, for instance, I live in Long Island. I got 2 houses. One of them's inside New York City in Queens. The other one's in Long Island. I'm in the Long Island house, right? Most of the people out here are switching up to solar power and backup batteries if they can get the backup battery. And then, the reality is, out here, most of them, they used to get diesel generators, right? But then that got expensive, and then because you got to bury those tanks, and you got to do this, you got to do that. Meanwhile, they'll throw solar on your house for damn near next to nothing, and then charge you for it over time. Yeah. So the reality is, I understand the direction that we're moving, but if it came down to a natural disaster, I'd rather have an electric vehicle. Not to mention, they tried. You know what? They tried to show videos of people waiting with gas cars in snowstorms. And they were like, oh, yeah, well, if that was an electric vehicle, you'd be screwed. No, an electric vehicle actually is way more efficient when it's sitting still, and you can still use the heat. Now, if you're using the heater and running the engine while you're sitting still, you already know a gas car is running that gas out. You already know that.
Yeah, hold on. Who's that? Otaku makes a very good point. You can siphon gas out of other people's cars. Can't siphon electricity out of
I don't think they're going to allow you to do that. And by the way, no. Excuse me. Hold on. That whole thing about charging another car from a car, as you know, with the new cars that they got, the Lucid, the GM trucks, the GM trucks and the Cybertruck, they come with a 240.
Not everybody has that, man.
I understand not everybody has that, but the thing about it is,
got gas in it, I can suck it out.
Well, most new cars have bidirectional charging. And keep in mind, if I need power, I'll drive to the mall and charge the car. Or I'll drive to my mom's house somewhere else, or I'll drive to my uncle's house somewhere else, and I'll run an extension cord up into his house. He won't even know the difference.
Because shoot, like if you live in Florida, for example, it's regular that during a storm or that they're not gonna have any power. So I mean, honestly, if I lived in Florida, I would rather have a hybrid, like maybe like a F-150 hybrid, or whatever. Where
I agree with that.
You got a gasoline generator that can generate electricity for the actual vehicle, and then you can still charge other people's vehicles from that. Or like if you need to charge your F-150 up, you go siphon somebody's gas out. A hybrid makes way more sense than a full EV.
I agree with that. But again, it's still a gas car. A hybrid is still a gas car. And by the way, for people who don't like EV fires, EVs are far less likely statistically to have a fire than a hybrid is. Hybrids are more likely than EVs and ICE cars to have fires. Because now you have the complexity of a gas car and the complexity of an EV. That's true,
because the 4xe has a fire risk that's currently on a recall. The Pacifica has a fire risk that's on a recall. And hell, even the Ram HD trucks got a fire risk on recall right now. Right. So literally, anything Stellantis has a recall for fire risk. other than the Toyota Daytona.
Yo, when it comes
to fire risk yet.
You gotta understand, when it comes to reliability, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram, they are like JD Power. They just released talking about the number of issues per car. Yo, CDJR is way down that list. Like they're at the bottom of the list. You know, even Cadillac's way above them. They're down there lower than Land Rover. So I mean that's not a good sign.
He goes OC talking about areas in Southern California during the recent fires had no electricity for over a week. Teslas were stuck everywhere.
Yeah, okay, I understand that, but the whole thing is you don't just stay there. When you see that the area is burning down, you drive somewhere else.
But so not everybody had the opportunity though, because like maybe they didn't have enough electrical charge in there, or like, well, I mean, part of it I think is people was stuck.
They abandoned their cars,
and they abandoned their cars and just dipped off.
Right. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Like a lot of these people, they saw, like they were directed to leave the area as quickly as possible, and then you've got a catastrophic event where there's traffic everywhere and it's not coordinated. because maybe the lights are not working.
Yeah.
Maybe the traffic signals are not working. You see, the problem when you talk about a disaster scenario, these are things that when something happens, you can't imagine the consequences of it. Like when we had Hurricane Sandy, Long Island was out of power for like 2 weeks or something like that. Here's the thing. Those people didn't stay there. They went to Connecticut. They went inside the city.
If your EV doesn't have power, how you getting out of there, though?
Well, yeah, but you're assuming that the battery would be at a low power state as soon as this catastrophe happens. See, like right now, my car has 266 miles of range. If an asteroid struck right now, I can drive at least 160 miles to somewhere else, assuming I'm alive.
Well, I mean, that chart of Daytona, I'm not trusting it in a natural disaster because it is a natural disaster.
Okay. No, but you see, you know what? I wanted to hate the car. I gave it a chance. I've driven every other EB. I don't hate it. But the only thing is I don't like because first of all, I'm not a Challenger person. I don't like the fact that when I sit in there, like my body, the B pillar, you know how far behind you the B pillar is, like in that car. It's like when I'm sitting in that car, I don't feel like really protected from the side. Like I like having a B pillar right at my shoulder. Mm-hmm. So I would have never bought a Challenger anyway. But this car, I don't like because it has like that same aura inside. When you get in that thing, it feels like a Challenger to me. You know, and I would never buy it anyway.
Basically, like an oversized Challenger.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see that Wagoneer S because, you know, I have a Jeep SRT sitting right outside. It's a 2015. It's paid off 91,000 miles. I was thinking about trading that and just getting like a new S-Class when it comes out. Because right now I have a Cadillac electric vehicle. I have the Lyric, and that's a really good EV. But I think Dodge should have learned from GM's Ultium. I think Dodge should have taken a better look at maybe even Hyundai and Kia. Maybe they should have taken a better look at them to see how they're doing things. But overall, I don't hate it. I like if they threw a Hellcat in that car right now, everybody would suddenly switch their opinion. You know, and maybe that's what they have to do.
I mean, that's the only other factor that would get people to get over so-so looks, because to me the looks aren't exactly Dodge. It looks like a BMW with a Dodge nose on it. I mean, because it's too smooth. It's not aggressive looking. So
yeah, it doesn't have the lines.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I can understand it looks like a '68 Charger, but just like with, you know, all these other retro cars, they're bloated. They're not sleek like those cars. They have to make those cars taller to fit all the crash stuff in there. So they're not exactly true retro cars. They have styling cues from them, but it's like the proportions don't work the same. And that car right there is bloated. When I was in the car the second time, I'm going like, I generally feel as though I'm in like I'm like in a journey. I feel like I'm in an actual like mini SUV that's lowered, like a lowered SUV, because the car is so tall around me.
Mm-hmm. Well, that car is like the size of a Mercedes S-Class.
Yeah,
it's the size of one.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, hell, like I'll look at the wheelbase. The wheelbase is the exact same wheelbase as a Grand Cherokee L. Like Grand Cherokee L is a 121.7 inch wheelbase. That's how long the wheelbase is in the Charger Daytona, 121. So Grand Cherokee L is only 0.7 of an inch longer than the Charger Daytona. Like that is a huge SUV. It's not a small SUV. I mean, that's like Tahoe size. That's too big. Like you can't have a vehicle that big and be a muscle car. It's way too big.
Well, okay, now that you talk about size, if they want to cut the price of the car, especially when you're talking about an EV, there's only a couple of things they can do to cut the price of the car. Number one, you take out one of the motors, because that's a dual motor car. They take out one of the motors, it drops the price. The other option is you take out some of the battery packs. Instead of having a 100 kilowatt hour battery, you drop it down to 80, like they did between the Cadillac Lyric and, say, the Honda Prologue or the Chevy Blazer. So those are two ways you could do it. Now, how people are going to respond to saying, okay, yeah, we used to have 300 miles of range, but now you're only getting like 220. You know, I think some people might not like that.
So the problem I have with the Scat Pack is the Scat Pack is nothing but a software unlocked RT. So basically the price of the RT is basically just a software locked Scat Pack. They're literally the exact same
butter. If you look at the options between those cars, the Scat Pack comes with Brembo brakes. The RT does not. The Brembo braking kit alone is between like $4,000 and $10,000. It's a high number.
Yeah,
that's number one.
So that's why I'm trying to say that they're literally software powertrain wise, they're the exact same vehicle. They just throw stuff in there to jack the price up. If they just take all that stuff out of the car, like the car is already spec'd enough to get, 670 horsepower, 250, 60 miles of range. They can put a weaker EDM in there, strip out all that nonsense in there, the upgraded seats and stuff. They can keep the battery pack the same.
So you put in manual seats, you drop the battery pack, because the most expensive part of an EV is the battery pack. So you reduce the size of the battery pack, you drop it down to just one motor, and we'll put it in the rear. So you got a rear-wheel drive Charger, whatever you want to call it, Daytona EV, whatever. And you drop it down to manual seats, and you drop it down to no glass roof. I'm not sure how much the glass roof in this case costs because it's standard for the most part. And what else? You drop out one of the screens maybe, and you only give you the middle screen like Tesla does. How about that? You drop out one of the screens, and you keep the heads-up display, and you just got one screen. How about that?
Let's see. There we go.
How do you feel about that? We chop it down.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to charge. Well, for one thing, they're going to make a GT Charger later this year. I talked to my man at Mopar Insiders about that. They're going to make a GT Charger. So they're already going to drop, chop the all-wheel drive system out of there. So no more all-wheel drive. The question is, are they going to have one rear motor or two rear motors in there, right? So, honestly, if you look, I'm about to look at the price.
Me personally, I think what they really screwed up was with the launch. They should have had that Banshee model as a quad motor, more powerful than the Lucid, like the Tesla Plaid. If they could have pulled off beating the Tesla Plaid, I think they would have had something serious there.
But the Banshee is not ready yet, so that's
I know the Banshee is vaporware.
Come out with the Scat Pack.
The Banshee is vaporware. That for right now, it's vaporware. Now, eventually, if they pull that Banshee out, and if they're able to beat the Tesla Plaid with the Banshee, then all of a sudden everybody's attitudes will change. And they'll be like, "Yeah, well, we got a car faster than Tesla now." I think that would help. Because that Tesla Plaid is a monster. Because them Demon 170s, I ain't seen a single one beat one of them Tesla Plaids.
Okay, so right now, a Charger Daytona RT is $60,000 base price.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at Ram trucks, the difference price between a 4-wheel drive and a 2-wheel drive is $4,000. So if you go ahead and just cut out all-wheel drive, that should drop the price around about $4,000. So basically, the RT would drop down to $55,000. If you basically just keep the same seats and all that stuff in there, all the same. Maybe let me see how much a glass roof it costs.
Is that even an option? Because I think that just comes when you get the plus package for $5,000. Is that really an option, or is that just like steady?
So it look like the glass option is another like $3,000 option on top of the just a steel roof. So you can basically go from like so basically you can chop up almost $10,000 if you just cut out all-wheel drive and glass. So you basically down to like 50 right there. So I mean, like I said, other stuff like maybe like you said, you drop out one of the what hell, you get rid of all-wheel drive system, you're getting rid of the EDM. So maybe that drops the cost of the all-wheel drive system down even more, maybe just $4,000 or $5,000. So maybe that's like $6,000-$7,000. So you could have like a $49,000 or $48,000 Charger Daytona with just no all-wheel drive and glass roof. Maybe you like you said, you go with maybe some cheaper pieces in the interior. Like maybe you just go with
one screen. One screen.
Well, I mean, if you want to go Tesla's route, where they got the one screen in the center, I mean that might work. That might chop off another $1,000 or $2,000.
Yeah.
So I mean, how much would you have to get rid of to get this car around like $35,000? That's the question. Because like
I think if you downsize the battery and drop one of the motors out of it, you're already down like maybe close to $8,000 at least.
Well, I mean, I don't think you honestly had to drop the battery pack down, right? I mean, I think if you cheapen some stuff around the car and leave the battery pack the same size, well hell, how big is the battery pack in a Model 3?
A Model 3 is like 89 kilowatt hours, if I'm not mistaken. Or because you got to remember, they have a new Model 3, the Highland.
Yeah.
So, the Model 3 and the Model Y, I think they share the same battery pack.
Okay, so it's saying that the Model 3 Performance uses a 75 kilowatt battery pack. So, yeah, 75. You take out 25% of the battery pack out of there. You should probably have between 30 to 35 grand. And that's like a sweet spot because that'll undercut where the Mach-E's at. I know the cheapest Mach-E is like 36 grand.
But you know what the real problem is? They want to be able to say that you get about 300 miles of range. So if that's the case, then what they need to do is they need to focus on making it more efficient. All of that extra cosmetic stuff is not making it more efficient.
Well, I mean, maybe one thing is, right, you go and actually make a narrow body version to get smaller tires to make it more sleek and aerodynamic. Like the GT should be a narrow body version of the car. Like, we do everything we can to make it more aerodynamic. Let me see.
It's a possibility. And then also you got to remember, Tesla, they can make these things as cheap as they want because they gigacast them. Dodge ain't got that kind of technology.
So they almost gained, like Tesla almost gains 20 miles of range going between a rear-wheel drive and an all-wheel drive. So you lose range with the all-wheel drive system. So, I mean, if you downsize the battery pack some, you might lose some range. We can make up for it a little bit just because you're going to have one motor pushing the car rather than two pushing the car. So,
and the other issue is tire size. If you go from 20 down to 18 or 20 down to 17, that also gives you more range regardless without changing your battery. The problem is the appearance. And that's where we get wrapped up. We get wrapped up in the appearance of the car, Well,
I mean, if it costs 30, 35 grand, who's going to really complain that much, right? Because it's like on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have the Silverado, like what was that? The base Silverado, like tradesman light looking one, the work truck looking version. That's almost 80 grand.
Yeah, but that's a truck though. With these Chargers, the first thing people do as soon as they buy one of these cars is put rims on it, if not mess with the muffler, right?
Yeah.
22s, 24s, whatever. It was like when I got my Chrysler 300, that car when I got my first Chrysler 300, it was a 2006 with the 2.7 liter V6, right? First thing I did was I bought some 22-inch wheels. I bought some 22-inch wheels for it. And dragging that 2.7 V6, man, that thing was hella slow. But once you push the rev like way high, yeah, it felt powerful then, but that thing was slow as hell. But nobody cared because it looked good.
Yeah.
That's the first thing people do. What was CJ on 32s? He bought this Charger EV. What was the first thing he did? Rims.
Yep.
So even if they saved you some range and they say, yeah, well, we can get you 350 miles range by going from 20 to 17, first thing you're going to do is throw wheels on it. So you're going right back to the 300 miles.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the most obvious problem with the Charger Daytona is just the weight. It weighs too much for what it is. And the problem that they did with this multi-energy platform nonsense that they did is that this car is not a master of one thing. It is a okay in everything, right? It's not great EV because it was designed to actually hold gasoline cars. Gasoline cars aren't that worried about being efficient compared to an electric car, where efficiency is like number one thing to get range. Right. So it's like this car is like inherently just this doesn't make sense. Multi-energy, like if it was multi-energy to where it was a gasoline car and a hybrid, that would make sense because you're not necessarily worried that much for a hybrid in range because you can just simply just refill the gas tank up and use that generator to recharge the battery pack.
Well, let me ask you: have you sat inside of a Tesla Model S Plaid?
I sat inside like a regular Model S.
Have you sat inside of a Lucid Sapphire?
No, I haven't. I've never even seen one in person.
Understand, this Charger is much larger than those cars. Like physically, it's much. This car is the size of an S-Class. Like this car.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. This car is literally the size of a 3-row SUV. This car is literally the same size as a Grand Cherokee L.
I don't have a problem with it being this size and that weight. And the reason why is my Cadillac Lyric basically is the same size and weight as this car is. The difference is I have 4 doors. My car is actually a little bit longer, but we weigh the same thing. With the driver, it's 6,000 pounds. And I have the same size battery as this car. Now, those Tesla Model S's have a smaller battery pack for one, and the car itself, I can't fit in that car. Like it's too uncomfortable. The Lucid Sapphire has a big back seat, but the front seat is cramped for me. This Charger has such a large front seat, and it has, because it was designed to be a 4-door car too, but it has such a large front seat area, it's actually easy for me to get in and out of there, but I can't easily...
Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of like the purpose of SUV. For people who necessarily can't fit in cars, you go buy an SUV. And basically, the Wagoneer S is basically a Charger, just shorter wheelbase, but it gets the same exact range, and basically it gets the same exact 0 to 60 with less horsepower. Like, they could have made this car into a Journey SUV, basically just made it taller, called a Journey, and no one would have cared that it doesn't beat everything in its class. This car would have been perfect as a Journey, but that's what I'm saying. It should have been a Journey, and then they should have only designed the Challenger, well, not Challenger, but the Charger to be a 6-pack car, because they already knew that their fan base did not want EVs. So just make EVs out of your SUVs. The Journey should have been an EV. They should have brought the Journey back. Because if you have
that was another case of stupid planning, because I actually liked the Journey. As far as anytime I had to take my Jeep SRT in, I usually ended up getting a Journey as a loaner. And the Journey was a pretty cool car because it had basically all the same features as my Jeep SRT did.
Yeah.
The only downside was most people, they didn't like it for various reasons. Now, one thing that Journey did really well, if you go over potholes, you don't feel them. Like that car, that thing was amazing over potholes. With whatever size wheels it had, it was amazing over potholes.
Yeah. So that's what I was talking to Rob about earlier, going like, honestly, they should never have made the Charger Daytona. They should have just brought the Journey back, and instead of giving it the Journey name, they could have gave it the Stealth name, because they were supposed to make the Durango the Stealth name. But honestly, they could bring a Stealth back now as a SUV and have it based off of maybe the Cherokee. Because they're bringing a Cherokee in as a EV or hybrid or whatever. So they can rebadge a vehicle for Dodge and make it right around the same size as the Journey. And no one would care if it had 400 horsepower and 0 to 60 is 4 seconds, 4.5 seconds. No one would care. Everyone cares about this right here because no one asks for an electric Challenger or Charger. Because even Ford saw the writing on the wall. No one wants an electric Mustang. They was talking about doing it, but they was like, nah, we're not going to do it because no one wants it. No one wants an electric Mustang. Even people didn't even want the electric Mach-E Mustang. But now people got to the point that now it's the Mach-E is actually a pretty decent electric vehicle because it's cheap and it performs pretty decently. It performs just as good as a regular, EcoBoost Mustang, and it's even faster than an EcoBoost Mustang. But that's honestly what Dodge should have did. They should have basically followed what Ford did. Ford basically took a little mid-sized SUV, called it a Mustang, make it an EV only, and it's pretty good and it's pretty cheap, and it keeps the V8s in the actual Mustang. If they were going to go ahead and still get rid of the actual V8 out of the Charger, they could have still had Hurricanes, but they could have just, instead of making an EV Charger, make an EV Journey. They could make an EV Journey and call it a Magnum.
Yeah, well, I hear what you're saying. It's just that I really think that in their minds they felt that they needed to kill off the Hellcat and kill off the Hemi. I guess they felt that if this is the direction we're going, we need to just jump in the pool, jump in the deep end. And in retrospect, that was probably a stupid idea. Especially, not giving. But see, I think where they really, really went wrong was not phasing these things in slowly. Ford phased the Mach-E in alongside its other Mustangs, right?
Yeah.
And that's where they screwed up. They didn't phase this thing in properly. And I can kind of give them, okay, you had COVID, you had the Ukraine war, and now you got this issue with China. I can kind of give them that, so I can kind of be a little empathetic. But again, the phase in was terrible. Like it was stupid. First of all, and I told the dealers this. I was like, you know what you really should do? Y'all should have like a party where you launch the car and you let people actually drive it.
Yeah.
You know, to try to get them on, because a lot of people want EVs right now. You know, and a lot of people, because Elon Musk is doing the Nazi stuff, a lot of people don't want a Tesla, and they'll buy anything else. They're buying Honda Prologues, they're buying Acura ZDXs. So the reality is, electric is the ultimate future of the car, one way or another. It's like, this is the ultimate future of the car. So I guess they said, you know what, let the cuts begin with us.
Yeah,
you
but
know,
I bet you majority of people who are buying these EVs are buying EV SUVs.
Well, if the
really
EVs that are being made, but that's the problem. If the companies don't make EV cars and they make EV crossovers or SUVs, then they're not giving you that choice about making whether you buy a car or not. That's the problem.
Well, I mean,
they're
people
not
have
giving
the
you
choice
that
now
choice.
of buying an oversized EV two-door vehicle, and they're not buying it. So,
Well, no, but eventually you're going to get to a point where there's no choice at all. Like, you think about it. If they kill off the Charger Hellcats and they kill off the Challenger Hellcats completely, and they kill off all of the V8s, but you still want a car, you're going to have a very simple choice to make. Either I buy Dodge or I don't. But the thing about it is, there's nothing else that you can get that was even remotely like that old product. So the reality is, you're going to go forward with an EV one way or another. The question is, who's going to give you the better price?
Tesla.
Well, Tesla has everybody beat right now, because I went and I saw that new Model Y. That Model Y is going to sell like hotcakes. They're going to easily sell like 400,000 of those in the first year, easily.
Mm-hmm. I mean, because hell, there's a reason why they redesigned the Model Y so much, because that's the number one selling EV in the world, and that's and it's not even close. Like, I think they sell over like 1.5 million units a year. That's crazy.
Oh yeah. But that Model 3 and that Model Y are their bread and butter. If they stop making the S and the X, nobody would miss them.
Nope.
It's that and they can't stop making the S because the S is their Halo car for the most part.
Yeah. So that's the point. They have a Halo vehicle to bring people into the door. Like, we got the fastest EV. We also got the most economical EVs. They have a nice range, a nice mix. Cars and not even full SUVs. They're basically crossovers. It's like cars and crossovers. That's all they got. Cars and crossovers.
Yeah.
So it's
and with Tesla though, you got to give them credit. That Model S Plaid, the mere fact that you can race a Lamborghini Revuelto or a Reventine or a Murcielago or an Aventador and beat them, the mere fact that you can do that in a quarter mile for less than $100,000, that's unbelievable. That Lucid Sapphire costs too much.
Yeah, and this Charger Daytona can't even beat, like, I swear, I don't think it can beat a regular Hellcat. A Hellcat
in the quarter mile. But here's the problem: because the Hellcat spins its wheels a lot. If you're going up against somebody who hasn't properly prepped the car and doesn't really know how to race, and you're on the street or something, I actually really do believe that the Scat Pack because you got to understand, if they're the ones who built the thing and they've tested it and they know the numbers, chances are, you could probably beat a Hellcat in that quarter mile. The thing about it is, these electric cars don't have top speeds anywhere near 200 miles unless you get a Tesla Plaid.
I mean, I'm not even talking about even a quarter mile. I'm just thinking up to like zero, like going to 100 miles an hour. Like, I fully believe that literally any gasoline car can beat the Charger Daytona 0 to 100 on a regular street. Because I was telling Rob earlier, like, I can go look down at the dash and I can count every number it goes up: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 100. If I go do the same thing in my Demon, it goes 0, 5, 9, 15, 25, 35, 45, 85, 95. It skips. That's fast. When the car is going so fast, it has to skip numbers. Is
it the Scat Pack that was supposed to be the Hellcat killer, or is it the Banshee that was supposed to be the Hellcat killer?
Because that's one thing that Matt says. The Scat Pack can be the Hellcat because it has a 3.3 seconds 0 to 60. And a Hellcat is supposed to be what 4.5 seconds, but that's a lie because, like, I know. A Hellcat can make maybe like a 4.2 or 4.3. So this car necessarily is not going to kill a Hellcat. It's going to just barely beat it. But like you said, but that's what they claim. But it's like in actuality, when you feel the car, it feels slower than a Hellcat. And I know for a fact a TRX can beat this.
Well, but you know what? The one thing that the guy who was before me, he said about the car itself, one of the reasons why it feels slower probably, and you remember how he said he spent so much time speeding that he didn't realize it. First of all, these cars are quieter than a Hellcat. A Hellcat is a loud car.
Yeah.
And it gets louder and louder and louder as you get to 50. But we associate speed with sound. So if you're in a car that is super quiet and it doesn't connect you to the road because you got electric steering, yeah, I can totally understand how you're saying that. Yeah, it feels slow, but my only thing is if they've tested it and they literally said these are the numbers, I will have to put them side by side. Like, let's get a stock Hellcat and put it up against a stock Scat.
No. But what I'm saying is, like, you know, when they say that the actual Scat Pack does a 3.3 second 0 to 60, they're obviously doing it on a prep track. They do everything they can to put the car in the best situation to get the fastest time possible.
Okay.
So that 3.3 seconds is not what it's going to do on the street. But I know from somebody who actually drag races, who was actually one of the guys there at the event. He gave me a draggy time, and he said that charter Daytona he was driving, it 0 to 60 on the street, just a regular old street, with 3.9 seconds. And I know for my TRX can do a 3.9 on the street because of the all-wheel drive system. I mean, it's heavy just like a charter Daytona, but it has literally, like, when I was in that car, it felt slightly slower than my TRX. My TRX is fast. Like this is a Ram 1500 truck. TRX is a Ram 1500 truck. I know how fast my TRX was because that was pretty damn fast. Because going from a Hellcat to a TRX is like, you know, a world of difference, and especially speed. Like even being, so I've been in big vehicles that's big and fast, and I 100% believe that from 0 to 100, a TRX can probably beat this car in a 0 to 100. Damn sure a track car can.
Doesn't the TRX have like a top speed of like 120?
No, 118.
118. Okay, so I was close.
Tires. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, but my thinking is, it's like this is all-wheel drive, and versus a Hellcat on the exact same surface. Again, I'd have to see these cars perform side by side. That's the only way to be sure.
Yeah. So, but it's like, you know, with the Hellcat, granted, you had to have the perfect situation for them to run against one another. But once that perfect time happens, I fully believe a Hellcat will beat this. If it was a TRX, a Tracker, or Durango Hellcat, I can pretty much put money on this that those three vehicles will beat this car every single time from 0 to like 100.
Well, so a couple of people have them, so we need to get them racing.
And that's the one thing that pissed me off about this freaking Motor Trend video. Motor Trend had they had a Charter Daytona and they had a Mustang Dark Horse. They had both these suckers in this video. And literally, I'm thinking, okay, because the thumbnail is pretty going like, oh yeah, this might be good. Charter Daytona versus Mustang Dark Horse. And you thinking they're going to drag race these things. They didn't, and they got in the thumbnail, these cars running side by side. They never drag race either car in the video. Whole like 13 minutes, 0 drag races. Only thing they doing is driving the Mustang, talking about it, and then driving in the Charger, talking about it. Then they're going like, oh, well, Dodge lied. Well, this car, we tested 3.2 seconds. I'm like, dude, like, you're literally telling me that y'all tested this some other time, and then that car is 3.2 seconds. Like, show me. Like, that's obviously drag strip time. But show me how it is on the street. Because a lot of times when they do these tests, they do them on the street. When say car driver tests his car at this speed or test at this speed. Because a lot of times, like what the TRX, for example, Ram said that the TRX is 4.5 seconds, 0 to 60. But car drivers say we got 3.7 out of a TRX. That's how I know how fast a TRX is on the street. I mean, I've owned a TRX. I know 3.8, 3.9 in North Carolina is what a TRX will run. So that's what I'm going like.
Is that Dark Horse? Is that manual?
It was. I think they didn't necessarily show it, but I'm pretty sure it was an automatic dark horse. But a dark horse can get like a I think like a 3.7 something like that. I think. Let me see. Mustang dark horse 0 to 60. Because like I'm almost certain, yeah, a Mustang dark horse can hit 0 to 60 in 3.7 seconds with an automatic. That's I don't know if that's the. Let me see. That's what it tested. Oh, it says tested. Yeah. So that's what they tested that as. So so that's what I'm going like. The dark horse might beat this car, but they don't want to show that because Motor Trend and Dodge, they're like Ace Boone Coons. Like Motor Trend does all of Dodge's events where they do all the filming and all that stuff for them. Like whenever Motor Trend tried to go demonetize a bunch of videos on my channel because I was using footage from the Demon 170 event, I literally talked to Dodge on the phone. They gave me the number to the head of legal for Motor Trend, and I talked to him on the phone. And literally within like 5-10 minutes, he's like, "Look, tell me what videos, and we'll demonetize for you, as a favor for Dodge." And I'm going like, yeah, these dudes are like neck and neck friends. So they're never going to make a video that's going to embarrass this car against Dodge. So
here's the question: with this Scat Pack versus Dark Horse video, did they actually put the cars side by side and race them? Because I don't see that.
No, they only did it for the thumbnail.
Yeah, that's stupid.
They never raced the car. They got both cars right there in the video. They're literally on a backcountry road. They don't do no draggy time in either one of the cars. They just basically say while they're sitting in the Charger, oh well Dodge lied. This car don't do 3.3 seconds 0 to 60. It does 3.2 that we tested. I'm going like, why didn't you film that?
Because I'll tell you another thing. When you look at the Wagoneer S, I keep hearing these car reviewers, quote unquote car reviewers, they keep comparing the Wagoneer S to the Trackhawk. And I'm like, wait a minute, the Trackhawk is a goddamn monster when you drive that thing. Like, there's no way that Wagoneer S is faster than that.
But based on specs,
based on the paper,
they said that the Wagoneer S is 0.1 seconds faster than a Trackhawk. That's what they said.
But that's only to 60 though, right?
Yeah, that's on 60. Yeah.
Yeah, because somebody's lying. Somebody's lying.
That's what I'm saying. They're only going to give us track tested times, and you're not going to ever see these reviewers, especially these big publications like Car and Driver, Motor Trend. They're never going to actually put that in a video because that's going to tarnish their relationship with Dodge. Like maybe somebody like me or like somebody who's like not an actual publication
who doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Somebody who doesn't mind not getting invited to their track drives.
Because kind of like with the Ford GT, right? The Ford GT is not exactly the fastest $1 million car, right? So that's why you don't necessarily see a lot of videos with Ford GTs racing anything, the new one, right? It was already like crazy how you saw like one video where it was racing against a a Z06, and it was beating the Z06. Well, I mean, it's hell. I mean, it should be the Z06, but is that your benchmark? It's $1 million car. How does it compete against other Ferraris and Lamborghinis? Like, why is it beating up on a Z06? They're not nowhere near the same price category. It's like sometimes these people, they hide how slow a car really is. Like, I think the Ford GT is a slow car.
Now, it's crazy. If you look at just about any other video on this Motor Trend channel, they've got two cars side by side actually racing.
Exactly.
So I'm like, how are you putting these two cars together? And like everybody should comment bomb Motor Trend and be like, yo, where's the race? Where do I fast forward to the race? Everybody should do that because this is like stupid. I just did it. If you look at refresh, you'll see the first comment I put. I'm probably the first comment there. Where's the race? If you look, I just put that there.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the comments right now.
But no, I don't see anybody else typing that. Like I'm the first person who put it. Yeah, where's the race at?
Yeah, well, hell, I see somebody saying about what a stupid comparison. The Mustang wins.
Yeah, where's the race? Like that's stupid.
Oh yeah, I see somebody right here going the same thing. No drag race.
Yeah. They got the Aventador versus the Bugatti Chiron, which is like their #1 video in popularity. And meanwhile, they actually race those two. But I went through this entire video, like I went through it real quick.
The dude
There's
said
no
the
race.
EV vibrator is not a muscle car.
EV vibrator.
Yeah, it's pretty hilarious, man. But like, I'm going like, man, how do you have this? Like, everyone would love to know that this would be a #1 video right here if you could show how fast this car is against a Charter Daytona. But I guarantee you, if this car could actually beat a Charter Daytona could actually beat a Mustang, they would have did that race. But I don't think this car can beat a Mustang, even with the all-wheel drive advantage. I don't think they could. Unless they would have showed it.
Somebody's gonna, I guess, drag times, or somebody is who just doesn't, who's unbiased, is just gonna have to get their hands on one, and they're gonna have to find somebody to put it on like a drag track so you can actually see. Because you're not gonna get the truth any other way.
Yeah, so I mean, that's part of the problem, right? No one's really gonna buy this car in the first place, so you're not necessarily exactly going to get an actual.
Yeah, but why you keep saying that? But there's dudes who are posting their videos of them taking their cars. Socket Monkey got his. There's another dude I saw this morning. He got an RT model. In fact, I just passed by Garden City Jeep Chrysler. I saw somebody buying a red one, taking it off the lot.
Yeah, but I mean, like, no big creator, like, no one's going to actually see
CJ on 32s.
But he's not posting videos about it every day. He just a dude. He just buy a car, put wheels on it, sit it to the side, and he might bring it out once every 10, 15 videos.
Right.
Because
I don't even know if he really owns those things.
I mean, hell, he could lease them all. I don't know. Like, hell, a lot of people pretend like they own a car and they lease it.
No, I don't have a problem with people leasing them. My thing is, I don't think all those cars are his at all. I don't think they're leases or finances, honestly. He only has like a million subs.
Well, I mean, there are companies out there that'll let you lease vehicles like that, and you can lease as many vehicles as you want through them. They don't do credit bureau checks. If you got the cash, you can drop like 20, 30 grand, and you can lease whatever you want.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So I know certain YouTubers, they'll have like 10, 15 leases through them, and they'll keep on hang on to the car, and then boop, the car disappears. So they got companies that like that. So whenever I see a YouTuber have a huge car collection, I always automatically assume they have a lease through one of these companies, because to own that many cars, you had to make a lot more money than YouTube would ever pay you.
Exactly. Oh, and one other thing, I don't know if you actually touched on it. What the Dodge dealers are basically doing with these cars is, if you buy one of these cars, they actually give you the home charger, and they give you like installation credits or something to have it installed. As long as you have that, you're fine. Because what Dodge doesn't have is they don't have a partnership with anybody like EVgo or Electrify America for free charging credits, right? Even with my Cadillac came with 2 years free on EVgo. It's not the best network by far. It's just that I drive 1,000 miles a month and I don't pay at all for energy. I don't basically I can go there anytime I want, charge the car. I don't pay for it for the first 2 years.
Well,
but Dodge doesn't have that.
I could have sworn with these chargers, you had the option of either getting the home charger with the credit, or you'll get like monthly credits. Like you get like an actual amount, like $600, $500, something like that.
It was like I think at one point it was $750, but they had changed, and they're trying to push the home charger at this point, which is fine by me, because if you use this as a daily driver, you're fine. As long as you have the home charger and the Tesla adapter, you can pretty much drive anywhere you want. You don't have to worry, because there's Tesla superchargers everywhere.
Yeah.
But the dealers don't understand this car, because they don't understand EVs. They don't even know how to sell these things. They really don't. And I was actually talking to the manager, because I have a manager, and he actually wants me to come and make videos with the store in order to help him advertise. And I talk to him all the time. And I'm like, yeah, you guys, there's a certain way you have to explain this to the customer. Because as long as you sell that Tesla adapter and you sell that home charger, whoever buys one of these things is fine. But the second that they have to line up in a public charger behind like a bunch of other cars, they'll hate that car. They'll hate the ground that car drives on.
Mm-hmm.
But other than, it's not terrible, because you got to understand that it's a city car. It's really a city car. This is not a road car. This is a city car. This is for people who live just like me, and you got to drive it to Manhattan. You got to go down to Wall Street, and you want to have a car that looks like a Challenger, but you don't want to pay the gas fees. That's what this is. It's a city car.
It's a slow ass city car. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, listen, we've got cameras here that give you tickets as soon as you pass 25 miles an hour.
I don't know where I live at.
Look, we get tickets in the mail for 40 miles an hour here. If you pass 38 miles an hour, you're absolutely getting a ticket in the mail.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it sucks. It really, really sucks.
Yeah, I ain't got that problem here. The good thing about living in North Carolina, we ain't that damn sophisticated yet.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I'm just waiting for that Wagoneer to come in. I want to drive that Wagoneer. I want to see what that's like. To me, it looks like it's a 4xe on steroids, but I just want to drive it.
Yeah, shoot. When I was talking to the dealers today, they were saying that they've been selling that, like, they got 3 in and sold all 3 of them within like 2-3 days. People were
Those people, they were pre-orders. But you got to understand that car is actually.
Oh no, he was saying that people came in, saw it, and bought it.
Yeah, the Wagoneer S is actually a really good deal because if you compare that to a fully loaded 4xe, the Wagoneer S has more stuff than that. The inside of it almost looks like a Range Rover. It's got that's one of the few cars where you get heated, ventilated, and massage seats up front, and you get heated, cooled seats in the back. Like, that's one of the few cars. And then you have the passenger display, you got the panel roof, you got a heads-up display, you got a digital backup camera for your mirror. And then on top of that, you have the HVAC system is a retractable system. That thing is really nice. Like, it's if you slapped Range Rover on it, people would be like, yeah, I got to get the new Range Rover. Like, that thing is actually really nice, and I actually really want to drive it. I really want to drive it. You know, we need to have more thumbs down on that video because, in fact, I'm going to go through it right now.
38. They deserve like 300 thumbs down.
Let me help out. I just gave it one. There you go. Where's the race at? That's my question. Where's the race?
Like
we're review bombing them. If everybody here goes to that channel right now and puts a thumbs down because there's no race, then we'll have 67 more thumbs down. So if everybody who's listening right now could do that, please go there and ask them where's the race at. I can't believe these people. Like,
I'm telling you,
stop lying
because they're going to hold Dodge as pom poms because they're real cool with Dodge. So they're not going to make this car look bad in front of Dodge. So it's like, you know, to me this car is just not fast. So and they know it's not fast. So they're going to just quote the actual track time of this vehicle, but not that many people are going to actually. No one of big stature is going to buy this car because every big time reviewer who has 500,000 subs and higher, no one said they would buy this vehicle. And so if you have all those people saying not to buy it or they wouldn't buy it, put the money where the mouth is, who's gonna go buy one and race it against current product? That's what Dodge's marketing campaign should be. They should take this car and someone like, let's say, Demonology, he should go take this car and race against literally any Scat Pack, Hellcat, Red Eye, any other, $80,000 car, Mustangs, whatever, like, or whatever. Go race against those vehicles and basically show everybody, like, damn, this car's fast as hell. Like, damn, this car can beat all that stuff. But they're not going to do that because the car's not fast. They know it's not fast. And honestly, I think it might not be fast because, well, part of it is they can't overcome the weight. Second part is I think there's a software issue. Like, I should not step on the gas and then wait for the power to build up. It almost acts like it's an inline 6 programming in there.
Well, I understand something. These the Hummer, the Escalade IQ, and the GMC Sierra and the Chevy Silverado, all of those things weigh basically like 9,000 pounds, and they do 0 to 60 pretty damn fast. So you can overcome the weight. It's just that you have to throw a lot of power at it. But you can overcome it. Like these things weigh 9,000 pounds now.
Yeah, I mean,
you can overcome the weight. You just have to have, like, even the Rivian. I drove the Rivian R1S. That thing is fast as hell because it's got quad motors. You know, if they come out with that Banshee and they do quad motors or they do tri motors, they might have something, because all they really have to do is beat Tesla. And if you can beat that Tesla Plaid, you're home free.
I mean, honestly, this car didn't have to beat a Tesla. All it had to do was beat just the base Model S. That's it. It can't beat the base Model S. That's the problem. For the same price range, that's who they should have benchmarked against. They should have had a Tesla Model S and a Model 3 Performance. If you can't beat those damn cars, you got to drop the damn price. You can't.
I'd be going up against the Plaid. You know what they say? If you're gonna come for the king, you best not miss. Well, I'm going after the Plaid.
Well, no. The problem is they can't compete with the Plaid. They cannot compete with the Plaid because the Plaid is tri-motor. This is a dual motor. So right. you gotta stick to what you can do. So what they should have did was benchmark this car this car against a regular Model S, which is basically a 2-motor car, and a Model 3 Performance. It has to beat those two cars. If it can't beat those two cars, you might as well have just called this car the RT. Don't give it a Scat Pack name, and then just make like Stage Kit 2 basically be whatever the Stage Kit 2 is for the Scat Pack that it is now. But I mean that's part of the problem. Like they jacked the price up on this car, and this car can't beat stuff. Like, I mean, honestly, the only way I would buy this car if it was like 60 grand. If it was 60 grand, then okay, the Scat Pack. If it was 60 grand out the door, like fully loaded like that, it makes sense. But not at no $85,000.
Well, that's another misstep. Look at who they're targeting. They're targeting Hellcat owners. They're targeting what they believe is that you're going to come in trying to buy a new car, and you're going to come in with a Hellcat or a Scat Pack wide body or something because you're going to get bored with it, and they think that you're going to shift into this. But if they're targeting the upper end of Dodge buyers, and that's a stupid move right there. They should be targeting the lower end at 50,000 or less.
But I mean, the problem is the car costs so much, so they can't target them. So they have to target people who normally spend that much money, people who overspent on Scat Packs, Hellcats, Red Eyes, Super Stocks. But the problem is their marketing campaign ain't making it to the point to where they're showing people this car can beat those cars. No one knows that these cars can beat those cars because everyone's afraid to show it. And that's what I'm thinking. They know this car cannot beat those cars. They know they can't because they would have shown it. Because just like with the, I forgot about this commercial, but they had a Wagoneer S racing against a Model Y. And they showed that drag race in a commercial with Raph Giles. Because that car can beat a Model Y.
Okay.
But this car can't beat anything, so that's why they won't put it in the commercial. It can't even beat a Model 3 Performance that's 20 grand cheaper. But they'll have the Wagoneer S go beat up on a Model Y Tesla.
They're probably a base Model Y.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, at least the actual visual is there that this Model Y, this Wagoneer S can beat a Model Y. The visual, and then they said on there, this vehicle is more powerful, or not more powerful, it is faster than a Trackhawk. They put the visuals in there to get you to go like, oh man, like people go into the dealership going like, look, I can go buy this EV that's faster than a Trackhawk. Like, and it can beat the most popular or the most sold EV in the world. It can beat it. You don't have that same visual for the Daytona. So the only thing they see when people go cross shop this Daytona right now, all these YouTube videos of all these big influencers, all saying this car's slow, all saying that. And I mean, honestly, I wanted to go and try to go and lease one, but the lease rates are horrible too. Like, even for like Stellantis employees, because one of my buddies sent me a screenshot because I said the same thing to him. Like, look, y'all could probably get this car cheaper than everybody else. He like, man, shoot, it's like $750 for us to lease a Scat Pack for like 1 year. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, because they get the leases at the same rate that Stellantis employees get their leases. And the lease rates for Stellantis employees is terrible. You're not even going to see Stellantis employees getting these cars. That's how bad the lease rates is. So, so it's really going to be up to the dealers to give a way better lease rate because, the car just cost too much. And banks,
weren't they doing like 0% financing for like 72 months or something on these cars? This and the Wagoneer S?
Yeah, but I mean, how many people qualify for that though, right? I mean, a lot of people
anybody who's going to buy an $80,000 car, I would have to imagine that, you put you put down $7,000 and it's yours. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Like as far don't just assume that if they have bad credit that they can't get it, because I've seen these dealers, they will work magic with numbers. If they think that they can get the money, they'll work magic.
Well, I mean, they'll try, but not necessarily mean they're gonna get 0%. I mean,
and keep in mind they're getting the financing is coming from Stellantis itself, and Stellantis is getting their ass hammered.
I mean, right? Stellantis will probably give them a low interest rate. I don't know about 0%.
No, they said 0. they said 0%, 72 months. It was 10,000 miles, and I think it was like $7,000 down with your tax, dealer fees, and all that.
I mean, Stellantis probably work with them. They might not necessarily get the same deal, but I mean, not everybody qualifies for a lease. But I mean, like I said, they might on this car since they're getting hammered on this. But I'm like, I don't even know if I even want to even lease one now because first when I tried to do this was before I actually got one. I'm going like, damn, like I keep asking Dodge for a review unit. And then I'm going like, man, let me see if I can just get one on a lease for like a year. Because I knew my buddies from the UAWs, they're like, yeah, we can get these on a lease for like a year. It's usually like $300-$400 for really any vehicle. So that's why they, all these dudes be leasing like pickup trucks and Wagoneers and all this stuff. They lease all the expensive stuff because it's way cheaper for them. But then when it came to this car, I'm like, oh god, it's like $750 a damn month for this. Like, oh,
$750. I was paying $1,000. What was it? I was paying $1,060 for a Hellcat back in 2016.
Yeah, but I mean, how many miles you can have in a year?
12,000.
Yeah, so this is where it was 10,000. I'm going like, and this supposed to be for an actual employee.
Right.
That's what employee discount. I'm like, oh god,
that's kind of hurt.
Yeah, that's ugly. Exactly. And then like Stellantis won't even let them lease an RT. It's only Scat Pack only.
Wow.
Yeah. They won't. Yeah.
Well, you know what? That's because the residual value is going to be shit. Because as any EV owner knows, you're going to lose half your value. You're going to lose half your value within like the first year.
Yeah. So I'm going like, shoot. I mean, hell, I guarantee by the time summertime is going to happen, a lot of these guys are going to lose half the value within 6 months.
Yeah, but that's why I leased my Cadillac, because I didn't know, I wasn't sure whether or not I wanted to finance it. And depreciation I'm not too worried about because I could always just refinance the car and keep it. But
Rob, depreciation. Hey, Rob, you still back? You ready to come back in, Rob?
Rob, he's the guy who was here before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I mean, all he has to do is just jump in the same link, and it'll throw him in the room too.
Yeah, EV. There's nothing that depreciates faster than a luxury electric vehicle.
Rob says $27,000 residual value on stage 2 in 3 years.
Yeah, that's about half. That's about half.
Hell, that's like a third.
Okay, yeah, all right.
A third.
Wow,
you lose a third of your value. Golly.
Well, you also have to factor in the $7,500 tax credit.
Well, I mean, hell, that's if you get it, because I don't know if Trump going to have it gone by the time you get your car.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, that's true. I don't know if he's already taken it away. But
hey, Rob, all you gotta do is just jump on the same link that I sent you. It'll throw you right in his room, so you'll pop up in here when you get home. He said he'll be home about 15 minutes.
Cool says, why are these cars so expensive? It's all new technology. It's like they're going to make back their R&D costs.
I mean, hell, like honestly, they shouldn't even have any more R&D costs because they've already basically jacked up the prices across the board that paid this stuff back, and then now they don't got to pay cost of errors. That $25 million damn nest egg. a lot of that R&D costs should be made back, but I mean, they had to actually. See, that was a problem, right? A lot of this stuff is squarely on Carlos Tavares, because Carlos Tavares, he basically tried to go around this whole nonsense with the EVs because he had his contract that he had to get a certain amount of EVs in the U.S. market by December 31st of 2025 this year. Then he also had in there where he had to get so much open cash flow for this company, so that's why he fired like. This dude literally fired 20% of his workforce in the US and Europe and replaced them with people from like India, the Philippines to work on these cars. These people don't have autonomous software vehicles in those regions. These people have like, I think what the number one selling vehicle in like India stuff is like a little motorcycle, right? Like a moped or whatever, right? So it's like they don't have autonomous vehicles in India. One article that I read, it was basically saying that Stellantis had to go and hire engineers from Paris, send them over to India to teach the Indian workers how to work on autonomous vehicles, and then fire those Paris workers again. And then those same Indian workers had to go fly over to Detroit in Canada to go and work on the lines to go fix these electric vehicles. So it's like these dudes are having like a crash course and trying to work on electric vehicles. And Carlos Tavares fired the actual workers who actually was working on these projects. He fired 20% of his workforce to replace them with workers that never worked on the stuff before, who was like a third of the price, because he needed an extra capital cash flow for this company to have. So there's a lot of nonsense that was going on that Carlos Tavares did in order to get that extra 25 million nest egg that he had. So software issues 100% is on him because he rushed his cars way too long, way too much. Like these cars should have been released in maybe summertime of this year. They still need time to bake. They still need time to be refined. This is an unrefined product, and I just like he just couldn't he couldn't allow these cars to come out in the summertime because he wouldn't have met his first benchmark for the 25 million because he had to reach one benchmark by December 31st of 2025. Then he had a second one in December 31st of 2030. But he couldn't get the 2030 benchmark of $25 million unless he reached the first one by this year. So he had to push these cars out. He had to stop this company from buying emissions credits because that would have took away from the money that these guys had that went towards his payroll for his bonuses. So a lot of stuff is going wrong is because of him. He pushed the stuff going on, and then you have like Tim Knisis, he bounced because like I don't know this for sure, but I'm pretty sure Tim Knisis had other car projects coming to Dodge, and I'm pretty sure that Tavares canceled those projects. And Tim Knisis probably got so pissed off at Tavares, keep canceling the stuff that he's been working on, tarnishing his legacy and all that stuff. And then he just said, bump this, I'm out, I'm done, and dipped out. Like he got pissed off, and he was talking to Inda, because you look at his body language in that video that I keep sharing of him at Investor Day in March. You look at his body language, like he was like, man, I'm tired. He's like, I'm sick of this crap type body language. And then basically 60, 90 days later, I'm out. I put my 2 weeks notice in and I'm out. And then within 6 days of Tavares gone, Knisis is back. And then within, a few weeks of that, V8 Gones is un-American. Within, a few days of that, oh, well, we're not going to rule out V8's coming back. So definitely, Tavares is to blame for a lot of this stuff.
Oh, I absolutely agree. It basically sounds like you're building a case against him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I got a whole video that I'm working on because, he fired 10% of his workforce in the U.S. He fired another 10% in Europe. Why would you fire 20% of your workforce when you're trying to bring out 48 EVs? You're firing the same people that works on this stuff. You fire 20% across the board, North America, Europe, and then you replace them with workers from a region that don't have autonomous vehicles. Like what? like it's like driving the Charger Daytona. You can see why there's like these little glitches here and there. Like the car is there. It's like I don't agree with the size of it, but it if it has to exist, there are certain things about it that needs to be better. Like little creature comforts that I'm like, okay, if it was like for some reason there's a delay when you hit the gas pedal, something needs to be programmed out of there. I think that's programming. There's some kind of delay in that car for it to not to feel fast. It feels way too slow. I should not be looking at the gauge cluster, looking at it count each individual numbers to 60, going like, because I mean, if you're going to pretend to be my Demon 170 or any other Hellcat, those numbers skip 1, 4, 9, 15, 24, 32, 45, 95. Like it skips. It don't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever. It's like it's building up to speed. So I don't know whether or not those motors can't take the sudden like snap in order to give you that violent launch. Maybe that's what it is. These motors can't take a violent launch like a Hemi car can, and that's why it just has to gradually build a speed, and then eventually it's like once you get from 0 to like 10, 15, it's slow, and then once you get 15, 20, 30, 45, then it's like an inline 6 car. To me, an inline 6 car is slow off the launch. Then it just gradually builds into speed. That's what this car feel like. It feel like it's a inline 6 car pretending to be an electric car. I mean, that's basically what it feels like. Because, like I said, it's not really it's the size that makes it feel slow. It feels slow because it's not like it doesn't launch me in the back of my seat. Like I never felt the sensation to get launched in my seat. Like I went and test drove the Hummer EV. Like I literally left out of the Dodge dealership and right beside it.
I saw your video.
Dealership. Yeah, so I test drove that Hummer EV. That launched me in the girl in the seat. And I mean, of course, yeah, okay, I get it. It's 1,000 horsepower, but it's also like 9,000 pounds. So it's a very close comparison in terms of size to weight, but it handles its acceleration a lot better than the Charger Daytona did. And that car. Because it wasn't you the one who said that if the car is under 80%, it doesn't have all the horsepower to it?
Well, that may have been a software issue. So basically what I was saying is the power shot under certain circumstances doesn't work, because what I was hearing was that power shot may not work if you have the stage 2. And I also had heard things about whether or not it works under 80% charge.
Yeah.
What I do know is with just about any electric performance vehicle, once you're below 80% charge, typically you don't get the full power. And that's something that even exists among Tesla and Lucid Sapphires. They have cheetah mode for the Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
And but as far as the power shot button, again, I actually heard somebody say that if you have the stage 2 or something, it doesn't even work. And I think it works absolutely on the stage 1. But there's a lot of that stuff could be programmed out by software. Like I could be saying something, and then an update changes it.
I want to say it was either Throttle House video, or it was either Throttle House or Straight Pipes. One of those two videos. They were saying in there when they pushed the power shot, and I think they said they talked to an engineer that when they put the stage 2 kit on there, the power shot button, like if the car was regular stage, like base car stage 1, the extra 40 horsepower is what they used to actually get the power from the stage kit 2. So once they put stage 2 kit in the car, the power shot basically becomes useless because the car is already unlocked to the horsepower that the power shot unlocks for 10 seconds. So that's why I can't remember if it was Throttle House video or was it
I know what you're talking about, because I think it might have been Throttle House, but I'd have to go back and rewatch it, because it's like even when I finish with you on this video, I'm gonna go watch that Motor Trend video all the way through, all 13 seconds or 13 minutes of it, but
it might as well
with no drag race,
nothing.
With no drag race, I'm gonna watch all 13 minutes
Ridiculous.
of it. But yeah, I mean, the bottom line is you're not gonna get the truth until you get your hands on one and you have full autonomy to do whatever you want with it. And that's not going to happen because they've kept this thing under lid for so long. And it's like now, like the rollout has been terrible. And the reality is, you're not going to change people's minds by having like a super secretive rollout, and then by getting caught lying. You're not going to change anybody's minds.
Someone is at the front door.
Someone's at the front door. Who's at my front door?
Yeah, but let's be honest. Everybody hated this car the moment that you heard it rev.
I mean, I try to give it an opportunity.
Me too. But the problem is, everybody hated it the moment that they heard it rev.
Oh Lord, my son is at my front door. Hold on.
Oh, your son.
My baby boy's at the front door. Boy, what is he doing? I see you at my house.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just keep things going. I'm assuming everybody hear me? Anybody hear me? Hello? Can anybody hear me? I'm assuming he didn't mute me. I don't know. Hello? Anybody there? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, great. Okay, well, Butter has stepped away right now. He stepped away to his front door. So basically, as you know, we're discussing the Charger EV. I have driven the Charger EV.
I didn't know
prior to having the Charger EV. I've owned two Chrysler 300 SRT8s, including a 2006 and a 2012, 2016 Charger Hellcat, 2015 Jeep SRT, a 2014 Jeep SRT. So I've owned a couple of these cars. We've driven the Scat Pack and we've driven the RT. Yes, I was trying to keep it warm for you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to keep it warm. I had to do a sound check just to make sure people could hear it.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I'll tell you, when we can get our hands on one and we can put these things through the ringer, at that point, there'll be absolutely no hiding, So
yeah,
people
so
just have to...
I'm going to go and ask Matt again, the CEO dot. Because I got to text him again Monday. I'm probably going to text him Monday. I'm going to text him again because I got to have someone who needs some help with their car because there's some issues with his car that he's had with direct connection. His car has been broke for like a year. What, son? Come here for a few seconds. But I got to text Matt and see what's going on with this dude's car. But I'm going to ask him if I can get a review unit. But, oh, never mind.
Like, there's a knot.
You got a knot stuck in your pants, kid?
Yeah. And when I tried to pull it back up,
oh, Lord.
it just locked itself.
Oh, it did? That's very interesting, son. Cool story, bro. Oh, but yeah, I definitely get a review unit. See if I can smack it with my Z06. What the fudge, man? How in the world you get this tight like this, man? That is crazy, kid. How you convince your mommy to let you come over here, kid? I thought you were spending the night with her.
Now, what's even this?
Oh, that's a flash drive, son.
A fast charger?
A flash drive.
A flash drive?
Golly, kid, how do you get this? Oh, here we go. I got it now. There we go. Haha. Daddy won. Knots in your pants, 0, son. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna ask Matt Monday. Is there still something going on with the reviewings? Because I kind of think that they're trying to avoid people driving these cars to review units.
Yeah,
because, I think because because TK has some very good sources, especially up to an executive level. Like he knows people who knows or works for John Elkin. I'll just keep it at that. And John Elkin was really pissed off at all the YouTubers who were making all these reviews about the actual Charter Daytona that wasn't positive. So maybe he might have blacklisted YouTubers from actually reviewing these cars, because typically you would see a lot of other reviews trickle out by now.
But look at who they invited to the test drive. They knew that Demonology, Rich Rebuilds. I mean, they knew that those guys were gonna they were gonna tear it apart. They knew that.
Well, not really Demonology, right? I mean, they would, because Demonology works with them closely with a lot of stuff, right?
That's true, yeah.
So they didn't. I don't think they thought that the car would have been reviewed as bad as it did. But that's what I'm saying. That the car is like, they thought it was solid, but they are not an EV company. They don't know what a good EV is.
Exactly.
But
because that guy Kyle from Out of Spec Reviews tore them a new one.
Oh shoot! You should have seen his Wagoneer S video.
Oh, I saw it. I watched the whole thing.
Watched
the whole thing.
Yeah, and so that's what he was saying. Like with the motors in this Charter Daytona, it's like, since the Charter Daytona and the Wagoneer S is basically the exact same vehicle, he kind of broke down why this car does front wheel drive burnouts when you're going in a straight line in the car, because of the weight transfer, and it didn't necessarily, I guess, gear the motors right, or they didn't put a more powerful motor on the rear and a weaker motor on the front. They got literally the same exact motor on both ends of the car, and you're losing traction, so the car's not as fast because it's doing front wheel burnouts when you're doing acceleration. So, and that's something that I literally seen in almost everybody's videos. The car is doing front wheel drive burnouts. It's losing traction. So you're not going fast. Like, it kind of negates the whole point of an all-wheel drive car. So it's like, is that like, who kind of made that decision? Like, it's like they should have, hey, you work for Tesla, you want to come over here and help us design this car or something like that, like, or like, hey, you work for GM. Like, they should have pulled people over who made performance cars. Tesla, GM, hell, maybe somebody out of Rivian, whatever, Audi, whoever. Not whoever they pick, because if they're like the same people who made EVs for like Peugeot, they don't make high horsepower EVs. The laws of physics is a little bit different from a cruiser compared to a high performance car, and I guess it kind of shows. Son, what are you doing?
Because even, it's funny, under hard acceleration, my Cadillac will not spin any of its tires. That car always equally transfers power. It never ever spins its tires. Now they have the new Cadillac V Series Lyric coming, which I'm waiting to test drive. I believe you can spin the tires on that one, but my car refuses to do it.
I don't know about the front wheels though.
Yeah, the front wheel, that's not supposed to happen. If you do a four-wheel burnout, that's one thing. But the front wheels, no, that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, and that was like one thing they showed when they basically when they showed during EV Day, they showed this car able to do a four-wheel burnout. That was one of it's kind of like cool things that's supposed to do. I was going like, we don't know how they're going to do it, but it seemed like it was cool enough to actually do that. But like comparing the Charter Daytona to the Hummer EV, for example, the Hummer EV has been something that's been developed for like what? They've been developing Hummer EVs since what, 2018, 2019, when they first showed a commercial on it in 2020. So that's, a car, a big SUV truck that's been developed for like several years. It's been, slowly developed, slowly rolled out, but it's a way more polished product. Mm-hmm. And then like, let me see, let me go look see how much. EV3 version is like $100,000 basically out the daggone door. But like, let's say for example, like an EV2 version, the dual motor version, like the 2X versions is, dual motor, 3X versions is a tri-motor, but let's see, how much does a Hummer EV2X cost? But man, that tri-motor Hummer EV was like, it felt exactly the same, if not a little bit faster than what the Charter Daytona did. But even just in terms of performance, what you got for $100,000 justified the $100,000 price tag. I mean, You literally got, infinity roof. You take the roofs off. You got crab walk, rear wheel steering. You got like, haptic feedback in the seats and stuff. I think the only thing that thing was missing was a heads-up display. That's it. Mm-hmm. Other than that, it literally, like, you got in that thing, it looked and felt $100,000. You get to a Charter Daytona, it doesn't look and feel like $85,000 to me.
No.
Let's see, trims.
And plus, you're driving a gigantic tank.
Son, will you go over there with that kid? You son of a baby. Playing your little plushie game. Thank you, son. But yeah, like so EV2X Hummer EV is like 98 grand. I mean, it definitely feels 98 grand. Like, it looks expensive and it feels expensive and it performs expensive. So I'm going like, when I go to the Daytona, it does not look and feel $80-some thousand. And then like, it just doesn't look aggressive to me. Like this, like the Hummer EV is just like stupid looking SUV truck that does not belong on the road, but it's on the road. I mean, it's just insane to think that you can get this vehicle that has such a huge battery pack that takes like 12 hours to charge. I was laughing so hard. The thing says it takes like 11 and a half hours to charge at home on a 240 volt charger.
No.
Dude, I swear that's what it said.
But who said that though? Because they were
on the
wrong.
window sticker.
No, okay. You know what the problem is?
Yeah.
The charger that they come packaged with is a 110, just like the one that you get with the 4xE. That's the issue. The 4xE is it's just like your iPhone. It's a 110 volt charger that you obviously are not expected to use. When you have a level 2 charger installed in your house, charging for a 100 kilowatt hour battery takes less than 5 hours. So typically you're talking about overnight. If you take that charger EV to the charging station, that charger EV actually charges faster than my Lyric does slightly, but it'll charge like 191 kilowatt hour. A kilowatt. It'll charge 191 kilowatts, right? So if you were to take that charger EV to the same EV Go station that I go to, it'll only take you like 45 minutes. However, EV Go limits charging to an hour timer so that they can make people move faster, right? But no. The problem is they packaged a 110 volt charger with that car. But a 110 volt charger, even like if you get it with any EV, it doesn't matter. It's going to take you 2 days to charge the car. My car has it. It like I was telling you, in an emergency, I can drive to somebody else's house and I can plug into a regular socket.
Let's see. What size battery pack? I know the battery pack is close to 200.
Yeah, the battery pack's 100. Well, for the Hummer, it's twice the size. It's like a 220 kilowatt hour battery pack, but they don't give you the full access to the entire battery pack, right? But my car is a Cadillac Lyric, so I only have 102 kilowatt hour. This Dodge Charger EV basically has the exact same size I do. But again, this is what I was telling you before. These dealers don't know how to sell this stuff. Like, if it was me standing there and I was the dealer, I would know exactly what to say because I live with one. But most of these dealers don't understand. Like, if they who would want to buy that if they say, it's going to take you 12 hours to charge the car? Like, if you plug and by the way, 12 hours is wrong. Try 24 or 40 hours.
Well,
if you're doing it on 110.
Well, it said 240 volt charger. That's what it said.
Then they made a mistake because a level 2 charger does not take that long. A level 1 charger acts kind of like a trickle charger. But their mistake is that what they're doing is Cadillac gives you, I have it in my trunk. They give you, for all of these Ultium products, they give you an adapter that you can unplug the 110 and you can put a 220 with a NEMA 1450 on. And you like, if I want to, I could charge my car just with a NEMA 1450 socket, like if I was at a construction site, right? But the mistake that they're making is they're packaging like the same charging equipment that you get with a 4xE. A 4xE only has a 20-something kilowatt hour battery pack. It's a very small battery pack. And that's how it has its electric mode. But now you're going to a 100 kilowatt hour battery. So, these guys, they don't know how to sell this stuff. That's what I say. They botched the whole rollout. They botched it because they don't know how to sell this stuff. They just don't know how to. They don't understand this stuff. Like you're shipping this stuff to the dealers. Dealers don't know what to do with them, and that's one of the reasons why most car dealers wanted to reject electric vehicles because they didn't know how to sell them alongside their They're gas cars. They just didn't know how to do it.
I mean, heck, a lot of them didn't want to pay all that extra money to install all the
That
damn
too.
chargers.
That too. Yeah, like Charge and Go is who my dealer has. They have chargers, but here's the thing: if they've got like 2 or 3 chargers on the grounds. Now imagine you buy one of these cars and you don't have the charger installed in your house, right?
Man,
You're gonna go to the dealership. No, but understand something. If you go to that dealer and you try to charge on a level 2, it's gonna take you no less than 6 hours to charge that car. No less than 6 hours at level 2. See, when you go to a fast charger, a DC fast charger, that's level 3. And level 3 is like 350 kilowatts. So that means that within 1 hour, your battery should be fully charged. Within 1 hour. You know, now they've tried to push it to make it so that, yeah, you can do it in 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Some of the cars can do it in 30, like the Teslas. But nah, these guys don't know how to sell this stuff.
I will say that sometimes the marketing, because I mean, for one thing, the dude told me like straight up, no one's really coming in looking at this EV charger, for example, right? So for one thing, people just aren't coming there because they're not interested. I mean, as I'm saying, this car is in a bad spot because it's a car that no one asked for. No one asked for an EV charger or a Challenger. That's what I'm saying. Their best course of action, especially with being on Cellar Large, should have been to make a EV stealth, like a crossover EV stealth. It's not exactly a car, not exactly an SUV. Make an EV stealth, make that 670 horsepower. I don't know, 3.5 seconds 0 to 60. No one would have been, bothered about that. And then Challenger and Charger didn't necessarily. Well, the Challenger didn't have to be this damn big. Like it just. I mean, I know, like, to me, it's just too big. It's way too big because when it comes over to the gasoline car, that's probably why the gasoline car going to be 550 horsepower. They need the extra 50 horsepower to make it competitive against the former cars because I think even the gasoline version of the Charger is going to be heavy. I mean, it's probably still going to be like, I mean, the average Challenger is probably 4,300 pounds, whatever. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking this car going to be at least about 4,600 pounds. So extra 100, 200 pounds, you're going to need the extra 50 horsepower to get it up to speed. Because, I mean, the Mopar Junkie had it on his channel. They actually put a high output Hurricane inside of one of these, body in white Challengers at one of those roadkill night events. And it just looks slow getting off the line. And that's in basically a stripped down Challenger body. It's not as long as this. And just look damn slow. Like it cannot even get off the line that fast. I'm like, I don't think even the Hurricane version of this car is going to sell well because
No, I don't think so either. The Hurricane version's biggest problem is the sound.
Yeah.
If it don't sound like a freaking Hellcat, you ain't selling it.
I mean, hell, I don't even know. I don't know if it's even just the sound either. I think it's going to be slow.
There's a couple of videos of the the Challenger 1420 or something, and they have there's a couple of videos of the Challenger drag pack, and you can actually hear the sound. The sound is it's terrible. It's like your typical turbocharged engine. It's not significant.
Oh man. The funny part was that one part of the video where that thing trying to spool up and sound as far like
yeah.
I was like, oh my god.
Now, aren't you going to enjoy that? You're going to have a bunch of Hurricane Chargers that are going to be two-stepping their transmissions, or no, not the transmissions. It's going to sound like a goddamn Subaru WRX.
Yeah.
Like oh god, like I really want to hear that.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, once these cars get mixed in with the old cars, man, people ain't gonna really want to be like, man, turn that stupid thing off, man. Listen to this Hemi, man. Like dudes ain't gonna be revving these things at car shows. Like, no one's gonna pop the hood. They go see a plastic monstrosity underneath the hood. I mean, let's be real. No one's gonna take this car to a car show and pop the hood, regardless of what's in the engine bay, unless it's a Hemi. I mean, the majority of the top of the car is a big piece of plastic. Mm-hmm. You know, when you got like a Hellcat, for example, you get that big, beautiful blower. Now you got a Demon. You got a big, beautiful black blower on top of it, right? So it's like, not these Hurricanes. There's big old blobs of plastic on top of it, and that's if you take the big giant plastic engine cover off of it.
Oh, and let's keep in mind they charge you extra for the frunk.
Oh yeah.
Let's keep that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, hell, if you got an EV, you're not popping the frunk anyway. Unless you're doing like trunk or treat.
Because you know what the sad thing about it is, these cars are basically precision engineered based on numbers on paper. That's what that's where the real soul of the car disappears. It's like all they're doing is checking boxes. That's all they're doing. They're like, oh, okay, does it have this? Does it have that? Does it have this? Does it have that? That's all they're doing. They're just checking boxes. See, at least with the Hellcat, it was like they gave you something that you absolutely shouldn't have, and you normally would never have had in a car that was affordable. Like you say, hey, let's take a cheap car and make this thing fast as hell.
Yeah,
you know,
like what person before 2015 had access to a 700 horsepower car?
Nobody. In fact, if you really look back, all of those German cars, those AMG this and Alpina that, they had V12 engines with twin turbochargers that couldn't do that kind of power. They were only like 500. They were 500 horsepower for the longest, and then when they finally started boosting them, they got like 680 and stuff. You know, and
I mean, and it was only because of Dodge. Only because of Dodge. You know, basically just oh my god, like a mere mortal can get this car for like 60 grand.
A dude with bad credit and $7,000 can race the hell out of just about everybody else.
Yeah, and literally, and like you know, it got so bad that it even dethroned the damn Viper. Like it can beat a damn Viper, and that Viper was be a supercar killer, a track monster, but it can't beat a damn a 700 horsepower Challenger. It can barely keep up with it, especially if you can't get your gears right when you're shifting.
Yep.
But
that's what being a muscle car is all about. It doesn't matter what it is. It's you're taking a cheap product and you're just stuffing a lot of power in it. You know, and when I listened when I was reading that Drive article, and he was like, "Oh, well, it's better not to think of this as an EV muscle car. You're supposed to think of it as a muscle car that just happens to be an EV." I was like, "Yo, this guy has no idea what the fuck he's talking about." Like this guy does not understand the core audience. This guy absolutely does not understand the core audience.
I mean, honestly, that would have worked if the car was lighter and could do a burnout. If the car can even if the car was all-wheel drive, if it was lighter and can actually beat a Demon, then no one would have cared. If it can beat a Demon and it was like half the price of a Demon, no one would have cared. Like honestly, if that should have been the benchmark. Like no matter if it, like even for just 2018 Demon, if it can beat a 2018 Demon, the 2018 Demon is basically the second fastest Dodge car ever. If it can beat the 2018 Demon for like 60 grand, no one would have cared. The only thing that would have been able to beat this car was with a Plaid and like other basically a Plaid and a Sapphire. I mean, no one would have necessarily been like, "Oh my god, this thing can beat literally everything but a Plaid and a Sapphire." That's it. And then when the Banshee comes out, then it beats those two cars, right? So if they could have made this car target 60 grand, about 60 grand, and they can beat a Demon, a 2018 Demon, they would have been just fine. And the easiest way to overcome that is to make the car lighter. But
you've kind of moved the bar a little bit, because before it was can it beat a Hellcat, now you're saying can it beat a Demon, and the Demon, you got to understand, the Demon can only do what it does if all of the stars align and you're doing that race prep drag mode. Like the Demon has the Demon 170 in real life actually met those numbers that they claim that it makes? Because I watch your videos all the time. From what I've heard, if you even try to replicate those numbers, your engine explodes. So
no. So on the drag strip, people have actually beaten Dodge's time stock. Hey, Rob, I see you, buddy.
So where are all the videos of the Demon beating the Tesla Plaid though? I'm waiting for those.
Well, I mean, I know Racer X kind of got
He got
destroyed.
he got
But
destroyed.
but his engine was blowing up. So
Yeah, yeah. Well, that to me that's an excuse, honestly. But the reality is, you race that Tesla, the chances are you ain't winning. Because I feel bad for these dudes who got like Lamborghinis and they got all these super fast cars and they go up against a Tesla Plaid and they get destroyed on that race, you know. And you got that Lucid Sapphire. That thing beats Bugatti Chirons for $250,000, which is what some of these dudes were paying for the Demon. So my thing is, it's like these electric cars, you can't mess with them. They're trying to ban them off of the drag strips.
yeah.
I seriously believe if Dodge does that Banshee and they do the Banshee right, they do a quad motor or something. I think that if Dodge were to benchmark that Lucid Sapphire, and even with the weight, I think they could have something, you know. But they're gonna that's who you have to focus on. You got to focus on Lucid Sapphire and the Tesla Plaid. If you're gonna make a Halo electric car, if you can't beat those, then you might as well just go home.
Hey, what's going on, Rob? You still there?
Hi, Rob.
Yeah. I'm still here.
Yeah, but like,
I honestly don't think the Banshee's going to beat the Sapphire.
Well, it remains to be seen.
ouch.
I don't think I don't think anything's beating the Sapphire. I mean, you know, that's the top. That right now is the fastest production car you could buy.
Yeah. Well, I honestly think that they're going to benchmark the Demon 170.
Okay, sounds good to me.
That's my personal opinion. From what I've heard and stuff, I don't know. I don't see Stellantis' EDMs beating some of these other manufacturers. So
I mean, they gotta overcome the weight problem. The weight is too much. If it was lighter, it could.
true.
Well, understand force equals mass times acceleration. You can overcome any mass as long as you make your force ridiculously high. So if they throw extremely powerful motors in there that get horrible range, they could do it. They could do it. At 6,000 pounds, they could do it.
Yeah, but it just depends on if their R&D likes Americans enough to actually do that. That's the question.
Well, time will tell. Time will tell. Because see, what everybody's betting on is that they're going to come back with like super efficient V8s. I don't believe that for a second. I think that at this point they're stuck on this trajectory and they're just trying to make the best of it. Because you got to understand, without V8 engines, Dodge is irrelevant, and we'll just have to wait and see. Basically, you know, they got so far with that Hemi, and it's sad to see it go down like this. But it is what it is.
So here's the interesting thing. A lot of people keep talking about the Hemi and stuff like that. Again, the new 3-liter Hurricane engine, okay? Everybody's up in arms about it. The thing is, again, like I said earlier, you know, it started development in 2013. The first time I ever heard about it was in 2013. And its code name is GME T6. So it stands for their Global Medium Engine Program. It has nothing to do with the Hurricane, like the Hurricane 4, which is the 2-liter turbo. But anyways, that engine started development, and that the whole purpose of that engine was the 5.7 and 6.4 replacements, which they've done. But we've heard from Mickey Bly, who's the head of propulsion systems from Stellantis, that there's more horsepower to pull out of those engines. And what I've been hearing for like the last, year and a half, is that they're working on a 750 horsepower version. The only problem is it's going to be quite a bit different than the high output one, because they're going to have to put like an iron block and stuff like that to put more boost to it. So, but the problem is that's not going to be out for a while. And if we talk about a new Hemi on Mopar Insights, I just wrote an article about this. You know, Matt Mackler actually basically said, like, you know, if they, let's say that, for example, they do something. He never said that they were. There was no official thing about that. But if they were to do something, it'd be years down the road, because by the time you develop a new engine, test it, you know, basically redesign the car to accept it, you're looking at multiple years. And really, the car won't get an update probably to like 2027 will be its first mid-cycle refresh.
Yeah.
So we're still a couple years out. But I honestly think that there's a lot of potential with the Hurricane. We've seen some really cool stuff with the Hurricane, in the past couple weeks. there's one of the teams that was at Roadkill Nights, and that I can't remember her name, whatever. But anyways, she's got a what was it, 87 D150 pickup, Ram pickup, and they're pushing 8 seconds right now in the quarter mile with that truck.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about it. They got that red Dakota.
Nope, they got a full size 80s style Ram pickup.
Oh, okay.
And they're pushing 8 seconds in the quarter mile with it. So there's a lot of potential with the Hurricane engine. But I always tell everybody, like, if you really want to see like potential with inline 6 engines, look at the Ford Barra engine down in Australia. Now Ford offered a 5-liter V8 down there, and they offered the Barra motor, and the Barra motor was a 4-liter inline 6, which is a single turbo. And the aftermarket for down in Australia with this thing was crazy, and they were pulling off 8-9 second quarter mile passes with that. So I think as long as everything's not like computer locked and all this other crap with the Hurricane, I think there's a lot of potential there.
Mm-hmm.
Just people are like me myself. Like everybody thinks like because I'm kind of like talking positive about the new Charger and stuff. I hate EVs. I really do. I'm not a huge fan of EVs. I like V8s. I've always have, but this new inline 6 has a lot of potential. It doesn't sound like a V8. I'm sorry. It sounds kind of like a buzzsaw when it's going off and that, but it's true. It sounds more like a Viper V10 than it does a V8.
Boom, 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 boom.
So, but there's a lot of potential, and I know that they're working on other stuff. So, as a matter of fact, they've already confirmed that they're working on a 1,500 horsepower Hurricane engine called the Cat X.
Yeah.
That's going to be for NHRA competition only, and they're going to go up against V8s and stuff. And now that's going to be for the drag pack Charger that's coming out. The interesting thing is, in that category, Ford's been testing EVs for their Cobra Jet package. So you're going to see a whole bunch of different technologies going into these cars. Inline 6s, it just depends on the reliability.
And that's the biggest issue, though. That's the biggest issue. If you're going to build, from a racing standpoint, a twin turbo 6 makes way more sense because it's a lot lighter from a racing standpoint. The problem is the reliability. Not only that, if you're going to mass market that as a consumer car, now you got to deal. Let's ignore the emissions regulations, but that thing is going to be a gas guzzler because the thing about it is more boost requires more fuel. Requires more boost, requires more fuel. So it's a vicious cycle. That's why Hellcats only get like 9 miles to a gallon. So,
You also got to remember the high output Hurricane right now in the Ram pickups. If you look at what people are actually getting, they're not getting stellar mileage with that thing.
Oh, of course not.
They're getting only a few miles per gallon better, maybe. It's like 2 miles per gallon better than what the
Yeah, 2.
Like 1 or 2, yeah.
I drove that Wagoneer.
Yeah, and with the HO version, you're putting premium fuel in it anyways.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, the thing is, it's on paper, the reason why they went with the inline 6 motor, one is it's smooth. 2 is emissions. So that inline 6 gets 15% better emissions, like regulations, performs 15% better than the Hemis do. And when you add up how many vehicles they're putting that in, it adds up quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, it makes sense to have just the Hemis and Halo products because you're not gonna sell that many Halo vehicles, and it'll bring people in. Not people gonna come in to oh my God, we're making 800 horsepower inline 6s. Let's go Nissan GTR or BMW on Dodge. Like, that's not exactly what Dodge's core audience was.
Well, back before COVID, okay, COVID was kind of the changing point because that's when Stellantis was formed. Before COVID, I know, like living in Detroit, everybody talks, okay? It's kind of hard, like when Stellantis gets ticked about all these leaks and stuff, the problem is everybody knows everybody. So when I first heard that their original plan was that 3-liter was supposed to replace the 5.7 and 6.4, the Hemi, the Hellcat motors, so like your Red Eye and all that stuff, were supposed to stay. They were supposed to continue on. But they were going to be limited to SRT products only. So low volume, all that stuff, that was supposed to continue on. But when Tavares came into the picture, I mean, we keep talking about Tavares like he's the freaking plague, which he was, but he didn't want to pay anything for emissions, like credits. He didn't want to pay anything for credits at all. So the easiest thing to do is take that off the books. Well, in the Hellcat engine, how many people, like, look at this office behind me, okay? How much crap do I have in this office that has Hellcat stuff on it? I mean, like, look at all these freaking diecast cars. They make money off the name. You don't even have to have it. They sell merchandise and stuff. And that's the thing. When you take and get rid of something that everybody loves, you alienate a whole customer base. And that's why people are ticked off at Dodge right now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's like it's just been a slow trickle of nonsense because you have them not doing anything against the dealers, jacking up prices and everything, prices going up. Mm-hmm. Then no one really asked for a Hornet, no one asked for an EV charger. I mean, the inline six might have been more receptive if it came out, like maybe, before the EV car came out or launched at the same time the EV car came out. But it just they just been like, whoever's in charge of making decisions and marketing is definitely should not be doing marketing anymore, because like I was telling Passport, I like, look, if they would have basically took the chart of Daytona and marketed it as this can beat everything we've ever made, like show this car beating Hellcat, Scat Packs, Red Eyes, whatever, and just nonstop force feeding you this car is better. Well, not better, but this car is faster. Just don't say better. This car is faster than everything you've ever driven. It's faster than everything you've driven. Like, we're going to beat everything. I think this car would have been more receptive. Now it's like, it's like you got a bunch of reviewers and no one's benchmarking this car against anything. And that video with Motor Trend and a Dark Horse. Oh, we're gonna be in the Dark Horse talking about the Dark Horse. We're gonna be in the Chart of Daytona talking about the Chart of Daytona, and we're not gonna race it against one another. I mean, we still have Ford Dodge rivalry, and you have both cars right there, and you don't race both cars against one another. Like, come on, man. Like, oh man. Like,
the thing is the Charger Daytona is kind of damn no matter what it does. Okay. People didn't ask for this car, but it's a compliance car. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
The reason why they have to have this car is because in states like California, by 2032, you're not going to be able to buy an internal combustion engine vehicle. So they need to do this. It's sad to say it, but there's a huge amount of states. I think there's like 11 or 14 states that are CARB compliant.
Yeah.
If they follow the same regulations that California has, this car definitely has a purpose.
Right.
Okay. If in order to sell a car in California, you're going to have an EV or at least a plug-in. They're only allowing, I think, 20% plug-ins, and the rest is all EVs by 2032. And they're even in California is even limiting, like, if you have a classic car before 1978.
Yeah, I saw that.
You can ride it so much. Like I think it's like 2,000 or 1,200 miles or something like that. They're trying to get it passed. So the car has a reason to be here. Okay. The problem is one is if you look at all these media reviews, right? I looked at it totally different. I came in as I owned a Chrysler 300C, the 2023 model. I own two. I did own two Dodge Charger RTs. I mean, I've had quite a few L Series cars, right? I've driven pretty much every configuration of the L Series car. I come into this thing being an L Series owner, looking at how much better is this car. I could care less if it's EV or whatnot. What's great about this car, because it's the first new car we've gotten in 20 freaking years. And it ultimately, I mean, I like the package. I don't like the EV part, but I like the car. There's like, again, it's not the most perfect car. I have quite a few complaints about like small stuff. Like, I hate haptic buttons, and they're putting all this haptic button crap into it. To me, that ticked me off. I hate the fact that it has a glass roof, but yet there's no open, air thing. There's no sunroof. It's not panoramic roof.
No sunroof.
And I think like they really cheapened out. Like, if you look at the actual interior, like the where you touch stuff, it feels pretty nice until you get to like something stupid like the turn signal stock. It's the cheapest freaking plastic I've ever seen in my life. It feels like a Tinker Toy has better like feel than what the stupid turn stock has in it. I don't understand that. But that's kind of stuff feels to me like they're cheaping it out again, compared to what you're paying for the stupid car. I mean, if you get a top of line Charger Daytona, $85,000, it's nothing cheap. Especially with the world of high interest rates, you're paying what, $1,400-$1,500 a month for this car, maybe even more.
Yeah, S-Class money.
Yeah. So to me, yeah, every little bit counts. But here's the ultimate thing about this car is the media hates this car because first of all, you had people that were EV people that they brought out there, and those people hate the car just for the fact that it's not EV enough. You know, oh, it's not aerodynamic. It doesn't get good range.
Yeah.
Okay. It's be a muscle car. I'm sorry. I mean, whatever. And then you have the true diehards like us who are complaining that, hey, it doesn't have a V8 in it. It's stupid. We don't like EVs. So the car's kind of damn no matter what. And that's the thing that going against it. Plus, it's too damn expensive.
Yeah. That kills it. The price kills it right there. But my thing is, like, you keep going back to the Hornet. My thing is, nobody stopped Sergio Marconi when he was trying to force Fiat 500s and he was trying to force all this Alfa Romeo stuff. So nobody should be surprised that they pushed all this European stuff on us and got, because see, I was telling Butter, when I saw SRT dissolved, I was like, yeah, this company's done. Because the problem, like you say about giving us something that everybody actually likes and is popular and then taking it away, yeah, that's like punishment. You know, so there's no coming back from that. And so once that V8 is done, like what is it right now? Knockout 360. He's saying, yeah, the Hemi's definitely coming back in 2027. My question is, will Dodge exist in 2027?
Oh, it will. It will. They got a lot of stuff in the programs and stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff that's behind closed doors. The problem is like, if you look at their sales, they tanked last year, right? They only sold 144,000 cars in the U.S. And I've heard everything about Chrysler. Chrysler, you know, they're going to be dead. They're going to be dead. Well, Chrysler has that stupid Pacifica minivan. Now, mind you, they've expanded their lineup with what they expanded it with bringing back the Voyager entry model, which is just the before the refresh, so you get a cheaper version of it. And then they did it in Canada because, believe it or not, they still have a Grand Caravan, but it's badged as a Chrysler over there. Because it's the same thing as the Voyager, but because Chrysler, the Dodge Grand Caravan was the #1 selling vehicle in all of Canada, they kept the nameplate, right? But if you look at the Voyager and the Pacifica numbers for sales for last year, right? You look at them, and they sold about 5,200 300s that were left over. Chrysler sold 120,000 units last year in the U.S. Not too far off of Dodge, considering Dodge has what? Technically, at the time, they sold Challengers, Chargers, Hornets, and the Durango. So that stupid minivan's keeping Chrysler afloat, no problem. And everybody keeps saying the Chrysler brand's going to be dead. It's not. Chrysler brand is selling better. They sold more minivans last year in the U.S. than Alfa Romeo did globally. But yet, Alfa Romeo has the new Giulia. Actually, the new Stelvio is the first one, the new Giulia. They have two new cars that they're looking at building, a GTV and something else. Montreal is what they're looking at bringing.
That little Alfa Romeo Junior.
Yeah, that's basically the Jeep Avenger over there. Here's another fun thing that people don't realize: the Jeep Avenger, right? It's built in Poland, built right alongside the Alfa Romeo Junior, right? That is smaller than a Renegade. Now, when it was launched back a year and a half ago, it was front-wheel drive only. They're just now arriving with an all-wheel drive model, okay? The Avenger in Europe, the sales for that thing has taken off. It's the #1 selling Jeep in Europe. It sold more units in Europe than all of Alfa Romeo did. Just that one model. All of Alfa Romeo models globally. So the thing is like they keep pouring money into like Alfa Romeo, Maserati. I mean, Maserati's got like all these special edition cars coming out, right? They have like, you know, they have like what that new what the heck is it called? They have
it begins with a G. It begins with a G. I forget what it is.
Well, anyways, they have a whole bunch of like special edition models. They're only building like 33 of them, right? And if you look at those,
Gorkali.
Yeah. No. That's the
the Ghibli. You're talking about the Ghibli, the car, the Ghibli.
No, I'm not talking about the car. They got like special edition.
Are you talking about the SUV?
What, the Levante?
No,
the Levante.
No, they have special edition track cars that are like based on like the MC20.
Okay.
It's like I can't think of the stupid name for them.
The Grand Cabrio GT.
No. Hold on a second.
Grand Turismo, Grand Cabriolet.
No,
Gran
no, they're it's not a mainstream car. Hold on here.
Oh, you're talking about a track only.
Track only cars. They keep pouring money into these track only cars, and that brand lost like $2 billion last year.
A Cielo, or Cielo.
Hold on here.
My thing is, who takes these cars to tracks?
Europeans.
So they have one called the MC Extrema. That's a track only one. They have another track only car that they're building too, but they're building all these track only cars. And just like Alfa Romeo came out with the 33 Stradale, that's an MC20 that's rebadged. Look how much money they're putting into these programs for these limited edition cars, and yet, they're not really doing nothing with the brands that matter. And that's all changed. I mean, that's
money off those cars, so why not? I guess.
But not much. It's all Halo stuff, man.
They're going after an upscale customer. They're going after a customer who's willing to spend $100,000 on a Ghibli. If you're willing to pay the money that it costs to buy one of those because they say it's got a Ferrari engine in it or something like that, that's a whole nother customer. That's not a Dodge customer.
No, I understand.
Dodge is supposed to be cheap.
I understand that, but you think of cost for development. If you think like, hey, it's just a rebodied car, it's not. They do a lot of different tweaks to it. But when they only build 33 units and they're selling them, let's say $1 million a pop, it's going to cost more than $33 million to get that car developed and put into, in the lineup. It's just like the Dodge Viper. The Dodge Viper lost money, but it technically made money. It made money in merchandise. All this crap, like I said, behind here, all this Dodge Viper stuff that I have a whole thing of Dodge Viper stuff right here on my desk.
Do you have a Dodge Viper?
I mean, hell, I'm still waiting on my Demon 170 diecast.
do you have the actual? Do you have a Dodge Viper SRT?
Do I have one?
Yeah,
like actually,
the car. I haven't seen one of those cars in so long.
What are you talking about? Like actually own a Dodge Viper?
Yeah, do you own a Dodge Viper?
No, I've never owned a Dodge Viper. My best friend had an SRT 10, an 04.
Oh.
But I've never owned a Viper. I mean, I've been to the Viper plant a bunch of times. I was a huge Viper fan, but dude, that's way out of my price range.
Oh.
So, I mean, I've owned, again, Dodge Chargers, 300s, stuff like that, stuff that like right now my daily driver is a Durango RT.
Okay.
So, and I have out in my garage, I got a 1979 Chrysler 300.
Cool.
So, but yeah, I mean, I'm not one to go out and spend a ton of money on vehicles. I mean, that's just how I am.
Uh-huh.
So, but the thing is like when you go see how much money they're putting development into brands that are not faring well, and then we see like the brand like Chrysler who's actually doing pretty good with just one product, you think like, hey, we're going to split the money around. But things are changing. Like I said, the whole thing is Elkin has gone back to how FCA did stuff. So instead of doing it globally like Travaris wanted, now they're doing it regionally. So, but it'll take time for things to change. It's going to take at least probably 1.5 years for things to change.
Absolutely.
So, but now, like, for example, you're talking about Fiat and how Sergio pushed Fiat on us and all that stuff. The thing was, at the time, they thought, and back in like, 09 when they came in, that Fiat would maybe do something like bring people, they were going to set up, they had dealers actually set up specific studios, they don't call them dealerships, they call them studios.
Right.
So these dealers put all this money together, and then they promised them, hey, we're going to bring Alfa Romeo in by 2013. Well, it took until 2015 for Alfa to show up. And the problem was, it was kind of a failed experiment. But the problem is it's been, over 10 years, and both brands have not sold hardly anything here in the U.S.
Yeah, it's not hard to understand why. The cars are tiny. Like, I'm 6 foot, I'm damn near 6'7". I can't even feel like I drove one of those Julias. I was basically sitting in the back of the car. It was like, those cars are tiny.
So Chrysler sent me, I'm 6'1", I'm over 300 pounds. Chrysler sent me this is back in 2020, they sent me an Alfa Romeo Stelvio Quadrifoglio. So I had the Ferrari engine in it, the 2.9 V6. And that thing was quick, 505 horsepower. I was supposed to have it for a week. And on the third day, it had an electrical meltdown. And it wouldn't start. I called them up and I said, hey, you want me to jumpstart this thing? I said, it was weird because the night before I started hearing this noise that sounded like a pager going off. And I went outside and I'm like looking and I'm like, nothing's happening. So I went back inside. The next morning I go to take the car because I hadn't even shot any like video of it or anything yet. And I go to open up the door and every like warning light came on the dash. The mirrors wouldn't fold out. And then all of a sudden, like the headlights stayed on. You know how usually when you shut the doors, 30 seconds later, the headlights will turn off? No, it stayed on. So I called them up. I'm like, hey, do you want me to jumpstart this thing, see what's going on? They're like, no, we'll send somebody. They sent like a normal record company to come pick it up. And it was like, we had to drag it down the driveway because it was locked. And the guy put it on its tow truck and took it. And I seen it out testing at Chrysler like a week later. So they had it running and stuff. But the Italian stuff is known for not having good electronics. And I know that firsthand because that thing had a meltdown. But the thing is, it's that product. I mean, it drove nice and everything when it did drive, when it worked. But, dude, it's a totally different atmosphere. But now Dodge is kind of crossing over to Alfa Romeo pricing. So, I mean, it's like you can't have two brands really competing against each other. Like, Dodge is not Alfa Romeo. So you can't – Dodge is not a premium brand like I said before.
Well, I mean, honestly, if you stop selling Alfa Romeos here in the U.S., they can basically make Dodge Alfa Romeo.
So last year they sold 8,533 Alfa Romeos in the U.S. Okay, and there was a plan that was leaked on a European website. I posted on Mopar Insiders a while back that they're going to build an E segment SUV here in Detroit at the Jefferson plant. And that vehicle was supposed to be like taking over with the Durango, because you remember the recent news, the Durango was supposed to be, we heard, moved to Canada, but real what they actually leaked or actually said to us was we were going to move it to Mexico. And now it's back in Detroit. But they were going to replace the Durango here with an E-segment SUV, basically the same size as the Durango. And they were predicting that they would sell 10,000 units. That's it. And they can't even sell 8,500 of the vehicles that they have here now. So Alfa Romeo's dead. They need to just I know they want that whole thing like, oh, Alfa's a global brand. Fiat's a global brand. Fiat's best region is South America. They are the number one seller of pickup trucks down there. They're the number one selling vehicle down there. But here in North America, nobody wants a Fiat. Nobody wants an Alfa Romeo. I mean, there's certain people that do, but it's not enough to make it justified worth its cause of being here.
Yeah, and you bring up another point about price. My thing is, let's say that they suddenly do a quick turnaround and they somehow put, a more powerful Hellcat engine or even the 5.7 in these Dodge Charger EVs, and they make it a gas car, right? Thing about it is, how much is that going to cost? Because if right now, if an SXT right now is $40,000. And they have an all-new platform in this all-new car, they're going to still charge top dollar for these cars. So basically, one thing I had heard was that Stellantis was basically trying to go up market, and they were going from being a high-volume, low-price seller to being a low-volume, high-price seller, kind of like Maserati. And the thing, that's going to kill that company.
I mean, it's killing them now.
Of course.
That's why
because my thing is, if a Hellcat costs, if a Hellcat is pretty much the best that you can pretty much get, and that's being sold over $90,000 right now. If they do make this new car and they do put those engines in it, those prices ain't going down.
So this is the funny part, because I've tried to explain this to people a lot, and they don't kind of get it. It's, if you think about when the Hellcat was launched in 2014 as a 2015, right? Mm-hmm. A Challenger SRT Hellcat started out at a price of $59,995. Okay, when we hit 2020, really the price of the car was still about just under $70,000. So there wasn't a huge jump. When we hit 2020, we had COVID come on board, and then we had everything shut down. Then we had the semiconductor shortage and all that. All of a sudden, we started seeing prices just go through the roof because they didn't have inventory, right?
Right.
And then all of a sudden, when inventory kept skyrocketing with price, they never have brought it down since. So like I bought a 2019 Ram 1500 Laramie Sport, right? I wanted the most sporty Ram 1500 I could buy, and without going to limited because they didn't have the night edition package at the time. So I bought this truck. It was 64 and some change on the invoice. After I paid for it, it was like almost 7, right? That same truck today, if I were to price it out on Ram's website with a Hurricane engine, it would be $77,000 in less than 5 years. So it jumped $12,000 in the price for the same freaking truck. The cab is the same. The dash is the same. The electronics are basically the same. And you get you connect 5 or an optional 14.5 inch Uconnect big book. Everything else is the same. The same leather seats, the same everything. But you're paying $12,000 more.
I mean,
And what people don't understand too is yeah, they're more expensive, but interest rates are freaking high, man. When I bought that truck, I had a 2.8% APR interest rate, for 72 months.
Right.
My payments were $720 a month. Then if you go do it now, interest rates are about what, 6.3,
7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
But if you have good credit, if you have a 700 plus credit score. So the problem is you're going to be paying that truck. You're going to be paying almost $1,300 a month for it. That's why they're not selling trucks.
Well, when you really look at how the regular car market looks like now, people have been complaining for a while that they're paying $1,000 a month on regular cars like Hondas and Toyotas, because the thing about it is they're basically financing like $45,000. So if you're financing $45,000 and, God forbid you don't have good credit, which most of these people don't, the average person's getting hit with a new car payment of $1,000. And if the car payment isn't $1,000, the insurance payment makes sure that you go over $1,000.
Yep.
So in 2022, right? They introduced the last call cars. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I told my wife I was at the last call event at speed weeks and stuff, and I told my wife, I said, I'm gonna buy my dream car this year. I'm gonna buy a 2023 Dodge Charger, basically a Daytona 392 and stuff like that. That's what I wanted. And when I priced the car out, it was like 64 and some change, which I thought was nuts because it's a Scat. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I went to the Detroit Auto Show, I was sitting in the front row for the 300C unveiling, and I all knew what it was. But I had John Return, who's the guy who does the Spring Fest event, out in California. He was sitting next to me. He goes, "Hey," he goes, "They still had the cars covered up on the stage." And he tells me, "The pricing's available online. Go look at Chrysler.com." So I looked at it, and they said $55K for this car, and it had more options than the Charger Daytona. So I called my wife up right there, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm buying this car. I'm ordering it right now because I figured it'd be sold out, right?" So I ordered it. I waited like I was in the second batch of people to get the car. It went through like I love that car. It was everything I wanted except for the color, because you were limited to 3 colors. So I got a bright white one. I waited 9 months for the car, and during that 9 months, the interest rates just went. So I went from having about a 4.5% interest rate to about 6.5. My payments for that car, mind you, I put like $2,000 down on it. I bought the extended warranty because I planned on keeping it forever. My payments, out the was like $61,000. My payments were $1,200 a month for a freaking Scat Pack 300. And I love that car. My whole goal was to keep that car. Ralph signed it for me. It got a lot of attention because it was one of the first ones here in the area. So I went to different car shows and stuff. And got a lot of attention. And I was doing articles for Motor Insiders on it. But during the winter, it sat there, and I'm thinking, man, I just dumped $1,200 a month in this thing. And to me, I was like paranoid about driving it because. I mean, it's a little different when you have a $700 a month vehicle compared to having a $1,200 a month vehicle. You don't want nobody to touch it. Lean on it. So after walking past it a bunch of times in the garage, it's not that I couldn't afford it. It was the fact that I wasn't using it. The whole year that I drove, the first year that I had it, I only put less than 900 miles on it. So I ended up selling it. And I sold it for a loss. I sold it for a huge loss. I ended up selling it for about $48,000 to a dealer in Kentucky. So and at that time I started looking. I'm like, well, do I hold on to the car and lose more on it, or do I just wait till interest rates come back and go buy another one? And that's what that's what happened. I was like, I'm gonna go buy another one. I would have no problem buying another one if interest rates were down. But I mean, I have perfect credit and everything, and it's still $1,200 a month for a $55,000 car. Well, 61 with you count the warranty.
Dude, I had that exact same car, 2012 Chrysler 300. The only real difference was the transmission. You had an 8-speed, I had a 5-speed, and from what I know, the 8-speed was actually had a slower top speed than the 5-speed did. And my car would actually go faster if you were to put them side by side and run them for like a couple of miles, right? But it was a great car. I was only paying like $700 a month on that car. I think, it was about, give or take, it was about $680 a month because I had like a 3%. The car sticker, $58,000, and it was fully loaded. Every single feature, $58,000.
I can't remember the last time I've had a car payment that was under $1,000.
Well, the Hellcat changed all that because with the Hellcat and the Jeep SRT, once you go beyond $80,000 and you don't put down at least 20 or 30, you're automatically over $1,000.
I mean, hell.
Well, and the thing is, the cars that we see now from Stellantis, right? Carl Tavares' whole thing was he had this philosophy that if we put a premium on a vehicle, we'll make more on them. But we're gonna only if sales go down. That's less time that we have to staff the plants because at the time during COVID they had tons of staff shortages and stuff because no one wanted to work because they didn't know what the heck was going on. And he also basically thought like, hey, we have less time running the plants, we have more downtime. That's less we have to shell out cash. He had this whole philosophy by paying more for vehicles that we produce less but still make the same, and that's not how it works. You know, especially not here in the U.S. Everything's a volume game here in the U.S. But they really have to step up on this whole pricing thing because with high interest rates still, I mean, even though Trump's in office, we won't see interest rates get lower probably within the next 6 months. So they're really going to have to be aggressive. To the point where I've heard that they're going to. Matt Mackler actually said this the other day. He said, "Hey, we're going to lower the price of the Hornet." Now the Hornet's over $30,000. But the sad thing is like you look at the Hornet, they're going to put it under like $29,000 again, where it started off hoping to sell more. So I mean they have to do something.
Let's see what that will work. See what if I turn your video off.
Don't believe that the Federal Reserve is going down on interest rates anytime soon. Trump was yelling at Jerome Powell trying to get him to lower the interest rates. And Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve is basically like a government within a government. They are ignoring everything Trump is saying because he can't force them to lower interest rates. There's no executive order. There's no act of Congress. Right. There's nothing they can do. So the last thing they're going to do is lower interest rates because if they did, they would cause a reverse mortgage crash with the housing market for one. And then on top of that, they would also drive up inflation again. And then it's not going to happen. I think interest rates are going to be high for years. Like, and when I say years, unless we have another catastrophe, like when you think about it, the last 2 times they lowered interest rates, one was 9/11, and then the other one was COVID. So unless we have a national catastrophe, I don't foresee interest rates going down. Like I think at this point we either have to go to war with somebody or an asteroid has to hit us. So it's not, and I don't really think either one of those could happen. But then again, with these people, you just don't know.
Well, I heard the sweet point in the auto industry is 4% APR, right? And we're at 6.
Okay.
So they've got to lower it by 2%, and that's when they start getting people in the dealerships to buy volume vehicles. So like I sold Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram vehicles back in 2007. And everything was, down to the penny back then because we had pretty cheap interest rates at the time, but they were about 4%. But we did. You got to think most of the Chrysler's sales aren't sales; they're leases. A majority of their sales are actually leases. So you got that return customer base. The problem is, not everybody's a car person like us. They want the cheapest deal, and a lot of people just want basically an appliance, something from point A to B. So you got to have those, Jeep Compasses and the Hornets cheaper than what they are to get people in. You look at Chevrolet. My cousin sells Chevy cars. Okay, Their number one seller right now at his dealership is Chevy Trax. The Trax. It's front-wheel drive only. Starts out at $23,000. Tops out at like $29,000. Even if you get bad credit, you can get one pretty cheap. And they can't keep them on the lots. And they have Silverado heavy duties, but they can't get rid of it. They've been sitting there forever. So people want cheap cars, but Stellantis has to step up in the game and bring something cheap. So
yeah, good luck with that one. I mean, like even if they bring out a mid-sized truck to Ram,
Well,
I still have no confidence in how much it's going to cost.
So here's the thing: they have the opportunity to do that. They could build something cheap, like we talked about the Dodge Attitude, right? That compact car that's built in China, that's only sold to the Mexican market. The reason why that thing does so good, like if you look at if you look at Dodge's sales down there right now, the Attitude basically takes like 2/3 of their sales per month. And the reason why is it starts out at $23,000 and tops out about $29,000 US. If they could build something in Mexico and send it here, that's an affordable car. It doesn't have to be best in class. That's the problem. They need stuff that's appliances. That's why Toyota sells so many Camrys and stuff. It's because of reliability. No one goes out with a TRD Camry, right? It's just a that thing's not fast by any means. But they sell a ton of them because they're reliable. Honda, the Accord, I mean, they got rid of sedans and stuff, but people want cheap cars. Yeah. They have that Rampage truck, right? That compact pickup down in Brazil. But the problem with the Rampage is it's sold as a premium vehicle down there. So if you look at buying one of the cheaper ones, you're looking at like a $42,000 truck if you price it out for what it's worth in the U.S. money. So in order to compete with the Maverick, which has been selling like tons, I mean, it basically the Maverick outsells the Ranger like almost 4 times the amount. But if they were to bring the Rampage here, they would have to make it front-wheel drive standard, then make it optional all-wheel drive. Basically, get a cloth seats. You can't get cloth seats down there until recently with the Bighorn model. But I mean, they would have to cheapen the vehicle out. And like Stellantis' whole thing is like, hey, you look at the Jeep Compass, right? It's the cheapest vehicle they have right now, $25,995, but that's only one model. Okay. That model, you can't have any options besides picking a color and a graphics package. But nothing else is under $30,000. And it comes standard with all-wheel drive. If you got rid of the standard all-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, it could be down to 22, 23.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I was telling Passport earlier. I'm going like, if they want the Charger Daytona to sell, they're going to have to cheapen the model out to make it cheap enough to actually move in numbers. Just like we were talking with the GT, like, I mean, get rid of all-wheel drive, one motor, maybe, maybe like Tesla, get rid of the actual instrument cluster screen, had the one screen on the dash, whatever, that does all the speed stuff. I mean, or like go to cloth seats, it really cheapen the unit out. Don't let you have a glass roof in there. Because, I mean, you can probably get the actual RT down to maybe like 40, 50 grand by cheapening it out. If they get a GT down to about 35, 40 grand, that's basically Mach-E numbers. If they can do that.
Well, here's the thing with the Charger Daytona. No matter what, it's going to be pricey because it's an EV, right? EVs are always pricey. The thing is, like, if they really want to make the 6-pack models appealing, they don't all have to have standard all-wheel drive. I've had so many emails from people that read the website and parts and stuff that text me and like, why don't they offer rear-wheel drive? Well, eventually they probably will, but right now everything's standard all-wheel drive.
Yeah, I'm thinking here too. A lot of people
don't. No, I think so too. But the thing that really cracks me up is, okay, so we just got the 2024 Dodge Charger Daytonas at dealer lots last month. Now we're seeing a huge push of 2025s arrive, and some of the dealers that order 2024s haven't even got their 2024s yet. I drove by the Mac plant where they're storing them out in the satellite lot, and there's still 2024 sitting there. So the thing is, are they going to sell those 2024s? Are they going to scrap them? But if you look at the 2025s that are arriving, nothing's changed for 2025. The only difference is last year the 2024 cars, which were the first call, they were all pre-configured cars. You couldn't go to a dealer and pick the car that you want. Dealers were given, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the 2025 cars, they continue on with the stage packages. So even though you see like the RT starts out at like what $59,995, you still have to pay what $3,200 for the stage 1 package, mandatory. So you still can't pick up a base model car. It's all like what was it's not like it's how they do their perception on the website. Yeah, that car starts there, but you can't find any of them because they all you have to pay for that stage package, just like you did last. So no matter what, you're not getting into an RT under 50 grand or 60 grand. And the honest to God's truth is those cars are about $10,000 to $15,000 too expensive.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the cheapest Mach-E is like 39 grand, 320 miles of range. That's on the premium model. Where's the cheapest model at? I'm trying to find the cheapest model to see what is the range of the cheapest model. But I mean, it says the premium model. But what is the Mach-E? They got like a Mach-E Select. Okay, 300 miles of range for 40 grand, a 4.1 second 0 to 60.
Okay, so it's slower than a Wagoneer S, but it's also a lot cheaper.
Yep.
So and let's be perfectly honest, if you own an EV, you're not really racing anybody. Like maybe in the Chargers case, somebody might take a couple of them to a drag strip, but the reality is anybody who has a fast performance EV, they're not driving like that. They're trying to save energy and they're trying to get through the week without having to go back to that charging station. As an EV owner, I know.
So this is what I find funny. I mean, I don't know where you live, but
I live in New York City and in Long Island.
Okay, so I live in Detroit. Like I'm on the outskirts. I'm like 2 miles north of 8 Mile. Everybody knows where 8 Mile is. But anyways, so here it's funny. We have GM, Ford, and Stellantis, and we don't have an actual electric infrastructure that can be usable for EVs here. So like GM has their EV Go stations. We have a few of those, but there's no real fast chargers. There's a Tesla supercharger station, but if you want a Stellantis product like the Wagoneer S or the Dodge Charger Daytona, you can't use Tesla stuff yet. And the only one here is like in the hood. It's at a Myers grocery store in the hood off of 8 Mile. And then if you look anything near me, there's an EV Go station, and half the time it's broke.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was telling Butter, I use an EV Go station. Here in New York, there's not a lot of them. You actually find more of them if you go out to like New Jersey or Connecticut, right? And the one that I go to is about 4 miles away from where I live. And, it was designed to be able to accommodate 6 cars, but they screwed up the design of laying the stuff in, so it only accommodates 4 cars. And then there's another one that they opened up recently. It's supposed to accommodate 12 cars, but it's in a very tight space, and they did some really stupid design decisions, and half the time, half the chargers are down until they fix it up. But I was telling Butter, with this new EV charger, they are now understanding that they have to push installation at your home of the charging kit, the level 2 charger. That's pretty much understood. Now, how long it will take for Tesla to allow Dodge to use the Tesla adapter, because I have the Tesla adapter for my Lyriq, it probably won't take that long. But right now, there's not a lot of pressure on them simply because the Charger and the Wagoneer S are in very low availability right now anyway. So I would say within the next 2 or 3 months, Tesla will unlock their superchargers so that you can use the Tesla charger adapter. But for right now, the dealers are pushing people to get level 2 chargers in their houses so that they can daily drive these things back and forth to work or school or whatever it is.
Well, and there's a problem with that too, because so about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, right when they came out with the Rivian R1T, right? I have a neighbor who's the next street over, and the guy 2 houses down from me has a Model 3, and he doesn't have a garage. So next to his little pad, he has a fence post with a level 2 charger. And that's how he charges our car. So one day I come out of my house, and this guy who I didn't know at the time, he has this R1T, and he's sitting there talking with the guy who owns the Model 3. So I go walk up to him because I had seen them testing it, but I never got up close to it. So I go up and talk to him. He works from home. When he ordered that truck, he got it. He was like one of the first people to place an order in there. So that originally that truck was like $55,000 was what they told him. By the time he got it, they upped the price to $102. And he was like, I still want the truck, blah, 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 blah. Well, the problem was his house was built, it's a little bungalow house with a separate garage. And it was built in like 1942. Mm-hmm. So his garage has like one light bulb in it. Well, he wanted to charge his new Rivian, and they told him like, hey, we're going to put a level 2 charger in there, but you're going to have to pay like $13,000 to run all this, 220 up to your garage.
Listen, they took that dude for a ride.
Yeah. So, anyways, what he does is this is the funny part, because he was asking the guy with the fence post, does this work? Because I'll do this, I'll run it from my house, I'll hook it up myself inside the house. Well, what he does is he takes his R1T about 3 miles from here. We have our local gas company. They have EV chargers outside. So he parks it there, takes his bicycle, plugs his truck in, rides his bicycle like 3/4 of a mile to the grocery store, goes grocery shopping, comes back, puts his bicycle back in, and drives it home so he has enough power to get around town. But he has to charge from a different spot.
Now let me ask you a question. Where you live, you live in Detroit. Do they not sell electric dryers in Home Depot as well as gas dryers there?
Yes, we do.
Okay, now here's the thing. Did his dealer ever explain to him he doesn't need to install a level 2 charger to his house? All he needs to do is on the outside of his house, you don't even have to do it to the garage. On the outside of your house, all you have to do is get a NEMA 1450 outlet, and you can use a portable charger at 220 volts, and it will still charge at level 2 speeds. See, again, these dealers are not selling these things right. I understand the technology, and I understand the limitations, but it's the same plug as your dryer.
Yeah. But here's the thing. He had to go to Ohio to get that vehicle because in Michigan, we have laws that say if they're not... Basically, the UAW put a lot of... has a lot of pull with the local government here, the state government. Mm-hmm. So, like, for example, we can't sell cars on Sunday. Every dealership's closed.
Yeah, they do that in New Jersey, too. They have that here in New Jersey.
But, like, for example, Tesla can't have a dealership here. There's no Tesla dealer.
Right.
Because it's not UAW members.
Right.
Rivian does not have a dealership network here.
Right.
So when you order one, like Tesla, there's a really like luxurious mall that's a few miles from my house. Mm-hmm. They have a Tesla, like what they call
gallery.
Gallery. You can go there. There's a Model 3 and a Model Y, and maybe it's a Cybertruck in there, and they show you like the auto forms with the different colors and stuff like that. Now you can order one, but in order to take delivery, you have to go to Ohio to get it.
That's crazy. See, the way they do it here is it's pretty much the same thing. If you walk into a Rivian here, or you walk into a Fisker, or you walk into a Lucid, they're not allowed to talk price with you. When you go in there, they're more than happy to let you test drive the car, but they're not allowed to talk about price with you. So the first thing they do is they refer you to the website. You got to go to the website. When you want to take delivery of the car, you have to go to one of their service centers. But here in New York, that's easy enough to do because we have a couple of them around. But in the other states, yeah, a lot of it is like bureaucratic red tape. But as far as the guys who are on your block, like they're going about it the hard way. Like if it was me, all I would, and I've told people this who I've met at the charging stations, get the outlet installed. Do not hardwire the level 2 charger to your house. That's what they want to do because they're going to charge you top dollar for it, right?
Yeah.
But if you get the socket, you can plug anything you want into that socket and it just goes to your charger box. But a lot of people don't understand that because, the dealers don't tell them this, you know? And I have pictures. I've showed the pictures. I've made videos of it. And, nobody really talks about it that much because a lot of people just go and have the charger hardwired to their house. But if your dude was to do that, the guy with the Rivian or the guy with the Model 3, They wouldn't need a fence post or nothing. They could plug it right into the side of their house.
Well, the guy with the Model 3 did a similar kind of thing like that, but his is just fixed on a fence post, so you can just leave it there. The guy with the Rivian, I don't know. I don't talk to him. He's a block over, but I
Well, if you see him, tell him I said hi. and tell him what I said.
Shoot. Yeah,
but yeah,
I bet you Elon Musk is working on a way to where, because he's already working on. He just got to the point to where the Tesla cars can drive out of the factories by themselves to the shipping lots. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure what he's gonna do is that situation where you gotta go from Ohio to Detroit. I guarantee he's gonna figure out how to get them damn cars and self-drive from Ohio to Detroit to the person's damn driveway.
Yeah, that's a possibility. That is a possibility.
We just signed some laws that now they can start testing, self-driving vehicles here. So who knows? That could probably happen.
Yeah, and now that Elon Musk's basically in charge of the government, hey, and the sky's the limit.
Yeah. I guarantee that's what he's gonna do. He gonna get around these dealers, whoever pretty much the dealers, other people trying to block them from having dealerships in these certain states. He's like, well, hell, I had the damn car drive itself from the damn factory straight to your damn door. You're not technically taking delivery; it's just arriving to you. Do the transaction online, do all the paperwork and stuff, and then boom, the car will basically just show up at your damn door within like a day or two. It'll just hell, it might be something as simple as like he might have it where like if the car is self-driving and something, he might come up with a damn like a wireless charging pad for the damn charge like one or two times before it gets to your house, whatever.
See, the thing with Elon, like Tesla is super smart when it comes to stuff. They build their own EDMs. They build their own battery packs. So Elon's smart because like if you look at what he did against as soon as the Charger Daytona launched, what was the first thing he did? He went and lowered the price of the Model S Plaid. And it's only what, $12,000 more than what a Charger Daytona is? Not even that. What is the Plaid now? It's like 93,000, right?
Yeah.
No, actually, I think a Plaid starts at about 89.
Okay, so it's $4,000 more than a Charger Daytona with 670 horsepower.
Oh, I got it right here. Wait, if you take off the incentives, it's $94,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You take off, if you take off that incentive, that little tax credit and crap, it's $94,000. Like, pretty much $95,000. So it's pretty much $10,000 more. You get like 330 horsepower more. And
that's why
better range.
This car is just way too damn expensive. I think a lot of people wouldn't hate it as much if it was cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like this car, like honestly to me, if you're gonna make a Scat Pack, it should honestly be able to beat everything in its price range. Even if it's gonna be $80,000. Mm-hmm. If it's $80,000, it better be the Demon. If it's gonna be $80,000. Like
come on, a Demon is like way more than that. It's like regardless what that sticker says.
But not a 2018. A 2018 Demon sticker price was $89,000.
Yeah, but that was before COVID jumped everybody's price to $10,000.
But hell, even the Demon 170 was $96,000. So it's not really like it's outside the realm of possibilities, right?
At this point, when I look at any Demon, I'm thinking 130 or 150 or higher.
Well, I mean that's aftermarket prices, but if we're talking about from the dealer, right? Because like the RHO is a perfect example, right? The RHO, its price is now $69,999 or $995, what the TRX was in 2021. So they basically did the same thing with RHO. They gave you this vehicle at the same price the TRX was. I mean, but like I said, with an EV, you should be able to get a cheaper EV that beats literally everything around it in price range, right? Because I mean, even before the Plaid, a Model S was beating a lot of cars. That was way more expensive. Even a Plaid is beating a lot more cars that's way more expensive than.
Well, that was once they got ludicrous mode. Insane mode wasn't extremely fast, but ludicrous mode was killing Lamborghinis. Yeah. And then Plaid mode said, "Yeah, you're done."
But I mean, Dodge's problem is they launched so far late that they had to come out swinging. They couldn't develop like Tesla, where you got this mode, same mode, ludicrous mode, all this other mode, Plaid mode, all that stuff, cheetah mode. Tesla had time to develop that. Dodge is coming in the ninth inning, and they're 3 strikes and they're almost out right by now. and you know, bottom of the you know, got 2 outs. So to me, honestly, if it was gonna be a Scat Pack, it should have been able to beat a demon, like and then whatever the Banshee was supposed to be, that should be like the Demon 170 killer, Plaid killer, Lucid Air killer, because they have to come out and actually swing for the fences. Because I mean,
as far as I'm concerned, that Banshee needs to be able to beat a Bugatti.
I mean, a 2018 Demon used to beat a Bugatti, so it's not like there's a high benchmark for that. They've done it before in a 2018 Demon. That's what 2018 Demon. That was like one of these things. It can beat a Bugatti, Ferraris. It can beat literally everything. But I mean, the Tesla came in with a Plaid and destroyed.
Well, you got to remember the Demon was beating the Veyron, but not the Chiron, because that came later. The Chiron is a monster.
Well, I mean,
and the only thing that beats the Chiron right now is the Lucid Sapphire.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure right now Demon 170 beat the Chiron.
I ain't seen that video yet.
But not a lot of people who. So the problem is with Demon 170 is a lot of people bought those cars for investments, not to actually race them. 2018 Demons, people bought them cars and they was like, oh yeah, we're going to beat everything with this car. Now it's like, because the Hemi was going away, everyone bought Demon 170s to put in bubble wrap. So you only really have a hand. You probably don't even have 10 Demon 170s that actually race. You probably don't even have 10.
Because see, after watching like Racer X's videos, yeah, I understood. Yeah, the Demon 170 has a really violent takeoff, but the problem is those all-wheel drive electric cars, they don't do all that ultra-violent takeoff stuff. They just go. And because they just go, they don't lose any time lifting off the ground and falling back down. They don't lose any time.
Yeah, so every
Bugatti single race he lost.
Yeah, so Bugatti Chiron 0 to 60 is 2.3 seconds. So technically, a Demon 170 would beat that on the track strip. It'll literally walk it at 1.66.
If all the stars align and that launch control works, because I ain't seen it happen.
Well,
that's the thing.
When Tom Bailey got smacked by the Sapphire, right? They didn't. That video, I made a video about that. That video was set up because, for one thing, Tom Bailey didn't drive his own car. They wouldn't let him drive his own car, or he couldn't get his car there. So the Radford Racing School don't have one-seater Demons, so they used a heavier version of the Demon to fight against the Lucid Air. Like, I think, well, I can't say exactly who it was, but somebody else was supposed to do that race instead of Tom Bailey, but he couldn't do it. But he was supposed to take his one-seater Demon and race against the Lucid Sapphire, and he's trying to set that race up now because some other YouTuber has one in Florida, which some people might know, but they're trying to set that race up. I think they're gonna try to do it this spring, where it's gonna be a Lucid Sapphire Air against a Demon 170, and they're going to see whether or not they're going to basically recreate that race, but this time in actual, optimal conditions, like where it's actually like an actual race, right? Because like I've broke down that video. Like sometimes that Demon 170 in that video wasn't even on E85. It was like had a mixture E85 in there, so it wasn't at full power. The launch was like, certain cuts of it was like it was in launch mode, it wasn't launch mode, whatever. So there was a lot of flaws to that video. So I don't think it's really accurate.
I understand that, but see, again, you're up against something that all you got to do is charge the battery, and a little girl could put her foot on the pedal and take you down. Like anybody, my mom could drive that thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a Sapphire. That's not a date. Like the Sapphire.
Well, even with the Tesla Plaid, and the Sapphire, the Tesla Plaid has its cheetah mode, and the Sapphire, like, you're getting eaten by that thing.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say is the Charger Daytona ain't that car. It doesn't have those.
No, I totally agree there. The Daytona Charger absolutely isn't that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So that's why I'm going like. They should have never called that car a Scat Pack. Like, that car should have basically been a Mach-E 4.
Oh, and by the way, the one that you drove earlier, that was a Scat Pack, or was that the RT?
Scat Pack. All I drove was 2 Scat Packs. Them things slow as crap.
Okay. Did you ever hit the power shot button?
I mean, I should have had to. It was stage 2, and it's already in drag mode. Well, why I got hit power shot?
Well, because you get an extra, 50 horsepower or something.
If it actually works.
Not in drag mode,
Oh, yeah.
So I was
Not drag with stage 2 because those EDMs max out at combined at 335 horsepower. So there's so and you can't use it now. If you use track mode with a stage 2, you use 620 and you can use it, but you can't use it on.
Yeah, so I was in actual drag mode trying to do it, and it's like, you know, I'm telling you, that car is just slow because I think they got it tuned to be safe.
Yeah.
I don't think they got it tuned to be aggressive. They don't got it tuned to drag race. That's definitely not a drag racing tune in that drag mode. I mean, I don't even care. Like, I don't have to go in drag mode in my Demon 170 to feel like the car is gonna kill me. I shouldn't have to go in drag mode or like go track mode and push this button, push that button. I just step on the gas and that car is fast, just naturally fast. But I mean, something just tells me that they tuned the Charter Daytonas to where they don't have an aggressive launch. Something just tells me that is the case. It's holding back power. There's no way in the world. I mean, I've been in heavy 700 horsepower vehicles. A TRX is all-wheel drive 700 horsepower, and that launch is a lot more violent than that Charter Daytona is. And those are two very similar cars or vehicles.
It's tuned to be safe.
That's what I'm thinking. I think it's tuned too safe. It's not tuned. It doesn't have like a. It's like an Alfa Romeo EV tune, not a Dodge tune.
You've never actually driven a Tesla Plaid, have you?
Nah, I've never been in a Plaid, but I mean, hell, as fast as it is, it has to have a violent launch.
Oh, let me tell you something. When you're in that Tesla Plaid, you basically have to keep the windows up because, like, that car will make you feel like you're being thrown out of the car.
Yeah.
And I'm a big guy, and that car is terrifyingly fast. And that's the only car I've ever driven where I was really afraid of it.
Yeah. I mean, a Demon 170 will give you like that. Like, you don't even have to go. Like, you cannot go full throttle on a Demon 170 on the street because you feel like you're going to literally go into a wall. Like, when I go fast in it, it's only half throttle at most. There is no way I can safely put full throttle 1,000 horsepower on the street with just those rear wheels, and I don't care how warm those sticky Mickeys are.
Well, my problem with the Demon 170 is they don't give you the full Brembo braking kit. You don't have Hellcat brakes on that car. That thing has smaller brakes and has smaller rotors.
Yeah. But like, it's not even the thing to me is it doesn't even matter. Doesn't have brakes. It's not even safe to even accelerate. So the only time that you want to safely go full throttle in that vehicle is on a drag strip where you're gonna have plenty of runoff room.
Yeah. Well, the car does what is it? What is it called? The car does wheelies.
Yeah.
I'm amazed that insurance companies are even willing to insure that.
Because I mean, like, a 1.6 seconds 0 to 60 is dangerously fast, and that's on a drag strip. So, like I said, on the street it's even worse because I think the best you get on the street is like 3.3, 4 somewhere around there because you lose so much traction. But it's just so crazy that you cannot put your foot full throttle in that car. Like, you gotta go half throttle. Like, if you go full throttle, you better already be at like 70, 80 miles an hour because the wheel's going to break loose and you're going to have to drop some pressure out the tire and all that stuff. But that car is dangerously fast on just 2 wheels because you feel as though you're going to lose traction at really any time. So that's not what the Charter Daytona is. The Charter Daytona is so safe. It's like, just like you said, the Plaid, the Lucid Sapphire, you just push the button, you just push the pedal, you going straight. That car, you sitting there waiting, going like, damn, I'm waiting for popcorn to damn pop because I got plenty of time to get to 60. I mean, it just, I don't think the tuning is there. They got it tuned safe. They don't got it tuned to where you fear it. And it's not a Dodge car if you don't fear it. Like, some people fear Scat Packs, like 480 horsepower Scat Packs. Some people fear RTs. You don't fear this EV. It's not scary. It's not scary, y'all, period. So it's not a Dodge. I mean, you literally got people who are scared of $40,000 Dodge cars, and this is double the price, almost double the horsepower, and it's so safe and it's not aggressive.
Well, in general, most cars have gotten safer. I mean, have you seen the new Revuelto? I mean, like, when you get in one of these Lamborghinis or you get one of these Ferraris now, those things have so much, safety nannies and tuning to basically make it so you don't slam yourself into a freaking wall. Yeah, a lot of people complain about that. They're like, "Oh yeah, it just doesn't feel like it's trying to kill me."
Yeah, but that's what a Dodge is. A Dodge is a blue collar car that's trying to kill you. That's why we buy Dodge cars, because we want that excitement, we want that feel. That's kind of like, that's my definition of a muscle car. A big car with a lot of horsepower that you have to respect or it's going to kill you. And this car, you don't got to respect it at all. Like there's no sensation with it. There's no, like, it doesn't put you in your seat. Like, I haven't seen a single person who can full floor this car and get put back in their seat.
From what I've seen, the Wagoneer S does that, but not the Charger.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, but the crazy part is why? Because they're the same EDMs, and the Wagoneer S has 70 less horsepower. But I mean, it also has less weight too. So I mean, is that the case? The
Wagoneer S is still up there. It's close to 6,000.
It's only 200 pounds lighter than the Charger.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's just my problem with that car. It doesn't have that feel that you have to respect it. It's like driving like a dart. It's like driving a Grand Caravan. Like, it's like, if you drove a Grand Caravan before, that's how safe this car feels. You can go full throttle and just wait to get a ticket like 5 minutes later. I know I'm being disrespectful, but it's just not fast enough. I mean, if it was called a GT, it would have been fine. If it was called an RT, it would have been fine. But it's not a Scat Pack. It's not a Scat Pack. Like the Scat Pack, 670 horsepower. They should just call it an RT and be done with it.
Hold on. Isn't this car faster than the 6.4?
Allegedly.
Yeah, so as long as it's faster than the 6.4 Scat Pack,
Allegedly,
then technically it should be able to be called the Scat Pack.
But it shouldn't cost $30,000 more than it does.
Well, that I agree with. But have you seen the price they're selling Scat Packs?
That's what I'm
thing
saying.
was, this car was never supposed to be called that. Originally, the RT was going to be called the 340, and the Scat Pack was going to be called the 440.
Yeah, the 440. Yeah.
And then the stage kits were going to add different numbers, so depending on what stage kit you got. So, like, for example, if you got an RT with the stage 2 package, it's going to be the 500, Dodge Charger 500, Daytona 500. So, but they changed it at the last minute, and I don't know why. Because it would have made more sense if the internal combustion cars, which actually compete with the cars that they're replacing, would have been an RT in a Scat Pack.
Because I always took it to believe that the Banshee was supposed to be the end all, and it was supposed to be the fastest thing they ever made. But the problem is, if that's vaporware for the time being, and they don't introduce that and prove it, then
Well, I think we're going to do some radical stuff on the Banshee. I don't think it's going to be like, I don't know. We've seen some patents and
stuff.
Did
you guys go to the International Auto Show and actually see the Banshee in person?
No.
Yeah, I've seen the car 5 times in person.
Oh, okay.
So,
as far as I saw, it was like the same car.
It's like
very similar. That car is a straight up concept though, because if you look at it, it was built by Prefix out in Auburn Hills. If you look at it, it's got different headlights, it's got projector headlights. The whole car is carbon fiber. It's a carbon fiber tub in it.
Okay.
Every body panel, even the lower side skirts where it's blacked out on the Daytona, the production one, it's all carbon fiber.
Wow.
So
they'll never make the Banshee carbon fiber cut the weight.
See, and that was the thing. When I did see the Banshee in person, the thing that I couldn't get over was the fact that they didn't have a charging port, or at least they didn't show you where the gas cap charging port was. So I was asking the lady who was showing it, and she couldn't tell me, and I couldn't touch it because they had it roped off where you couldn't get near it. So these cars are finished. These cars are production, so they actually have charging ports.
Yeah, that probably other one probably had like a charging port in the damn trunk somewhere.
The Banshee is supposed to come with NACS. It's supposed to come with the same charger as Tesla, and it's also supposed to be 800-volt architecture, which would allow it to be extremely fast, because you'd have maybe a tri-motor or a quad motor, and each battery pack.
It's going to be a tri motor because that's what's in the Maserati cars. I haven't heard of them making a quad motor version, but I mean,
GM just recently patented a quad motor. I don't know what they're going to use it in, and my guess is Dodge probably wouldn't be that far behind on that.
I mean, if GM patented it, more than likely it'll be in a damn Zora,
or the next something V series Cadillac.
Yeah, I mean, hell, well, you know what? Maybe like a Escalade IQV.
That's a possibility because the IQ already has a V push button, just like this Power Shot bullshit. They already have a V push button on the Escalade IQ steering wheel.
Yeah.
They don't really advertise it like that. They don't call it the IQV, but they have it. But I'll tell you, for that kind of money, I'd buy an Escalade over this. And then I don't know, man. This company's in serious trouble.
I mean,
well, Dodge had some patents that were released with the Charger in mind. There was this patent for like a adjustable airfoil. So basically, where the R-wing is, that part that goes to the upper brow would have like panels that would adjust for more downforce.
Right.
So I mean, there could be a lot of different things like that. Nothing's been confirmed, but they do have patents for it using the Charger Daytona design. So who knows?
I mean, honestly, I think they should have figured out how to they this right here was like this right here. Okay, this right here would have been fine, like this as like maybe, they would have made a narrow body to make it more aerodynamic to get more range out of it, and then just call it like a, I don't know, like a GT or whatever, and then the Banshee should have just been that over the top model. But I mean, oh man, like I don't even know what all architecture all the Teslas run on. I know the Plaid runs 800 volt, but
Teslas are pretty much Teslas are pretty much all 400 volt architecture.
Mm-hmm. So I mean,
but you also have to understand 400 volt architecture. It doesn't just mean 400 volts. It could be anything like up to 400 volts. And just like 800 volts, it doesn't specifically mean 800 volts. It could be like 6, 7, 800, 900. But the thing about it is Tesla has mastered efficiency.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why they just put like one screen in there. Like, you don't need anything else. They don't put a heads-up display. They don't put a gauge cluster. They just put the ventilated heated seats in the Model Y and the Model 3.
Yeah.
But they're mastering efficiency. And this whole thing about like people complaining about like the car not taking a charge when it's cold. Well, they have this new way of heating the battery pack so this way you don't lose all the power to preconditioning.
Yeah. That's what David was telling me about that. They was doing that crap, and then like he would tell me like when the car routes itself to a charger, it'll basically see what the temperature of the battery pack is, and it'll change your route based on the temperature. That way you can go and get to the charger, the little supercharger, and it'll basically let you charge at the maximum rate. So like if you need like about 5-10 minutes for your battery to get charge faster, it will route you to the next exit, make you turn around and go back to the charger, and then let you start charging. That way you spend less time down. They're like, damn, that's pretty damn clever.
Like right now, the only cars you can really get with 800 volt architecture is the Porsche Taycan, the Hyundai Ioniq 5, the Genesis GV80, the Kia EV6, and the Audi e-tron. Right. So right now, those are the only 800 volt electric cars you can get. And what a lot of people may or may not understand about it is what it means is you, instead of having one large battery pack, you actually have two large battery packs. So when you charge the car, it charges both battery packs simultaneously, which means that you're getting more power quicker because instead of just charging one battery, you're charging two. And it also means that, now you can drive these rear motors and the front motors off of different battery packs. So the discharge from the capacitors can be higher. So it basically allows them to be faster, which we see with the Taycan and the EV6. So this stuff is all in infancy right now. If the Banshee comes out with 800 volts and it comes out benchmarking like some of the fastest supercars, they could. I seriously believe they could actually have something. It's just that they have to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, basically them saying that they was working on the that dang high kilowatt EDM. It should be 442 horsepower per EDM. They do a tri motor. and I'm going like it'll make a lot of sense. They do a 1320 Daytona, 1,320 horsepower in drag mode. But I mean, it's just going to be the weight.
According to what I've heard, is the car will come standard with like 880 horsepower. You have to buy the stage packages to get like the ultimate range. To buy the stage 2 kit.
Yeah. I mean, I get that, but I'm just saying that like hopefully at the maximum power level, you got a 1320. Like Dodge has a huge marketing thing they can do right there. The Charger Daytona 1320. It's set up for drag racing and has 1,320 horsepower when you get stage 2. I mean, that's like a huge marketing thing they can do where this car is straight up drag street, like drag strip ready. Carbon fiber wheel options like they had on that concept. Mickey Thompson tires, like the whole 9. Like hell, even they did like some Demon 170 Lightning and stuff where like if you get like a 1-seater version of this car, it's just straight up ready to just decimate on the drag strip. Like it should be able to take out really anything that's not named like a Remont Navara or a Pininfarina. It should just destroy everything else. But still got the problem of this car weighs like almost 1,000 pounds heavier than a Plaid. So will an extra 200-300 horsepower overcome the fact that it's down on weight? Well, I mean, it's
maybe you need an extra 800 horsepower. Maybe you need to make it 1,600 horsepower.
But I mean, would they actually put that much money into a quad motor though? That's the question. Would they do that? Because
I think they're gonna have to.
Who's gonna buy it?
I think
the same people who overpaid on their Demons.
Nah, but they did that for an engine.
I think we're gonna see something like stage 1 880, probably like 950 for the stage, or sorry, for the standard car 880, probably 950 for stage 1, and probably like 1050 for stage 2.
They're done because there's no way in the world they'll be the Plaid.
I don't think it will.
Wait, what?
If they only make 1,000 horsepower, like 1,050 horsepower Banshee, and if it doesn't beat the Plaid, they will get clowned.
Yeah, that's not enough. You pretty much have to be at like 1,500 or 1,600 just to be sure.
Yeah. I just don't see it because the thing is, you're talking. Look at the price of the car now, right? And it's only like 6. No matter what, the Plaid's going to be a better deal.
Of course.
No one's going to buy a freaking $150,000 Dodge EV. That's the thing. So they're going to probably put lower horsepower in it. And plus, they're not just going to throw. They're not going to throw everything at it to begin with, because if they max everything out, that's not what they've done in the past. They're going to sell you something first. That's okay, we can do this. Then the next year you're going to change something so that way you want to get another model, and then they're going to change something the next year. Kind of like when we got the Hellcat and the Hellcat Red Eye and all that stuff. That's always been their game, and I just don't see a 1,300 horsepower Charger Daytona anytime soon. Now, I do believe that they'll probably offer a 1320 package, because if you go back to SEMA 2022, they showed off. That was the first time they showed the car off in Striker Red, the Banshee. And if you look, it's got the same carbon fiber wheels that the Demon 170 had, but it had Mickey Thompson slicks on it. Mm-hmm. And I really think that was kind of a hint, because I'm pretty sure they'll probably offer something like a 1320 package where you can remove the seats and all that stuff and do something to light car up. But I don't see 1,300 horsepower in this car. I mean, I just don't. I'm thinking of it realistically. I mean, I would love to see that kind of number, but for cost and everything, I just don't see it happening.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if you looked at the specs they had on there, you convert it over. They're supposed to have that high power output one motor, 442 horsepower. If you multiply by 3, you should theoretically get like 1,327 horsepower. Theoretically, if they built that motor. So I mean, if they detune it down, I mean, maybe they detune it down just because just because they're trying to barely just beat a Plaid. But I mean, basically they could maybe detune it down to maybe like, I don't know, 11, 12 horsepower to just beat a Plaid. And then if Elon Musk, makes a Plaid Plus, they still got wiggle room to go up to 1320. Because they can just do some software changes and say, hey, we got a new car, yada, yada, yada. But it's really just a software lock. But, I mean, hell, if they have a 1320 option or horsepower, whatever, they got to do it because this car is like literally a joke at being slow. So they got to do something where they just shock everybody because everybody will be talking and this car can literally beat everything that's not $1 million car. Like they have to destroy the Sapphire, the Plaid, or there's no reason this car to even come out. There's no reason for it. Who wants to? Because like if the Toyota Daytona now loaded is like 85 grand, how much is a Banshee going to cost with another few hundred horsepower? It's still not going to beat a Plaid.
Probably about 130.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, yeah, especially you got carbon fiber wheels, Mickey Thompson's, seat lighting and stuff. I mean, hell, like that's literally the price of a Demon 170. It was like 120ish. So if it can't necessarily, like if its only goal is to beat a Demon 170, don't even come out with it. There's no point. There's no point. Like I'll tell them now, just stop development of this car. If its goal is not to beat everything that's not $1 million car. I mean, that's basically what the 2018 Demon was. The 2018 Demon literally beat everything when it came out. That's why everybody wanted to have it. Everybody wanted to have it because it had times that no person thought was ever possible from a car this big. And then it can destroy cars that was 3, 4, 5 times more valuable than it. If you're going to have a true Halo EV, it has to do the same thing. It has to beat everything. Demon 170 can literally beat everything. And then just like I saying with the 0-60, it can beat a Chiron 0-60 on a drag strip. It might not beat it on the street, but at least it has that time. Like, hey, well, we got a 0-60. It's like no car can even beat us in the 0-60 over a quarter mile. Like, let me see, what is a Chiron's quarter mile time?
Yeah, that Chiron's quarter mile is like in the low 9s, if not the 8s. It's like 8 point something. The Chiron is like one of the fastest freaking cars that you could possibly buy.
Yeah, so Chiron is 9.4 seconds quarter mile. The Demon is high 8s. So the Demon came out and literally can beat the most expensive cars in the world. I mean, other than, because I mean, that's what I'm saying. That test with the Sapphire was not fair because they did not use the fastest version of the Demon 170. Like not every version of the Chiron is gonna be the fastest version of the Chiron because there's gonna be different changes and stuff. But a 1-seater Demon 170 with carbon fiber wheels will literally beat everything. I mean, of course you're gonna need some trickery, right air pressure and stuff, the right DA and all that nonsense. It can't be too hot and all that stuff. Can't be heat soaked. But I mean, all it just takes is one time to beat the damn car, and then you just claim that it can beat it. But the Toyota Daytona, the Banshee, it has to beat these cars. If it doesn't beat these cars, there's no point in coming out. It at least has to beat the Chiron. At least has to go after $1 million car.
$5 million car.
Well, yeah, whatever. Like,
so I think what they're gonna do is they're probably gonna, if they do anything, they're gonna have to put some kind of new kind of battery in this car to really crank up the power. Because even with the EDM, it'll just suck the battery juice down with these lithium ions. So recently, Stellantis, announced basically that they were teaming up with this company in Texas called Zeta Energy, and they're going to develop a next generation lithium sulfur batteries. And according to Zeta, they said that they're going to offer longer range, lighter weight for the battery packs and reduce production costs. So I think if they could offer something like that, you might see your higher horsepower. But with lithium ion technology and how much batteries cost right now, I don't know. I think they're going to play conservative.
I mean, hell, like it doesn't necessarily have to get great range. As long as they can do like maybe 5 or 10 passes before draining the battery pack, like no one's really going to matter. It's not really going to matter. As long as they can do about between 5 to 10 passes at the most power it can do. Because that's gonna be another thing, right? Because like that's how one of the big things with Demon 170, or we're really like the Hellcats and stuff. You can drain the gas tank if you go wide over throttle for blah 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 minutes. You can drain the gas tank in like 10 minutes full throttle, blah blah blah. That'd be another little selling point. Like we're the fastest draining battery, and then we can charge fast and get you back up, blah blah blah. So. Even if it doesn't have a lot of great range because it sucks off the juice of the battery, 5 to 10 runs I think will be just good enough for them to still make an impact on this.
But I don't even say it's the range that really matters. I think it's going to be the weight. If they can offer like this lithium sulfur batteries that make the battery pack weigh a lot less. You know, a battery pack, the current battery pack weighs about 1,500 pounds.
Ugh, that's ugly.
Take a couple hundred pounds. You know, that helps a lot. So I think until, I mean, you might see something radical because the 800 volt cars, they're going to be different. But the thing is it still has yet to be remained like what kind of battery pack they're putting in the car.
I mean, that's still bad because, like, even at 1,500 pounds, they had to lose like 1,000 pounds just to get around the same weight as a Plaid. I don't know if they can shave 1,000 pounds out of this car.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think everybody's kind of being optimistic. I try to be that optimistic person.
Well,
but realistically, I don't. Yeah. So, I mean, they're working on all different types of battery technology. I just wrote an article the other day, like the Fiat 500, you know, that battery pack actually doesn't do that good. It only gets about like 130 miles range. They're replacing that with a lithium iron phosphate battery. So it's supposed to add like additional range, and that's coming out next year. So, I mean, they're changing battery chemistries quite a bit, and I think that's going to play a lot into the new SR13 engine. So,
well, lithium ion phosphate is pretty much the reason why you don't hear about EV fires that much anymore, because those batteries are safer than the regular lithium ion batteries.
Oh, I didn't know all that.
Yeah, lithium ion alone, if lithium touches water, it explodes and it bursts into flames.
Damn.
Part of the reason why a lot of the early cars would burst into flames is because sometimes these people would hit road debris and it would puncture the battery. If you puncture that battery, that shit's going to explode. But with lithium ion phosphate, you could take those batteries, you could crush them, and the powder just leaks out. They don't explode. But with lithium ion, you do that same crush, that shit blows up.
What kind of batteries in the chart of Daytona again?
It's probably a lithium ion phosphate battery.
Rob, what kind of batteries in here? Did I just drive a bomb down the street? Let's see, battery pack.
Yeah, there's so much information they don't tell you.
So the battery pack on the Daytona, you're wondering about that?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking it up right now.
Charger EV battery chemistry, right?
Yeah, I'm going like,
I think
did I
it's
just drive a
lithium.
5,800 pound
Yep,
bomb?
no. You know what it is? It's lithium iron phosphate.
Iron phosphate, yeah.
Lithium iron.
So that's why the damn car weighs so much of these damn iron?
Iron battery, yeah. It's like, you know, the problem with the battery chemistry is, if you're using certain types of metals, it's going to make the car heavier.
Hell, I guess in this case, slower. Liquid iron, lithium iron.
Lithium iron phosphate. And if you were to take that battery and you were to hit it with an axe, it's not going to burst into flames.
Oh, that's
but
good.
if you took a lithium ion battery and you did anything to it, that thing is going to explode.
Golly.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good to know that I don't. Well, hell, that's probably why. Hopefully with this car, you won't have a fire risk because it got lithium iron in the car.
Because I'll tell you, even my Cadillac, I don't charge that in the garage. I keep it about 6 feet away from my house, and just in case, and it's been doing great. I haven't had any problems out of it at all. But I keep just in case. I keep it like 6 feet away from the house. Just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case. Just in case they want to. Just in case they want to prove me wrong and blow some shit up. You know, just in case. It's you know what? I keep it close to my neighbor's house because I don't like it.
I don't know, man. It's like even if they don't necessarily make a 1320 Banshee that has 1,300 horsepower because of the weight they got to overcome, if they make a smaller car. Because I was saying, Rob, like maybe to make a smaller Challenger based off the Julia, make it a little bit bigger than the actual Mustang. Maybe that can be like another new Demon that's smaller. Because that's why I go like, man, it'll make a lot of sense.
I think that would be
like a mid-sized Challenger again.
That's interesting. The battery in my car is nickel, cobalt, manganese, aluminum.
That sounds almost.
That's what I'm saying. There's some.
So no. The question is, how many children do they have digging for this stuff in conflict mines in Africa? That's the question.
Yeah.
How many? Like there's probably like a whole village of children like just digging with their hands to pull this shit out of the ground.
Yeah, damn conflict batteries. I ain't never heard of a damn. I heard of a conflict diamond,
batteries,
but not a conflict battery.
Mica, cobalt, coltan, tantalum. Yeah. You know, but the sad thing is, if they don't do this, it's like they don't have nothing to eat because they charge them like I think it's like $250 per ton or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or they pay them that, and then the people take like half of that money for the food cost. They give them like a bowl of rice for like 5 kids. Like they give them like a little bowl of rice. I feel bad for them.
I mean, shoot. So it sounds more likely than they just get off of EVs and just go back to making gasoline. Tell the government stop dicking around. Because I mean, because I'm saying this car is way too big. It's like it's the size of a freaking Grand Cherokee L. They got to make a mid-size car to get that 25 to 30K, that 25 to 45K range customer back in the door. Like, if Tim Kniss is going to get a mid-size pickup truck, Dodge should get a mid-size car. And I mean, hell, if they both make them off that sell a large platform, I mean, they could probably make them in the same plant. They could probably make both of them in Belvedere. Mass-produced mid-size truck and car on the same line, similar line. Because I mean, it's basically what Ford does with the Ranger and the Bronco. They both made in the same similar line. So I think Dodge definitely has to make a mid-size car, like something a little bit bigger than the Mustang. Probably right there around the same price as the base Mustang. The base Mustang is like what, $35,000. So they can undercut Mustang by a little bit with the Evo 4 in there and make it just big enough for a Hemi swap. Oh man, I think people buy it. Just don't make like another like I guess Avenger level car. Just give it just enough juice in order to just enough width for a Hemi swap, or like yeah. I was thinking the other day, I was like, man, like what if they took like that Fiat 124, that little smaller Fiat car, and redo it as a Dodge with like a little smaller Evo engine in there to kind of make it
my problem is it's like I don't want to build one of those cars. I want the dealer to build it. Like I want the factory to build that car for me. It's like I know you can go to Direct Connection and you could like be like, okay, yeah, I want a Elephant engine and I want this and that and all that stuff. My thing is, no, I need you to build the whole car. I need all of the transfer points for all of the energy. I need all of that stuff to be the best that you can possibly make it so that I'm not snapping my drivetrain. And I need the car balanced. It's like if they don't build it, I don't want it.
I mean, that's why
We're going to see aftermarket companies build.
I'm sorry?
I said we're going to see aftermarket companies go haywire with this thing and build stuff like that. That package is like the guys up at America's Most Wanted 4x4 in Holly, Michigan. I know a couple of them up there. They build some really cool like health-empowered, gladiators and stuff. And they actually are a dealer, like a certified distributor for Chrysler and Mopar and stuff. They've already said that they're going to buy one of the first 6-pack cars and rip it apart and put a Hemi in it. The interesting thing is they build packages like that all the time. So I guarantee you're going to see companies like them and other companies build stuff. The problem is you're going to be paying like $40,000-$50,000 on top of a car to swap it out.
An absolute fortune. It's just like when Kniskis, when he did the reveal, and he showed that 69 or 68 Charger with a carbon fiber body, and he said, "Yeah, it's going to be $250,000." I'm like, "Are you guys crazy?"
Yeah, but that company was already doing that. The thing is, that's just a licensing deal. They can sell that through Dodge and make it look like they have more stuff. Just like Drop Top Customs. Drop Top Customs have been building convertibles probably since like 2007, 2006.
Yeah.
And last year they said, "Oh, hey, we never offered a convertible, but now you can get one through the Dodge dealer." Yeah, well, I mean, that company's been out for a long time. They're just licensing out, their services. So
there's one of those convertible. One of those convertible challenges is down the block from me. In fact, Garden City has one. I think it's a Scat pack. I don't think it was a Hellcat, but I never thought that it looked good. So it's like I would never want one. But I don't know.
I never saw the point.
Hey, Butter,
Why
check
in the
your
hell would you do that to your damn
Facebook.
demon? Oh,
I sent you some pictures of one of the residual values on the Charger Daytona RT about a couple hours ago. Look at the residual value for this RT. You're gonna learn. It says when your lease ends, you can buy the car for $26,314.75 after 3 years.
Hell, that might
So
be
it
the
loses
one.
over value. So we're already going to see good deals because 2025 is already coming, and then 2025 is going to be a short model year. So like a very short model year. So there's going to be some good deals out there. I don't know, man. I just again, I'm really excited about this car. I like the car. I just don't like EV stuff. So I can't wait to get a 6-pack. You know, and the funny thing is like I talked to my Dodge rep, and they were supposed to get a Charger Daytona for like a week to test, and they canceled it because apparently they don't have any press pool yet. But they're giving some of the motor trend and stuff. But I think they're still having software issues, and that's one of the reasons why they don't have it on the press pool yet.
Now, I honestly think, because I was thinking about this the other day, because I was talking to OC and TK in the background about this. I think Dodge is hiding these cars from reviewers.
Oh yeah.
I don't think they want people to actually go and actually give like more bad reviews, because talking to TK, because he knows people who knows like John Elkin and stuff, and John Elkin was pissed off at all the negative reviews his car got when they all spent all the money for all these people to go to Rafford Race School, and almost every review was negative except for the people who hold Dodge's pom-poms very tight. So I think John Elkin's going like, don't lend these cars out, because they got a lot of cars. I mean, they had like what I think Damon Alder said they had like damn near 20 cars out there for them, and I'm going like, how did they not have these cars available? Because I'm like, I don't ask Dodge multiple times, and they're like, oh, they're not ready, not ready yet, and then they, like you said, they gave Motor Trend some, and Motor Trend tested some. And that's when they were talking about at the Motor Trend, I guess that Neville podcast. And then I know that what was it, Out of Spec Reviews. He said they had like another event for the actual press and stuff. And he like, oh well, I guess I didn't get invited, so I guess I'm gonna go, test this Wagoneer S, right here at this damn dealer. So I don't think they want people to actually review these vehicles anymore, because they're just getting negative nonsense, negative comments and negative views non-stop. That's why I was laughing at that article when Matt McClear was talking to Just Drive, talking about the actual reviews of the car. It stings, it hurts. Like,
yeah, well, it doesn't hurt as much as taking away a product that people like.
It's true. The thing is now it would have been different if Tavares wasn't in the picture like a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. When that, because I think if they would have rolled out the internal combustion cars and then said, hey, we got these EVs too, so we're kind of feeding into it. I think if people drove the actual car, they would like it. The problem is they rolled out these EVs and everybody hates EVs now. But I don't know. They got a lot to do with their marketing. I told you when I drove the car. I mean, I was impressed with it as an L series owner, but I'm not an EV person. I don't want the car. I think it's too expensive. But if they were smart, they would change their whole marketing, and basically instead of doing like they launched one commercial with this about being joking about saving the earth and then whatnot. If I were like I told you, show it just beating the shit out of some cars.
Yeah,
exactly. Don't just basically say like F you to both the EV community and the muscle car community. Do their own thing. Like you can't please everybody. And I think that's what they want. They thought everybody's going to like, oh, we love this car. Well, no, everybody hates it because it's not a EV enough and it's not a freaking muscle car. If you watch that out of spec review a video. He hated that car right from the get-go. He hated that thing. It wasn't even 3 seconds into the video he's saying about how garbage the car was.
Well, you got to understand, Kyle is a special person because, see, you got to understand, this dude, he just flew to China to test drive all of the Chinese electric vehicles that he could get his hands on. Now, let's just be perfectly honest. The average American does not want anything labeled made in China at all as a driving car. So, yeah, you went over there, you drove all of these cars that Americans don't want at all, and the technology in those cars, absolutely, it's astounding. You can get a Chinese electric vehicle that drives itself and has a television in the damn thing, that like with the BMW 7 Series back seat, and they got that in the front and the back seat. The back seats have recliners and everything like you're in a minivan. Yeah, that's all nice, but guess what? Americans absolutely do not want anything that says China on it at all. At all. I don't care how cheap it is. They just don't want it. So the reality is he's driven the best electric vehicles that he can drive. But the problem is that with that mindset, you don't have the mindset of the type of person who goes out and buys a Hellcat or something like that. So right away, that's two different mindsets that you don't seem to understand. The average American doesn't want any of that stuff. But when it comes to these Dodge electric vehicles and the Jeep, I think Jeep will ultimately do better than Dodge will with this Wagoneer S, even at that $73,000, $73,000 price. Because that Wagoneer S is actually, it's unrefined, but it's actually a good product. Just about everybody who drove it, they like it. You know, I think Jeep will do better because the difference is Jeep doesn't really have an identity beyond making things that look like Jeeps. You know, the problem with Dodge is after you put that Hellcat out, there's nowhere else to go. You can only go forward, and if you're not willing to do that, then you kill off the whole brand.
Well, the funny thing about the Wagoneer S, okay, it's 600 horsepower, but it's 1/10 of a second slower than the Charger Daytona Stage 2 Scat Pack, right? If you look at the price, $71,995. That includes destination charge. Okay, if you look at the actual Scat Pack prices, they don't include the destination charge, so that's an extra $2,000 onto that. And then you also are limited to what options you can pick on it. But the Launch Edition Wagoneer S is fully loaded. There's nothing you can really besides a red interior that was an extra $1,000 and a tow package, which is $995. If you look at what the Wagoneer S actually has, it's got a massive panoramic sunroof. It's got the passenger screen. It's got heated and chilled, or heated and cooled front and back seats. It's got
massage.
Yep. No. The Wagoneer S doesn't.
It has massage in the. No, the Wagoneer S has front heated, ventilated massage seats, but the second row only has heated and ventilated seats. So then it has that passenger screen. It has the digital LCD mirror. I was talking about butter with that a little while ago, and then it also has like 5 different screens.
Yeah, and it's got 1,200 watt stereo system. The Macintosh stereo system. I mean, that thing's loaded to the gills, and you're paying $14,000 less, and your performance-wise, you're not that far off of the Charger Daytona.
0.01 seconds.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's a lot better deal.
Yeah.
And
it's absolutely a better deal.
SUV than a 2-door muscle car.
And also understand, if you were to buy one of those Summit Reserve 4xEs, that's $79,000 for Summit Reserve. And if you wanted to go toe-to-toe with the Wagoneer S, the 4xE Summit is $74,670. So that Wagoneer S is actually undercutting 3 of the top trim 4xEs.
So that's one of the reasons why. So 2 years ago, the Jeep Europe announced, "Hey, we're only going to sell the Grand Cherokee over here as a 4xE," and then they sold only the Wrangler as a 4xE over there. Well, they just announced that the Grand Cherokee is not going to Europe anymore. Instead, the Wagoneer S is going to replace it. So it's going to be cheaper. It fits the roads better because it's a little bit smaller. Because the Grand Cherokee is an E-segment vehicle like the Charger, or the Wagoneer S is a D-segment vehicle. So it's slightly smaller and, better value. So I really like the Wagoneer S. It's different. It's not a trail-rated Jeep by any means. It's a mall crawler Jeep, basically. It's an urban Jeep. But you know what? How many people take their Jeeps off road anymore? Not many.
Nobody. Like,
And it's going to kill a lot of people.
not unless you have a Wrangler.
Well, the Wrangler's getting replaced in Europe too. That new Recon that's coming out, that's actually going to start production on February 24th, which is 2 Mondays from now. They're going to start producing it down in Mexico alongside the Wagoneer S. That's going to be in containment until the 3rd quarter, and it should be in dealers by the 4th quarter of this year. That's going to replace the Wrangler over there. And that's smaller. That's a D segment SUV, but it's going to, you can remove the doors on it. It's going to have removable rear windows and all that stuff. So that's, again, we don't know pricing on it just yet, but it looks like it's going to be a better deal than the Wrangler 4x8. So it's going to be, you know, again, 400 volt system. You know, performance-wise and stuff, it should be right on par with the Wagoneer S. So we'll probably see a 500 horsepower model, maybe a 600 horsepower model. So
yeah.
It's like I said, Jeep is not going to have the same problem Dodge is going to have. Jeep will be able to get by. Jeep will be able to get by. Ram and Dodge are screwed.
Yeah. Well, I think Tim over at Ram, they got a lot of. The Ram Charger, well, I actually like the Ram Charger 100% better than the Rev. I think that's a great idea. That truck. The thing that will be interesting is how much cheaper is it than the Rev. So, I mean, you're going to offer the Rev in, you know, what's that?
It should be a lot more cheaper. I mean, it's going to have a smaller battery pack. I mean, that's like I said, that's a one-man thing that jacks the price up. And then the Ram Rev got all these extra different panels on there. So, I mean, you basically got a Ram 1500 truck.
Well, for some reason you're cutting out really bad.
Man, you know you out there in the shed. Okay, I know right now you bicycling right now for your electricity to turn on and your Wi-Fi to work.
How much is the Ram Charger supposed to be?
I mean, they got different price ranges, so they got like a tradesman all the way up to a limited. So we don't know how much.
Where does it start?
No one knows it. They never announced the price.
Yeah, it looks like it's a good truck. It looks cool.
I mean, if I had to guess, I would say they're probably gonna start off at like 50 grand, probably.
And keep in mind, like if you look inside these cars, especially that Wagoneer S, all they're doing is they're using technology right out of the parts bin from the 4xe or from the Ram 1500. It's the same stuff that it's the same technology that we've already seen. That's part of the reason why they're having trouble with glitches, because the problem is they've tried to shoehorn all of this new graphic and stuff into it that it wasn't designed to handle.
Let's see. Let me see what the cheapest.
The thing is, the Ram 1500 Ram Charger, it all depends on the pricing, because they're going to offer that in almost the whole range except for Rebel. So that and the Rev is going to be like, you know, they're going to offer tradesman models and stuff. The price difference is going to be very interesting because they canceled out the long range model just because of they've already released prices of how much that LG battery pack was going to cost them to replace. And it was like $29,000 or $27,000. So, I mean, it's going to be crazy expensive, I'm sure. And Tim just realized, like, hey, we're not going to build it because no one's going to be able to afford it. Plus, no one likes EVs right now.
Right.
But the thing is the Ram Charger, you know, how much cheaper is that going to be than the Rev? Because if it's cheaper, it gets better range. What's the point of having the Rev? I mean, I'm sure that's what they're considering right now. You know, I got a picture sent to me from an Instagrammer that was out in Arizona. Or no, I'm sorry, Colorado. It was in Colorado. They were doing some testing towing, and they're out in the middle of nowhere, and they got this huge trailer parked next to a diesel, or like parked with a diesel generator on the top of it, charging one of the Ram 1500 Revs. So, you know, I'm sure that they're, you know, looking into like, hey, should we go forward with this, you know, whole EV pickup? Because the Ram Charger is a game changer, and even so. You look at Scout. Scout's doing the same thing with their Harvester model. They're adding an onboard generator for longer range. So I think we're going to see more of that technology rather than just EV stuff. But it depends on the cost.
It makes more sense in an actual pickup truck because at least with the generator, you can go to a regular gas station and daggone fill your tank up and keep going. You got a all electric pickup truck towing. You got to unhook your load, pull into an awkward station. charge up, hook your load back up, and then go drive right back off. It's like it doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but the Jeep Grand Wagoneer and Wagoneer are getting an update for 2026. So we're supposed to see like minor refreshes for the front and the interior stuff. But they're also getting a Ramcharger model. So they're getting the same exact powertrain that the Ramcharger's getting. And then in 2027, they're going to get a BEV model. So I'm sure, and this has been like public acknowledgement since the UAW contracts, but they are for sure getting a Ramcharger model this next year. And then who knows if they're going to do a full BEV, because I mean the Wagoneer sales were up, but Grand Wagoneer sales were down. So I mean no one can afford a $100,000 SUV that's like way overpriced, and then if you put a battery pack in it, you're looking at $130,000 to go against the Cadillac. It's not on par with the Cadillac. I'm sorry.
What is the cheapest? I'm trying to find the cheapest freaking F-150 hybrid.
Oh, the Power Boost?
Yeah, trying to find the cheapest one, because I would figure that Ram would kind of like try to get in the same price range as F-150 hybrid.
Yeah, but the hybrid, Power Boost engine's a lot different.
Yeah, but I mean, to
the
average layman, they're gonna think they're literally the same vehicle. Like, oh, hybrid this, hybrid that, So I mean, I know they do it different, but it's right around the same concept. So I mean, I would have to figure they can probably price the cheapest Ramcharger probably around like $50,000 for like a tradesman version.
I mean, you're still going to pay a premium, but the thing is, though, you get gas. This is the funny part. You don't even have to charge the stupid thing. You can just keep putting gas in it.
Yeah.
The Pentastar V6 just acts as a generator. So basically, it's going to have a smaller battery pack. So that should be definitely cheaper than, the battery pack that's in the Rev. But the problem is you're adding a whole, 3.6 liter V6 on top of it. Then you're adding an inverter. So like the cost difference will be key. But honestly, I mean, that's the way to go. What I didn't understand. All right, Charger Daytona. That thing is about useless with the frunk. Did you actually open the hood and look at the frunk on there?
Yeah, I see how
you can't put a motorcycle helmet or anything in there.
Well, yeah, but you're talking about like maybe a toolbox or something like that, or maybe a jacket or something. Why would you have a motorcycle helmet?
No, but I'm just saying if you had like a race helmet. You put something in there, like, going to the track or something. But it's not even big enough to really fit one. Why didn't they, design the car to have a small displacement engine with an inverter so you get better range? Just like the Ramcharger philosophy.
Well, man,
to me, that would be great.
Well, I mean, it might have been tied to like maybe that they didn't have, maybe the weight would have been killer for that car, right? A small little Pentastar in there, then
you don't have to use a Pentastar. Stellantis has a ton of small displacement engines. They got a 1 liter 3-cylinder engine that's very popular in the Renegade and Compass, around the globe, and it's used in South America. That's part of the same engine platform that the 1.3 that was used in the Renegade here, and in the Hornet, they could use that. They don't need a huge displacement engine. They could put a small displacement engine in there, run an inverter to charge a smaller battery pack. So, again, if you look at, for example, you look at the Ram Rev, it's got, a 150 kilowatt-hour battery pack. If you look at the Ramcharger, it's got a 92 kilowatt-hour battery pack.
Yeah, but you guys see, the problem is y'all are talking about building hybrids. It's like when the Tesla Model S first came out, I asked them the same thing. I was like, yeah, well, why don't they put like a gas generator in there to get more range? Because if you remember, there were 2 other cars at that time that basically worked like that. One was the Fisker Karma, and it had the Chevy Volt technology. And then after that, Cadillac came out with the ELR. So I was thinking that, and they basically told me, the whole point is getting rid of gasoline. That's the whole point. So the reality is, it seems to me hybrids are really just a stopgap as we're moving towards electric vehicles. And over time, yeah, the infrastructure is kind of getting a little bit better. And now they're trying to get people to get these things charging at their house instead of, relying on the public chargers. So the reality is, it doesn't really, in my opinion, it makes more sense to just buy a gas truck than it does to have to buy a gas hybrid truck, because the hybrid's always going to be more expensive, for one. Number two, hybrids are more likely to catch fire than a gas car or an electric vehicle. And then the weight of that battery pack, it just doesn't justify it, because you see what's going on even right now with the 4xEs, where they have the recalls. A lot of the people who buy 4xEs, they're upset that they don't get more electric range. They like driving in electric range. That's why the Wagoneer S won't have any trouble really selling. But the reality is, it's like, it makes more sense to either have an EV or to have a gas car. So for people who live in places where you have nothing but highway miles to drive, electric vehicles suck as far as efficiency goes for highway miles, but they're excellent for city, because they like idling doesn't mean anything to them, because they're just sitting there, they're turned off technically. So, my thing is, it's like this whole idea about getting these range extender electric vehicles, I just don't see the point of it. Now you have another point of failure. You've got a gas tank, because again, hybrids are statistically proven to have more fires than electric vehicles are.
Yeah, but I mean, the rail chart is a little bit different though, because it's not exactly like your typical hybrid. I mean, it's basically just they're just generating power for the battery pack. So
it's still a hybrid.
But like it's different.
It's not hybrid at all. What it basically does is the Pentastar V6 has 40% different parts. It's basically just an onboard generator. There's nothing that powers the wheels. There's an inverter that's attached to it, and all it does is charge the battery. So what you're doing is, let's say you run down, like, you got 1 mile of range, you pull into a gas station, you fill up the gas tank, that Pentastar engine will turn on as a generator, powering the battery pack, which powers the wheels. Same kind of premise as the Volt, with the original Volt and the ELR. But again, yeah. So the thing is, the engine doesn't do anything. All it does is, like, to the wheels. All it does is, provides like a generator on board. The thing is with these smaller cars, like here in Michigan, Detroit's pretty busy in that, but we have lots of highway, and there's not any charging stations around. So if I'm going to go up north, which Michigan's actually a pretty big state, if I'm going to go up to, like, let's say the UP, that's almost a 4.5-hour car drive up there, and there's not many charging stations. So if I could take, if I bought one of these Charger Daytonas, and let's say it had a range extender, smaller battery, but a range extender with a really small displacement engine, I could run it, still have the same amount of horsepower, that 670 and everything. I could run it to up to where I'm kind of like limited, because like my in-laws live 2.5 hours away, and they have one charging station in their little dinky town, and it's a level 1 charger. That's it. It's not even a level 2. So, like, for example, if I went up there, I'd have to leave that thing there forever, because they don't have a charging station at their house. So, I mean, that's what you're kind of limited to here in Michigan. And like I said, the big three are here. You think they would think about this stuff? But to me, a range extender electric vehicle makes sense in a way, as long as they're, same price or cheaper.
But they're not going to be. They're going to be more expensive, because even by adding that engine, how many more parts is that? How many parts is in a Pentastar 6, or how many parts is in any of those small engines? I mean, Dodge doesn't have the best reputation for reliability. Let's just say it like that. So when you have the sophistication of a gas car plus the sophistication of an electric car, yeah, I don't really feel them on that, especially considering their 4xEs right now. They're warning you to park them away from your house.
Well, I mean, but that's a whole different kind of like electrical architecture. You're looking at a plug-in hybrid that powers the wheels with an electric motor, and actually powers the wheels with a gas engine. This is like a little,
but it's still the same point of failure. You got a gas. You have to have a gas tank, obviously, for that gas engine. A gas tank by law has to be encased by that car somehow. So basically, it's the same thing. You basically just took a gas car and added a large battery pack to it. They call them range extender electric vehicles. And the Fisker Karma was one of the first that they did that with. And it was the Fisker Karma, and that was based on the Chevy Volt. And the thing about it is they had the exact same problems then. The things were prone to fires, and because now you're driving around with flammable fuel, in your case, it really sounds like it makes the most sense to just have a regular unleaded gasoline truck.
Well, I mean, the thing is like the EDMs are more efficient at delivering power. You look at what the Ram Charger is going to be able to do. It's got 664 horsepower, I think, and whatnot. But if you tow, let's say you tow, right? That truck can tow 14,000 pounds compared to a normal, Hurricane inline-6 truck, which can tow about 11,800. The thing is with the EDMs, if you put a boat on the back of a 26-foot boat, you lose 50% of your range. With the range extender, you don't have to worry about, oh crap, I'm going to take my boat up north and not be able to charge my truck. It's kind of like a peace of mind thing. Where the thing is with the range extender too, if you let's say I work from home, okay, I drive a lot. I got 2 teenage kids, so I'm always on the go. They got play practice and whatever, gaming club and all this other stuff. The thing is a lot of times I don't have time to freaking sit and wait to charge the stupid thing, even if it's overnight. Let's say if I'm going somewhere and I got to take them to gymnastics practice. A lot of times, my wife's is super forgetful. She would be able to have an EV. She forgets, her keys half the time. She wouldn't plug her stupid car in because she doesn't do anything with her cars. But the thing is, with the range extender, if I'm in a jam and I don't want to sit for a half hour and wait, I can go to a gas station, put $20 of gas in it, and still continue to drive. That's the convenience of it. The honest to God's problem with the EV thing is it was all dumped on us super quick.
Yeah.
We don't have the infrastructure.
Right.
And honestly, we probably will, but it's going to take about 10 years for it to be actually feasible. Because like I said earlier, you said it too, with the EV Go stations, you got, how they laid them out was kind of crap. So you can only put 4 people in it. Well, the same kind of thing here. We got 8 chargers, but really it depends on what you drive. Because if you drive a Hummer, a Hummer, pickup, the way you have to park it in there, you actually block 2 spots. Well, then you got people waiting for a half hour to charge for another half hour on their vehicles. So that's one of the reasons, if you do some studying about, the people, they did a bunch of surveys about people that are EV owners, and they said about 50% who currently own EVs would not buy another one because of the inconvenience. And that's not going to change until they start building a reliable network. And honestly, I don't think it's going to happen for another 10 years because if you look back, Biden, how much did he put down? $2 billion for EV chargers, and I think none of them got built.
I think it was $8 billion.
Yeah, something. None of them got built.
Stupid number.
Yeah, none of them got built.
But my thinking is the second you start talking about towing stuff, especially talking about towing 26-foot boats.
Yeah, it was
as far as I'm concerned,
$6.5 billion.
Yeah, I was right about 8, right? No, but when you start talking about towing stuff like boats and stuff, at that point you're really supposed to get a diesel truck. And the thing about it is, I would imagine that anybody who's towing boats and stuff, chances are they have the money where they're not worried so much about what the truck costs.
No, I wouldn't say that because, I used to have a 23.5-foot boat, and we towed it with a freaking Blazer S10, an S10 Blazer, and it was fine.
Hey, you spend all the money on the boat.
The boats are a bottomless pit to begin with. But a lot of people buy used boats and stuff. You can buy a pretty reasonable boat for $12,000, $14,000, and you still need something to tow. Not a lot of people have $80K to go out there and buy a diesel truck. Butter's been looking for a diesel, right? And you said it's been freaking crazy looking at what prices are in diesel trucks. Even used trucks.
It's like buying another small house.
Well, and then you got to remember when it comes to charging those things on the go, the bigger problem that they have is the fact that the charging stations aren't designed for towing trucks.
Exactly.
Because now you have to have a charging station that allows you to drive through it.
Exactly.
And allows you to somehow, and then how do you measure that? Because you don't know what the person's towing. It's like they were having that issue with the Cybertruck. Cybertrucks normally would have to back into a charger. If you're towing something, you have to unhitch that thing, and then you have to back into whatever that Tesla's back. So the way I see it is, if it was me and I had to do stuff like that, like if I had to tow boats and I had to tow stuff like that, Demonology came up here, for example. He had a big dually and his demon. He had a big trailer with his demon sitting on it. And he came up here to New York from Texas, and he had a big ass mattress. He had an air mattress in the back seat so that he could sleep on the second row, and I met up with him when he came to bring his car up here to get it tuned. The reality is, it's like you're better off just getting either a new diesel or a used diesel, whatever your money is going to contain.
Yeah, but it's cheaper.
There's no way in hell I'd be
for 93 octane compared to damn diesel fuel.
Well, no, but you know what? You say it's cheaper, but when you look at these electric trucks, if these things are $100,000 on average, right? And I know they're trying to get the Chevy Silverado down to like 80, but if these things are $100,000 on average to make sure that you get like 450 miles range, and then they're going to lose massive amounts of range when you're towing, it doesn't make sense to buy them for towing. It's just like my Jeep SRT. Yeah, it came with the tow package, but I'll be damned if I ever use it. I'm not towing nothing in that thing. But because I'd be worried about the wheels.
Range extender, like these Reeves is what they call them, range extending electric vehicles. The thing is these are great for right now, because like I said, in 10 years everything's going to change.
Exactly.
Like I think seriously, like by the time 10 years goes by, we're going to have new battery chemistries. We're going to have solid state batteries that are going to be cheap. We're going to see electric vehicle prices come down. Range is going to be like 500, 600 miles, and people won't complain anymore. The thing is, it's going to take a long time. That's why I kind of say, like, I'm not saying they're going to replace internal combustion completely, but I think if it becomes more of a convenience for people, hey, I'm going to go charge 15 minutes compared to an hour to charge my car, they'll more likely buy an EV for performance-wise. So I think these range-extending electric vehicles will be good for like a 10-year period, just to kind of hold us over. You got to remember too, is the automotive industry is constantly changing. It all depends on stupid politics. Back in like 1999, I was at the Detroit Auto Show, and my favorite car ever was unveiled, and that's the 1999 Dodge Charger RT concept car. And that thing had a 4.7 liter V8 that ran on compressed natural gas. And at the time, they were saying, "Oh, compressed natural gas is going to be the next thing. Buses run it, all this stuff." And then all of a sudden, there was this huge move, like 2 years later, because actually Chrysler was testing a bunch of compressed natural gas vehicles. They had an Intrepid ESX 1, 2, and 3 concepts. But the problem was, they looked at the actual, like there was stuff going on in the media, like, "Oh, if you run into the back one of these, they'll explode." And everybody's like, "Oh my God, compressed natural gas." Then they showed like the buses that have like, the leaks and stuff, and they're shooting flames of like 50 feet in the air. So everybody panicked about it. So then the 2 years later, they were talking hydrogen. Hydrogen's going to be the next thing, right? And to this day, we're still talking about hydrogen. Ram is actually going to build a hydrogen.
Well, they're giving up on hydrogen. Toyota basically gave up on that shit.
Well, Ram is going to build a hydrogen-powered pickup with Cummins, a heavy-duty pickup by 2027. And a lot of the Cummins has actually been building a lot of hydrogen engines. The problem is the cost to capture hydrogen.
Yes.
I mean, it's been 20 years, and the cost of capturing hydrogen and compressing it and stuff and making it into fuel is still expensive. Right. Because they've put the focus on other things. 6 years ago, everything was going to be plug-ins. Oh, everything's going to be plug-ins. We're going to have higher horsepower and stuff because they'll have an additional electric motor and you'll be able to charge it and go 50 miles and then you can run gas. Then all of a sudden, Jeep, you look at Stellantis, they have the number 1, 2, 4, and 5 best-selling plugins, right? You got the Wrangler, Grand Cherokee. They don't have the third. They get the Pacifica and then the Hornet, okay? The funny thing is you don't hear anything about plugins much anymore because now everything's EV. And yeah, they've had problems with their with fires and stuff like that, and obviously with the Wranglers and Grand Cherokees, they're sitting on lots and they're bursting into flames. But so are battery electric vehicles. We've seen tons of battery electric vehicles just combusted by.
Well, you saw that early on. Again with the new battery chemistry, you really don't see that like you used to see it.
But Jeep's getting ready to unveil this next year a brand new version of the 4xe. We're going to get an updated version, so who knows if we're going to get a different battery pack and all this stuff. But they're updating their 4xe in the Wrangler, and the Gladiator is supposed to get the same system. And then the following year, we're actually going to get, 2 years, we're going to get a brand new Grand Cherokee, and that's going to have probably a battery electric model and a plug-in. So who knows? But for they're changing things up. The problem is we got pushed into this EV stuff, this all EV stuff, so quick that we don't have the infrastructure for it.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you that they forced it on us. They forced it on us too quickly. They didn't give us proper time to really think things through. I absolutely agree there. The where I do disagree though is when you talk about not having the infrastructure. Technically, we kind of do have the infrastructure because houses carry 220 volt electricity. The mere fact that they can sell these things and have you charge them at home, there are already, like, for instance, if I want to set it up so that you could use my charger, if you came to my house and drove into my yard and you just paid me money, they actually have a setup to do stuff like that. The only thing about it is now you have to be willing to allow somebody to come onto your property when you're not there and park in your yard and charge their car. That's the stipulation. It's no different than like Airbnb. But the reality is, no, electricity delivery, unlike hydrogen delivery or capture and delivery, everything basically runs by electricity. We have no problem delivering electricity. We have no problem generating electricity because for the most part, it's usually a byproduct of doing fossil fuels and burning fossil fuels somewhere, usually. But of course, now you have solar and you have, optional alternative energy helping to produce electricity. So I do agree with you that they rushed it on us, and that's the biggest problem, and that's what's pissing people off. But within the next 10 years, definitely within the next 20 years, I think that the infrastructure will absolutely be at that point where, you'll probably see people renting out their lawn, or not their lawn, but their driveway. I mean, if you really think about it, we've got, Airbnb didn't exist like 20 years ago. And now you got people renting out their house to all types of people who just come up in there. So, like, my charger's right on the side of my house. If somebody came up to me and said, "Yeah, can I use your charger?" I'll be like, "Okay, well, you're going to have to pay me a certain fee." And, they could use the charger. The only thing about it is digitizing that. Now, imagine this. Imagine the company puts level 2 chargers on the side of your house that you use for free because you pay the electric bill. But if somebody else wants to come into your yard and use it, you can set a time that they're allowed to come into your yard and use it, and they're able to charge it. Doing things like that increases the number of possible charges overnight. It's just like with Tesla releasing those adapters and allowing people to charge on their network. All of a sudden, overnight, now you've got 50,000 extra chargers. So I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying I really do believe that the infrastructure, it will change in ways that you can't imagine it will change, because the technology, just like you said, it will change very, very quickly in a way that you just couldn't imagine it changing.
Well, there's a couple of things that I would have to disagree with, because California, for example, remember last year, Gavin Newsom said, "Hey, we got to ask people not to charge their vehicles because they kept having rolling brownouts." So we don't have enough power to charge what they even have in California. If you add everybody onto the grid, like here in Michigan, we have like almost 10 million people. I mean, we're the 9th most populated state. We're on the Niagara Falls grid. I mean, we're on the same grid as you guys over in New York, So, I mean, you're looking at putting a lot of extra power onto the grid. On top of that, if you were to have a charger at your house that everybody could use, the biggest problem would be, first of all, insurance companies would start dropping you as a homeowner. Because if you had people come in randomly on your property, they would say, "Oh, somebody's going to fall. You're going to have to add extra insurance into your property," and all this stuff. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that, like speculation-wise, that, just doesn't make sense to me. But ultimately, I really think that if things were to go forward, I mean, obviously they've done studies that those windmills really don't produce enough power for what they, how much they spend on them. Solar energy doesn't provide enough power to, they've said this in actual studies that solar power doesn't have enough power to actually, make it so everybody in America could have a electric vehicle charger at their house. Elon said, "Hey, we got all this property out in Arizona and Utah that nobody owns. Why not stack it full of solar panels?"
Yeah.
But the problem is you got to store all that energy, then you got to transfer it to other places.
You need batteries.
Well, yeah, you got to have, but the thing is, then you got to transfer that power to other places. So the infrastructure for even that's going to take years.
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
talking 10 years. So for right now, I ultimately see this range extending stuff as like kind of the bridge gap. There's going to be a point. Have you watched that new series, Landman?
No, I've never heard of
Billy
it.
Bob Thornton?
No.
Okay, it's on Paramount. You got to watch it. It's freaking awesome.
I'm not paying Paramount $10 a month, and
So-
Star Trek Picard is off, so I'm not paying enough.
Picard, oh my goodness.
And Halo, they canceled Halo, and they don't even give it a second season. They're not getting a dime of my money.
So they this Landman thing.
Hey,
if
they
you
still
like
got
Yellowstone,
Tulsa?
well, he Billy Bob Thornton's this guy who runs. He's basically like the director of operations for this oil company down in Texas. They have to deal with cartels and all this crap. And he was talking about, there was this speech he was doing to his liberal lawyer, and he was like kind of talking to her because she was like, "Oh, this is stupid. You should put windmills all over this place." And he's like, "You don't think we would do that if they made money? These don't make money." Like all these do is provide a small power for the freaking the oil derrick to go up and down to pump the oil. And then he was talking about everything's made of oil. He goes, the problem is it's not about your cars and stuff. It's about we're going to run out of oil one day. And the problem is, what are we going to do besides just cars and stuff when we do run out of oil? So they have to do something. It's sad to say it, but the problem is like it's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to take years and years. But the only reason why the EV initiative was pushed was because it's about money. That's the reason why the Charger Daytona was pushed first, because they're getting money incentives from the U.S. government and the Canadian government to build X amount of cars. So I mean, that's the whole thing. It's a game. It's about making money.
Mm-hmm.
So even though they might not sell those Charger Daytonas that are sitting down there at the Mac plant, like literally there's OC Motivator posted a photo back a few months ago before they launched the 2024 cars. I went down there the other day, and there's probably about 3/4 of those cars still sitting down there. So I mean, there's a ton of them. So I mean, I'm sure some of them are 2025 cars. I'm sure some are 2025 cars, but there are certain cars that have been sitting there in the same exact spots for months now. And the interesting thing is, they have these cars down there, but they had to produce them because they were getting money no matter what. Even if they decided to crush these cars, they were making money from the U.S. government and the Canadian government. So now that, like, again, Trump's in play, where he's, he hasn't done nothing with EVs yet. There's still the incentives and all that stuff. Nothing's changed. But the thing is like Elon actually wants them to change the stuff because it benefits him, because he can build cars really reasonably priced. I mean, you look at the Model 3, you can get one for like $42,000. Stellantis can't touch that. There's no way. They're talking about a $25,000 electric Jeep Renegade that they're going to bring in 2027 to the U.S. It's not going to be 20. It's not. There's no way, unless they come up with a really cheap battery technology. We're going to get a Renegade that probably has 150 miles of range and a long charge time to have it realistically be that price.
Yeah,
that's the problem we're having. Is the thing is cost. They are making money on building EVs, even though they're too expensive for us to buy them. They can still afford to put huge incentives on them. Put it this way, they're a car company. They're there to make profit, right? If they were losing tons and tons of money on each of these EVs and they weren't getting some kind of incentive on them, they would not build them. So that's the problem we have to see. Like for you and me, $85,000 for a muscle car is too damn expensive. So if they need to cut either the price out of those cars to sell more of them to generate more money, or the government has to give them incentives to push this agenda. So it's going to be very interesting to see where this goes. But right now, I mean, we're kind of like up in the air. Like it's either, conform and buy an EV and then upgrade your charging stuff at your house and all that stuff. And will the power grid, be able to hold on, all this stuff. I mean, it's just there's too many questions. So to me, all this stuff makes sense that you got a little bit of leeway for the next 10 years until things really change. We can develop solar power, batteries that will hold, power a lot better. I mean, look how far technology's come in the last 5 years. 10 years is going to be nothing. So, but it's all about cost. It's all about making money.
It definitely is about cost. They definitely got to work on that, and that's something they're being allergic to ever since they became Stellantis. They've been allergic to cost and lightweight. Those are two things they seem to cannot get in their system.
They've always been heavy cars. I mean, it doesn't matter. Even back in the Daimler days, even in Chrysler, the Chrysler Corporation days, Intrepid and stuff were still.
People are complaining about the weight and the size of these cars. They were saying the same thing about the 2014 Charger. They were calling it a boat. They were saying the same thing about the Challenger. They were calling it a boat. And it was, what was it, like 4,500 pounds, 4,600 with the Hellcat? It was like they were saying the same thing. They've always said the same thing.
But now the boat weighs now the boat weighs 1,500 more pounds.
Yeah, but they were going to complain anyway. It's
my big thing is the infrastructure here in Michigan. Like, we have terrible roads. We've been rated across the nation as like one of the worst, states for roads.
Why didn't you help kidnap your governor?
Hey, that was set up.
Yeah.
No, the thing was, like, our roads here, they're just crap. Especially right now because of winter, because all the plows are out. What they do is we have concrete roads, and then they go up and fill them up full of asphalt. And then when the plow trucks come, they rip the holes back out of them. But the problem is the ultimate problem is we used to have weigh stations everywhere where they would police trucks and stuff about weight. Now they don't do it. They don't do it as much. They have like state police that roam the highway and pull over once in a while trucks, but their weight stations aren't very much like they will at least cut about 2/3 of them out, so they're closed, but they don't really weigh much anymore. So we get trucks that are overloaded here, and they really put a stress on the roads. Now we're having EVs. You look at the Hummer, the new Hummer EV.
9,000 pounds.
That's a lot of freaking weight.
Yeah.
And then you think about like one of our busiest. We have 2 international bridge crossings that are, or it's going to be 3 here pretty quick with the new Gordie Howe Bridge opening up. These are two of the top 3 busiest entryways into the U.S. Think of how many semi trucks cross and they have to be held up on that. And then you got additional weight of all these new EVs and stuff. They got to rethink all the infrastructure for it. That's why it's important for these automakers to really go forward in the next 10 years and find these new battery chemistries that are going to take and save weight, because weight's everything. Right?
Let's understand, America's entire infrastructure needs to be rebuilt, but we're busy rebuilding the infrastructure in Ukraine and Israel instead of spending the money here.
Exactly. So it's going to be all about the next 10 years. The next 10 years is really going to change stuff. Like I said, battery chemistries and stuff, you get the weight down in these cars, you get more range, you get costs down, you get all this stuff down. It'd be better on our infrastructure, all that stuff. But it's going to take time. And I think they just try to push these things on us too much. There's a performance-wise, there's a reason for performance for EVs. EVs are hard to beat when it comes to performance stuff, depending on which model it is. The problem is when you look at this Charger, it makes good numbers, but it's not a killer performance vehicle yet. So that's the thing. It's when you look at the cost and what the performance is, there's obviously, like, look at the Plaid. Elon went in, like I said, he's been doing it for a long time. He can build his own batteries and build them cheaper and stuff. I mean, you look at Tesla's kicking ass. Out of the top 5 vehicles that are, have the most U.S. parts in them, Teslas. It's amazing. Elon's really got a thing going on, and he knows what to do. Marketing and stuff, their team is awesome at it. And it's going to be hard for like Dodge and Stellantis to even compete with them. So, everybody thinks of Tesla as gimmicks and stuff, but I'm going to tell you something. When you look at, like, for example, any of the Tesla vehicles, you're sitting at a charging station, right? They're a bunch of nerd gamer kind of people. You can sit there and watch a movie or play games. You can use the steering wheel to play a race car game on your center.
Use the damn steering wheel as a damn joystick.
Yeah, so it's a controller, right? Mm-hmm. What can you do in a Dodge? You can't do any of that.
And let me just say this: I don't think that anybody has responded about what you can and can't do with the infotainment system, as well as whether there are apps in that charger. Because here's one of the problems I noticed: though the Charger, and I think the Wagoneer too, but I can't be certain about the Wagoneer because I know with the Wagoneer S, it has that passenger screen that you can watch YouTube and stuff on it, right? But the Dodge Charger, the biggest mistake that I see already is that they didn't use Google Maps. They used their own mapping system, and it's slow and glitchy and buggy, and it doesn't really do a good job with route planning for an EV, for one. Now, Tesla, just as you were pointing out, Tesla, they had time to think about this. So what did they do? With the Model Y and the Model 3, they went to the back seat of the car, and they put a little screen back there so that your kid has something to do while you're charging, which is only going to take like 30 or something minutes. But the thing about it is, most of these other cars don't have that. Like, even with my car, I can't, like, I ordered a piece that allows you to use CarPlay any way you want to use it. But as it is, I can't watch YouTube. I can't mirror my screen on my phone. And then on top of that, if you look at the new Escalade, you can use the internet, you can web browse, you can use YouTube, you can use Hulu. And I'm like, yeah, but Dodge, do they have those apps? Because there's three things that you haven't seen the reviewers talk about. One is, what can those screens do while you're sitting at a charging station? Two is the button that's on the steering wheel for autonomous driving, whatever level it is. I think it's only level 1. What does that do? Because I haven't seen anybody test that yet.
It's basically for assisted driving. You only take your hand off of a certain amount of time for it. It tells you to put your hand back on there.
Oh, that sucks. See, my Cadillac drives itself. I got Super Cruise in my Caddy. So
and they'll have that. They'll have that eventually, but they haven't rolled it out. They're always late to the game, and that's one of the big problems. When you talk about that front passenger screen that's in all the Stellantis stuff, it's kind of a gimmick. It really doesn't do a whole lot. If you have like a 360 camera, like most of the cars do now, you can view the passenger can view those cameras. They have
you can play games on it. You can hook a PlayStation to it. You can actually play on it. It's just criticized for being
dim. An HDMI cable.
Yeah, you have to have an HDMI cable. You can play your Nintendo Switch on it.
But you can do that. You can do that with. So my business partner who owns Mopar Insiders with me, he owned a Grand Cherokee Trackhawk, right? And they had the back seats that the fold up display screens. And he was playing Halo or something. I can't remember. I think it was Halo. And they were using the front screen because they could run it through the HDMI through there, playing a 3-player game in the car. So I mean, you can do that, but the thing is like, at least with Tesla, they have like, oh hey, you can do this, you can do this. We talk about that stupid Fratsonic exhaust, right? To me, the Fratsonic exhaust, it's
over-engineered. It's a waste of time.
Well, it sounds fine at low speeds. It's got kind of like a rumble to it.
Right.
But then when you hit like 40 miles an hour, it sounds fake.
It's
and it's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
And it's cool if you put it in drag mode, you get out of the car. It's got that noise to it. And you can actually touch the back of the car and it vibrates. So it feels like an internal combustion engine. But the problem is like, it's a gimmick. I'd rather have, like, Tesla has speakers, right? Now, if you look at the Fratsonic chambered exhaust, it's speakers, but they use baffles. They use a system of pipes so they can kind of tune it. To me, it's added weight. It's added cost to the car. And a Tesla, you can go into the main screen. My business partner had, because he lives in Canada, he had a Tesla Model 3. He made it sound like the freaking Jetsons car. Every time I went somewhere, I was like...
But you have to remember, that's by law, they have to have something like that because of blind people.
Oh, yeah. But I'm saying you can custom tune it to whatever you want. So if you don't like that Fratsonic chambered exhaust, instead of having this massive thing of pipes behind the car to, chamber the exhaust sound in it, yeah, the car wouldn't rumble. Big whoop. We've seen patents that Stellantis keep putting all this technology to make these EVs feel like internal combustion engine cars.
Yeah.
So like they're putting sensor or gyros into like certain parts of the car, so it's underneath your seat and stuff, so it'll vibrate while you're driving. Okay, why not just get a freaking internal combustion car? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. They're spending all this money and putting all this stuff that just adds weight to these cars in there to make it feel like an internal combustion car when you know you're buying an EV.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, why add all the cost?
It's pretentious, and they're doing it because, again, it's a pretentious EV. And even they said it themselves. They say, yeah, don't think of it as an EV. Think of it as a muscle car that happens to be an EV.
Yeah, but why not just say, hey, it's not an EV. It's not a really good EV, but it's a pretty badass car. Not say it's a muscle car. Just say it's a badass car.
Well, you see the pistol grip shifter. You don't even need that. Or you can have push buttons on the freaking screen. Tesla already proved that.
Now, I actually like that pistol grip, the new pistol grip. I actually like the design.
It kind of feels cheap to me. I prefer the shifter that they currently have with the Charger Hellcat and the Charger Scat Pack. That shifter actually feels like it was well thought out. The new shifter, first of all, it's laggy. When you move from drive to park and you move from park to drive, sometimes it takes like a split second or a second, but it's noticeable how long it takes to go from park to drive or drive to park. And my thing is, it's like, it feels cheap. Like, if it was metal, it would probably feel better, but it feels really cheap.
It's plastic. I mean, it's better plastic than I think. Like, my Durango's got that same shifter you're talking about that was in the Scat Packs and Hellcats and stuff, that T-handle.
Yeah.
I actually think that the Charger Daytona one actually feels a little bit better. I like it. The reason I like it is, so I had a Ram 1500, and I had that rotary dial shifter, and I freaking hated it because I could care less about the rotary shifter kind of part, but I'm one of those people that has restless hands. Like, I'm constantly like trying to put my hand on something. And in my Durango, where do I rest my hand? On the shifter, right?
Right.
So on the Charger Daytona, that thing's flat on top. I actually really like how it feels in my hand. Like, when I had my 300C, they had a rotary dial shifter, and my hand just hung over the center console. So a person like me who fidgets, like, I don't have ADHD, but my feet are constantly moving, I actually like that. So,
well, then maybe what they should do is they should put the power shot button closer to your hand.
Well, I mean, I think that would be cool to put on the back of the shifter, really. The thing is they really want you to like have your hands on the steering wheel. The new steering wheel, I actually didn't really like the design. It kind of mimics the C8 Corvette, and until I got in it, and I thought, man, this thing's really nice. I do like how they laid out the buttons on it because, I mean, it's typical Chrysler. It's got the same exact, up, down arrows and stuff like that before, all the other cars before it. The paddle shifters are obviously the regen stuff. And because, they have two sets, I mean, it's kind of weird. But I like how they have the new, like, setup so you can go through the screens real quick, for the different modes. I think it's laid out really nice. I think the interior is nice. Like I said, it's got some shortcomings. Like, I hate the haptic crap. Cadillac went through that stuff a few years ago.
Yeah, with the CT6. It was trash. It was trash.
I hated it. And that when I sat in that car for the first time, I'm like, what? Like, it's out of all the stuff I said that the turn signal stock feels like it's a cheap, like Chinese plastic. The haptic buttons are so plasticky you can run your fingers across them, and there's hardly any feedback to them. So you got to like press kind of hard, and you feel like you're going to break it.
Here's a question: Have you driven or tested the new Cadillac Lyriq?
No, I haven't.
Cadillac Lyriq basically took all that shit you're complaining about, and they refined it.
Yeah,
and it absolutely feels good now.
So my buddy had the last generation CTS, right? He had a CTS V Sport.
Okay.
And it had those buttons that like felt like they're the same plastic all the way down the dash.
Okay.
And they were terrible. And that's what kind of like the Charger feels like around the bottom of the touchscreen. Like, everybody always said, hey, we love physical buttons. Like, Dodge really does good at making physical buttons. So what do? Let's put in haptic buttons. Like,
everybody's favorite.
Yeah, well, see, haptic can be done right and haptic can be done wrong. iPhone did haptic right? But that Dodge Charger EV, the haptic buttons that they have, and Kyle pointed that out in his review of the car, it basically feels like no matter where you touch, there's a hammer hitting the right hand side of the haptic panel, and that's supposed to cover the entire panel. But The problem is the feedback is way off and it feels cheap.
Yeah. You can literally take your finger and slide it across it and not activate anything.
Yeah, that's silly.
You literally have to like press down on it, and it's because it's such like a plastic piece, you feel like you're gonna break through it.
Yeah.
And the little feedback, like you know how when you get a new iPhone, you know how it automatically has the haptic touch where you touch like the text and it buzzes your fingers.
Right.
That is like 10 times more powerful than the haptic feel that I felt in the car that I drove. So that's something they really need to fix like that. But again, they come up short on stuff for this car, and that's why we're complaining about it. And if you look, like, again, I go back to Elon, like if you go back, everybody complained that, oh, they're just a bunch of computer nerds and stuff. But those cars, Elon makes those cars fun. They're fun EVs because there's so much stuff you can do to them. You can customize them, make them sound different. You can, look at the freaking Model X, right? You can have the Christmas music play and the doors fling open and all that stuff.
All right.
It's all gimmicks. Makes the car fun, and it makes you, hey, I'm paying $90,000 for a freaking SUV, but I feel like I'm getting $90,000 worth of content for it.
Yeah, exactly. like when I was driving a Hummer EV, I was like, man, this feels like a $90,000 vehicle. It feels like a $100,000 vehicle. It's pretty beastly. I'm going like, damn, this thing is way faster than the Charter Daytona was, and this is like a 5-year-old EV.
So I ordered a. I was one of those people, like, I was going to take and buy it. My business partner bought like all like the Ford F-150 Lightning when it came out, and then like flipped it. So when the Silverado came out and they said, oh yeah, it's going to be $40,000, $39.95 for a work truck, I was like, hell yeah. And the people that were supposed to get the work truck were supposed to get them first. So I ordered it, sat on it for 2 years. They called me up at the dealership. They're like, yeah, your truck came in. And it came back with because they had the larger battery pack. Originally, they were supposed to have the small battery pack come out first. Well, they put the 450-mile range battery pack in it, and the truck was $85,000 for a work truck. They had no carpeting, had vinyl and all that stuff in it. So I was like, no. And then everybody, I posted a video on my channel about it because, like, I went and looked at it and did a video, and everybody's complaining, well, you bought it at the wrong time. They're lowering the prices now. Well, yeah, it was $85,000. It was crazy amount of money for this work truck. I wasn't going to buy it. But the thing was, I didn't feel like I was getting the value compared to if I would have spent $15,000 more at the same time to get the RST. It looked nicer. Now, if you look at the Hummer is what now about $104,000. For the Hummer pickup. Like what's it? Whatever Hummer H1, whatever they or not. What do they call it? They got like a stage package for it now, or like 1X or something like that. That vehicle is like $104,000, and you figure $85,000 compared to $104,000. I felt like I was driving like a $140,000 vehicle because they had the removable tops, they had all that switchgear, all that stuff. It had crab walk. That Silverado didn't have crab walk at that time, so it was like I felt like there was no way I was going to buy that truck because of the content in it. So that's the thing with the Chargers. They got to start putting more stuff, like more thought into what are you going to do when you're sitting there, charging. Make it so it hooks up to your phone and does something.
Well, hopefully you're going to be staying awake because you got to make sure that somebody don't try to steal your car to go for a takeover. So hopefully you can be alert. then they're going to turn it back to you like, dang, I can't do a burnout in this car.
Well, it does have drift mode. Which is funny because it turns off the front EDM to do drift, like do donuts and stuff, but you can't do a burnout.
Yeah, because it's too damn heavy. It's too heavy and don't have enough power.
Yeah, but why can't you just like make it so? I don't understand. Make it so it slips, so at least it can spin something.
Hey, sometimes you can't. You cannot beat physics. You can't have a car that weighs that much weight with one motor of only 300 horsepower. That's why they needed to cut the weight down. But
well, first of all, just like y'all was saying earlier, burnouts are extraordinarily wasteful. You're dealing with like $400 a piece tires. This car is so heavy that it will literally grind those tires to dust faster than it. When I had my Chrysler 300 SRT, I was getting new tires every 5,000 miles for the back. every 5,000 miles, and I wasn't even really doing burnouts and stuff like crazy. I was constantly having to get new tires. With this Cadillac Lyric I've got, this thing is 6,000 pounds, just like this Charger, all-wheel drive, and my tire. I've never had tires go this long without charging. I'm at 13,000 miles on this car. I rotate it regularly, no problem. So the reality is, it's like if they really wanted to do I think that this came up. Somebody was like, "Oh, well, how do we do burnouts with it?" And they're like, "What are you, stupid? We don't want to do that shit with this car." If they really wanted to do burnouts, they could have the front wheels drive backwards and they could have the rear wheels drive forwards, and the car would not move because the wheel there's no reason why this car can't do all that other EV stuff that you see these other EVs do, because each wheel can basically, I think, deliver power pretty much. The front and the back are pretty much independent, because it's not like you have a Jeep and you have a transfer case and forward is forward. No, with these cars, if they wanted, the front wheels could spin backwards, the rear wheels could spin forwards. The car would do a 4-wheel drive burnout. They obviously don't want that. Now they put in this stupid drift mode, which I think is I don't even look at that. I think drifting is stupid, but I'm sorry. I just think it's still like it makes no sense at all. But the bottom line is they have drift mode in these cars as if that's a selling point, and it makes no sense to really have it. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Burnouts and drifting are the two stupidest things I've seen done with cars. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's cool if your tires are about to be worn out completely and you just want to destroy them. But when tires are $400 each, yeah, I'm really not trying to do that.
I think what they're trying to do, though, honestly, this is what my personal opinion is about this whole car. I think they had good intentions originally, but when Tavares fired, basically 2% of in March of last year, he fired 2% of the North American white collar employees here in Detroit, and they were all electrical and software engineers. And I think they were like, "Oh crap, how are we going to fix this?" And that's when they started bringing people in from India and Brazil and Morocco, and they were even having people trying to fix these vehicles from Belvedere, from what I was told, have been laid off. They actually called them back and tried to send them to training to show how they could fix the Ram trucks and stuff that were sitting over at CTC. But I think they were in a rush because they had to make get those vehicles out in order to get the money from the governments. So they did their best, and I honestly think that they kind of threw them together. And I think that over the next few months with over-the-air updates, I think by the end of the year the cars should be a lot better. But the problem is when you initially launch this car and it's getting bad reviews, and they're still having problems with people having them bricked and stuff. It's putting a bad tarnish on a car that could be something very good, but it's been thrown together so fast that it's a turd that needs polishing. And it's not because the car doesn't look good; it looks great. It's just it has a lot of issues that need to be fixed. So I don't know. I keep hearing about people bricking these cars and stuff, and there's a couple of them that reached out to me, what basically Chrysler or Stellantis said to the dealers, as soon as you take these cars into delivery, you have to follow this certain bulletin report, to follow this procedure, kind of like a computer. When you get a computer, you have to boot it up and do all this stuff. And people weren't following them, and that's why they were bricking. But now I'm hearing people like, "Hey, I went through a car wash and it bricked," or "I did this and something happened to it." So there's obviously more problems that they're going to have to deal with. And the interesting thing was we were supposed to hear that they were going to initially issue 7 or 8 recalls right off the bat to fix all the problems that were with these, but we haven't seen anything yet. So I don't know. It's going to be very interesting in the next couple of months, especially with the 2026s coming very, very soon. So I know they want to get rid of these 2024s. We're going to see some really good deals on these 2024s. And again, with over-the-air updates, they'll be able to fix them and stuff. But, I don't think there's enough demand for EVs right now. I just don't think that they're going to be a stellar, selling vehicle for Stellantis. Not here in North America, at least.
All right, well, gentlemen, it was a pleasure joining you, Butter, and it was a pleasure meeting you. I'm gonna get ready to go to bed. It's like 1:03.
Yeah.
But
I was about
I'll
to say,
catch
like,
you
damn, it's
guys.
like 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll catch you guys on the next one. So we'll see.
All right, later,
see
man.
what happens. Yeah, it was a pleasure. All right, you guys take care.
All right, take it easy.
Hey, man.
Oh man, I've been burning the midnight oil.
Dude, this is my normal time. I'm like nocturnal. I'm always out
I
here.
know, right?
This
I
is
got
when
the
I get
damn.
all my stuff.
Like, when am I gonna get my Demon 170, man? I'm looking in the mailbox.
It's sitting right over here. I gotta go to the post office.
I look
Can you
in the
see
mail
it?
like every
Can
damn
you see
day.
it in the corner of my screen up here? See it right there?
Oh, man, you know, you all pixelated.
Oh, I am?
Mm-hmm. You always
Am I?
pixelated.
Well, dude, my signal sucks out here. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
just got fiber optic internet and it's still not doing good.
No. I already know what the truth is. You basically got like a little pedal underneath your feet, and you're pedaling for like a Wi-Fi signal. So if you stop pedaling, it'll get all pixelated.
Dude, I'd be a lot skinnier if that was a fact.
Well, yeah.
No, your demon's coming. I'll send it out this week. I've just been busy, man. The kids and stuff. It's just been kind of crazy. So, but I got it. So really, do you really hate it, the new car? Do you really hate it overall? Or do you like the car and just hate the powertrain?
I think that the EV version is 70% there. I think with software, it'll be better. But even with that, even with 670 horsepower, it's still not a Scat Pack. It's basically an RT. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's an RT just masquerading as a Scat Pack. And it should not be $85,000. Because, I mean, an RT and a Scat Pack is basically the exact same vehicle, just software that's locking them from being apart from one another. All it's just basically software and Brembo brakes and different seats. And that's it.
It's pretty much it.
Yeah.
I think marketing-wise, yeah, I mean, it's really hard to distinguish the two because, I mean, they use the same EDM, same battery and all that stuff. I don't know. I have a really hard time with that RT and Scat Pack badging on those cars. I really do. I think they should have saved that for the whole six-pack thing, just kept the six-pack name away from it.
Yeah.
I think they would have, marketing-wise, it would have made more sense. I do like the cars. I do like the body style. I think the body style looks freaking awesome in person. The problem is I again, infrastructure, man. Infrastructure and price. That's what's killing these things. And they're really pushing. I heard that, they said, oh, the car's coming this summer. I heard one of my buddies who works at Windsor told me that their development program over there, they've been building pilot models for quite a long time. And he said that, they're actually doing way better in development with the ICE.
Yeah.
So we might even see pushed up an additional month. So we might even get them at dealers in June if things keep going well. Because they're really putting all hands in on deck for, these ICE cars because there's such a demand for them.
I mean, they're going to have to.
So, I mean, it's going to be very interesting. Like, the thing that's going to kill these cars, price. If they come out with a freaking, 550 horsepower coupe and you're looking at 80 grand, it's not going to do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think base price is going to be 65 grand. You add options to it, you're going to be around 80.
Yeah, but still, I mean, that's still nuts for that car. They really need to they need to not launch them with fully loaded stuff anymore. That whole pre-configuration stuff and that, I mean, it's easy for them to build, but the problem is that's not what people want. And we're gonna get a new color here pretty quick. That blue Dacious color, that's gonna be on 2026. I posted a video. Somebody sent me a video of the 4-door RT at that dealer convention down in New Orleans. And that car looks really good.
Yeah. I saw it in your shorts. I'm like, damn, that's a nice color.
And then the funny thing is, I got pictures. I'll have to send them to you, but just keep them unposted. But the new 6-pack, it looks mean. It looks a lot meaner than the Daytona. It's got that domed hood, and then the new intake in the front. It looks really, really good. Like, really good. I can't wait for that car. I really can't. I'm more excited about the 4-door than I am the 2-door. So
Yeah, the car is too big for a 2-door. Like, honestly, I think it should have been not as long. It should have been shorter, but I understand they don't want to, have two different chassis and stuff. But that's what I'm going, like, they're going to have to bring out a smaller 2-door car to actually, or a smaller 2-door, 4-door that they get into that lineup, because I'm thinking the cheapest Charger you're going to get standard output is going to be around 45 grand based on the Ram Bighorn's price. Cause that Ram Bighorn at 4-wheel drive standard output Hurricane, I think it'll be 45 grand. And so that's what I'm thinking. The cheapest Charger somebody gonna get is almost 50 grand. We add in destination price. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of people you're missing out on. That's a lot of sales missing. You got to introduce a midsize.
definitely. I mean, that's the problem that's killing this car is price. I don't know. I really think they could have done the EV better. I really think they could have. I mean, even if they would have just said, "Hey, we're not building a 2024," and just bite the bullet and lost the money from the governments. After Tavares left, they should have just held on to those cars and just said, whatever, change the freaking window stickers on them or do something to make them 2025 models, because nothing changed. Nothing has changed in the 2025 cars.
Oh yeah. They're still forcing you to have like you said, stage kit standard.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like pricing wise, they're way out of touch. I mean, I'm not an EV person, but I'm sure if somebody was like, hey, I want a base model RT, and I can get it for $60K with no options. I mean, the problem is you look at, if you're really a car enthusiast, like if you want to buy something that's that much money, you have to upgrade to the Plus package, but then you're spending an extra $3 grand, just to get the basic features. So I don't know. I really think they overpriced this car, especially with Elon just playing. Like I said, he's got the upper hand in the EV market, and when he basically lowered the price of the Plaid, that pretty much just killed all their marketing for performance and that stuff. So I don't know. I mean, I think they really need to refocus. Matt said in that interview, that podcast interview, that they're looking at redoing pricing. I don't know if they're going to do it to the Charger. The problem is they're really screwing people over. Stellantis is as a whole right now, because first of all, their vehicles are overpriced, and the people who have bought them, like you look at Jeep's been redoing their pricing structure. If you look at the Grand Wagoneer or even the Wagoneer, right? They just cut the cost by $7 grand. Those people who bought those vehicles just automatically lost $7 grand on them.
Yeah.
So I mean, what are they going to do to are you going to go back and buy another one if you just lost $7 grand in value on your vehicle that you just bought 3 months ago?
Well,
Probably
I mean,
not.
they're in the same boat that some people were with Tesla when Elon slashed the prices. Some people lost 10, 20 grand, but I mean, so I mean, slash prices and stuff is it's going to happen, and people are going to get pissed off. But I mean, it just, like I say, it's just a question: are they going to come back and go through that same experience again? But I think a lot more people got pissed off at Tesla for doing that than they did for, Jeep for doing that for the Wagoneers and stuff, because some people might not even go back and even notice that. Like some people just happy living their lives, and then next time they come back 3-4 years, oh, this is a little bit cheaper than the last time I got it. Oh, I got a good deal now. So
It could happen.
I mean that Wagoneer person might not be the biggest Mopar person. It might just be somebody just like Jeep and then don't keep up with price cuts like that. So I think Tesla people got it worse than Jeep people did.
Well, yeah, I mean, Tesla has their own market. You know what I mean? You're not going there to oh, hey, I was looking for an internal combustion vehicle. You're automatically looking for an EV. I mean, you're already cut down what your options are by going to a Tesla. But I mean, I don't know. Dodge just really needs to focus their whole core mantra, not this premium brand. They need to be the blue collar brand. I think a mid-size car would be really good. Like you said, not do we're going to do a front-wheel drive sedan. They could do a compact sedan like that Attitude. Yeah, that would be cool. Do something as an entry-level vehicle to get people into the brand. But if they really want to like go after Ford with the Mustang, I mean, they could do it with the Stella Large platform as a smaller D segment car. There's
Yeah,
no reason why.
yeah. So like when I saw your article, when you did that article about the new redesigned Julia, I like that makes perfect sense for Dodge to go get a redesigned Julia as a midsize car and import it to the U.S. because Alfa Romeo is not going to sell them any product over here. So why not rebadge it like the Hornet and bring it over here as a midsize car?
Because I wouldn't want that product. Honestly, as a Dodge fan, I don't want an Alfa Romeo. Like that Hornet, it doesn't feel like a Dodge to me.
But honestly,
Like,
but I mean, honestly though, with all the platforms being the same, it's not really gonna be Alfa Romeo anymore. It's gonna basically be they're all the same vehicle now because they're all gonna share a Stella Large, so they're all gonna be fundamentally the same driving wise. It's gonna be really just
you're talking about the actual structure and stuff. Yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying is, I wouldn't want it just a rebadged car. I'd want something that has a shell that is like, when I get in it, like that Alpha, or the Hornet, the Alfa Romeo Tonale is basically the same thing. All they did was change, they changed the start button. They moved it over where the drive mode button is in the Tonale. And then they, you get in it, it's got an Alfa Romeo steering wheel. None of the buttons are the same as a Dodge. I mean, your buttons are totally different. It's just not Dodge enough. That's what my problem is with the thing. They need to make it look different. If it had a different shell, like a different body and interior parts, perfect.
I mean, kind of like how the Charger and the 300 is basically about the same vehicle and stuff. They share a lot of structural parts. So that's what I'm thinking. If they redo it like that, they take a Julia, a lot of the same bones, rebadge it as Dodge, do some structural stuff differently. Because all gonna ride on a Stella Large, same wheelbase, bring it over to America. I mean, that could work.
Yeah. So when I was talking to one of the higher ups at Belvedere, I was talking to them on the phone recently. They're really worried. Like, so they basically didn't know they were getting the midsize truck. They originally thought it was canceled because they didn't know about it until the day before we found out from Stellantis. They literally had a meeting that found out about it because originally that was supposed to be built there, then they delayed it, and then they were talking about moving it to Toledo. But the problem is Belvedere right now only has one product, and that's the problem they had with the Cherokee when it was out there. Because you got to think, before that they had the Dart, they had the first gen Compass and the Patriot, and then they had the Caliber, right? So they had multiple vehicles in that line. So if something happened, like one's not doing good,
you still got 3 others following up. Yeah.
And now with just a mid-sized truck, and obviously Ram's going to be really late to the game, and it's going to be probably a unibody truck. How many people are going to want a unibody mid-size? That's going to be the real question, because all of the mid-size, other than the Ridgeline, everything is body on frame. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens to Belvedere, because they crave another product. Because during the semiconductor shortage, Belvedere was shut down like non-friggin' stop. They were the most affected plant because the Cherokee sales weren't going that well because it was being cannibalized by the Compass. So that plant was shut down more than it was running. So they're freaking out there. Even though they're happy that they got their jobs back, they're freaking out because they want another product. So building a mid-size, sedan or coupe or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to see them, an actual Mustang competitor, build a convertible. Build something different that they're not used to.
Yeah, I mean, with Stella Large, I mean, technically they can build a mid-size Ram truck. They can build a mid-size SUV for either Chrysler or for Dodge, and then they can build a mid-size car. All of it off of Stella Large. They can build 3 different products on that one line.
Well, they're going to build that mid-size Chrysler crossover, that C6X crossover. They still haven't said nothing because that whole program was suspended for January because I'm pretty sure that in the next month or two we're gonna hit like when because Chrysler's turning 100. They haven't done nothing for it. Yeah. Even though it's gonna be 100 years old this year, I'm pretty sure you're gonna see Chris Fuel come out and say it's not gonna be an all-electric brand anymore, and that crossover is gonna be ICE powered or hybrid powered and EV.
I hope she brings a product out. Hope she brings actually shows a product there.
I honestly don't think she's going to last that much longer. I really don't. I think once the new CEO comes in, I think they'll probably get rid of her.
I don't
She,
know. I don't know
you know, you think,
because I was looking at the SEC filings and they say in there they want to make sure
yeah.
that at least 30 to 40% of their like leadership positions are women. So it wouldn't necessarily look good. All the brand CEOs are just men, so they might keep her around just because they got to fill their quota.
But even so, they can find somebody else who wants to like when she does interviews and stuff. She doesn't sound like she knows the brand. Um, you know, you think about all the stuff like, all right, that airflow, right? That airflow concept. They built two of them. They were running those platforms around. I mean, basically, it's just the same platform that we see on the Wagoneer S. They literally that thing looked production ready. It was ready to go. And
I thought it was coming.
She delayed it because she didn't like the design. It was. I mean, it's not the best looking vehicle, but it looked like a Chrysler. I mean, Chrysler needs new product.
I mean, I thought it looked good. It looked like you say, it looked production ready. It looked like it would have been a Chrysler, and like it would have been decent. I think it would have been basically what the Wagoneer S is doing now, selling pretty decently. I think that would have been for Chrysler. I think it would have sold pretty decently. It looked different. It looked Chrysler like, and I think that it would have. I think it would have sold better than the Daytona did.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, it's what they planned on with the airflow was it's going to be a lower horsepower rating, so it's going to have dual EDMs with like 402 horsepower. So I mean, nothing killer, but it was supposed to have more range. And then they were talking about, they even said in their press releases back when they released the graphite that an 800 volt model could be coming for a performance Chrysler model. So I mean, they had a lot of opportunity to do something, you know, for Chrysler. But unfortunately, I mean, you think about her, what she's done with the brand. Okay, she got hired in August of 2021. She basically announced the end of the 300, right?
Mm-hmm.
They came up with an autism package for the Pacifica. She's launched two different versions of special edition Pacificas, the Road Tripper and this new FAV, which is Family Adventure Vehicle, with basically a car carrier thing on the top with like the roof. That's it. And then she's talking on 60 Minutes and stuff about, oh, the brand, you know, it's attracting new people. It's attracting single people. How many single people do you know go out and buy a minivan? She's like, empty nesters. That makes sense. Older people buy that because it's easy to get in and out. And then she's like, people who have dogs and adventure people that like to go out and like mountain bike and stuff. Well, that right there, that's the Jeep brand. That's not a Chrysler. So
I mean, hell, honestly, those customers would have bought Grand Caravans because they would have been cheaper. But Dodge will make them more.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, I just think there's a lot of possibility that brand really needs to be fixed. You know, it wouldn't take much. They showed us, like I posted stuff on Mopar Insiders. They showed us during the EV day, like two pictures of two like Chrysler fastback sedans. You know, and they could have made those alongside the Daytona. That would have been really great.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't have to build a 300. There's a lot of nameplates that they have, like New Yorker, Imperial. There's a lot of stuff that they can do. It's just the problem is they haven't done nothing.
Yeah. Like the Charter Daytona's size would have been great for an Imperial, and even with the same 600 some horsepower, or maybe detuning down to 600 on the dot or whatever, that would have been a great name for the Imperial. A nice big sedan for Chrysler, and just how the Charger and the 300 basically about the same. You basically make a kind of a boxy version of that for Chrysler. That would have been great. I mean, is he gone? I guess he's gone. I guess I'm out of here, guys. This has been a long one. I'm gonna get up out of here, boys. We've been here for hours upon hours upon hours. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Some videos later.